Hello everyone, this is Samia with a breaking news alert. There are reports that the Facebook killer, the man who live streamed the murder of a 74-year-old man in Cleveland, that man police were looking for over the last couple days, has been found dead. Apparently he shot himself. We're hearing reports that there was a brief pursuit before the suspect killed himself. We are getting a live feed in from Cleveland now, a press conference scheduled to begin in just a moment. Stay tuned for that. We're going to carry this press conference for you live and give you updates on any information that we have as it becomes available. Again, according to police, the Facebook murder suspect has been found dead. He has killed himself. Again, the Associated Press sending out a news alert. The Pennsylvania State Police say the man sought in the Cleveland Facebook killing shot himself to death after a police pursuit. This information coming in from Erie, Pennsylvania. So it appears that the suspect was found in Erie, Pennsylvania. In that area, police pursued him, and following the pursuit, the suspect, Steve Stevens, shot himself. Again, we are hearing that the suspect has shot and killed himself after a brief pursuit involving Pennsylvania State Police. Now, State Police say Steve Stevens was spotted Tuesday morning by State Police in Erie County. That's in Pennsylvania's northwest corner near Ohio. Authorities say police tried to pull Stevens over, and after a brief pursuit, he shot and killed himself. As you know, Stevens was wanted on an aggravated murder charge in the shooting death of a 74-year-old retired man in Cleveland on Sunday. He live streamed that shooting on Facebook. As you know, authorities in Cleveland were leading a nationwide search for this man. They even offered a $50,000 reward. Cleveland's police chief said this morning that they received more than 400 tips from as far away as Texas, but so far they've been unable to narrow down the manhunt. That was this morning, and then moments ago, the suspect spotted, a pursuit ensued, and the suspect was then killed. The suspect killed himself. He shot himself after that brief pursuit. Again, for those of you just joining us, we have breaking news. The suspect in that Facebook killing that took place on Sunday, where a man was shot and killed in Cleveland, a 74-year-old man shot and killed in Cleveland. The suspect in that murder is now dead. This is what we know so far. Pennsylvania State Police says the suspect, Steve Stevens, shot and killed himself following a brief pursuit. Now, State Police said that he was spotted this morning in Erie County in Pennsylvania's northwest corner. Authorities say that police tried to pull the suspect over, and after a brief pursuit, he shot and killed himself. Now, we're just waiting for this press conference to begin. Authorities in Cleveland will be speaking out on this information. Steve Stevens was wanted on an aggravated murder charge in the shooting death of a 74-year-old retired man. That shooting death was live streamed on Facebook Live on Sunday.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7. Good.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are learning that the suspect was spotted in Pennsylvania. A brief pursuit ensued, and the suspect then shot and killed himself. Again, authorities spotting the suspect in the Cleveland Facebook killing, Steve Stevens. It was a shooting that distraught the nation. A video that circulated online showing a 74-year-old retired man getting shot and killed by Steve Stevens. Stevens, the 37-year-old, was wanted on aggravated murder charges. Now, in the video, Stevens had talked about his despair over gambling debts and his trouble with his girlfriend. Again, this manhunt entered its third day this morning before the suspect was located. Suspect then shot and killed himself. He has been wanted since Sunday, since that shooting took place, a shooting that was broadcast live on Facebook Live. Again, any moment, authorities should begin this press conference. We are hearing that police have confirmed that the suspect in the Facebook murder has killed himself. Again, we are waiting for a press conference, an update from authorities in Cleveland. We now know that the Facebook killer, the suspect involved in that gruesome murder that took place on Facebook Live on Sunday, that suspect is now dead. He shot and killed himself following a brief pursuit with authorities in Pennsylvania. He was spotted in Erie County this morning. A brief pursuit ensued, and he opted to shoot and kill himself. Again, we want to confirm that the man who randomly killed a Cleveland retiree and posted video of the crime on Facebook has now shot himself to death in Pennsylvania this morning. Pennsylvania State Police said Steve Stevens was spotted this morning in Erie County. That's in the state's northwest corner. Authorities say officers tried to pull Stevens over, and after a brief pursuit, he shot and killed himself. Again, Stevens was wanted on an aggravated murder charge in the shooting death of a 74-year-old man, Robert Godwin Sr. That man was picking up aluminum cans on Sunday after spending Easter with his family. Again, Stevens posted a video of himself killing Robert Godwin Sr., a former foundry worker who had 10 children. In the video, Stevens said, "I snapped. I just snapped." Now, Stevens, 37, had shared a recording on Sunday of himself announcing his plan to kill someone, and then 2 minutes later posted another video of himself shooting and killing Godwin. A few minutes after that, he went live and confessed, the company said. The company said it disabled Stevens' account within 23 minutes of receiving the first report about the video of the fatal shooting and 2 hours after receiving any report. Facebook has since announced it was launching a review for reporting harmful content. Now, police would not speculate on what was behind the killings, but videos Stevens posted showed him talking about losing everything he had to gambling, as well as trouble with his girlfriend. The suspect filed for bankruptcy 2 years ago despite holding down a job as a counselor helping young people develop job skills and find employment. The behavioral health agency where he worked said an extensive background check before he was hired turned up nothing worrisome. Now, in one video posted on Facebook, Stevens said that he gambled away everything and that he and his girlfriend had planned to marry, but did not. He did not elaborate as to why. Now, in the video of the shooting, Stevens told Godwin the name of his girlfriend and said, "She's the reason that this is about to happen to you." Godwin did not seem to recognize the name. The woman Stevens spoke of, her name was Joy Lane. She said in a text message to CBS that, quote, "We had been in a relationship for several years. I'm sorry that all of this has happened," end quote. Now, investigators said that Godwin was the only victim so far linked to Stevens, despite the suspect's claim on Facebook that he had killed over a dozen people. Now, officers searched dozens of places around Cleveland without finding Stevens or any other victims before they expanded the manhunt. Detectives spoke with the suspect on Sunday by cell phone and tried to persuade him to surrender. Now, within a day, authorities had expanded the search nationwide, and yesterday they announced that they were offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to his capture and prosecution. Law enforcement officials said on Monday that his cell phone was last tracked Sunday afternoon in Erie, Pennsylvania. Erie, Pennsylvania is about 100 miles east of Cleveland.
Oh, I am?
Some self-esteem. Am I still in your shot? I'm not going to say it. David, you're living here now?
Yeah. Here this morning, I was just going to see if you guys wanted some photos from this. I didn't even put them in the computer yet.
Again, this was a shooting that affected people across the country as a video circulated of the suspect killing an innocent older man. That was 74-year-old Robert Godwin. There are some pictures of him in the corner of your screen. A happy, loving father, grandfather, and great-grandfather is how one reporter in Cleveland described it. Jessica Dill tweeting out these pictures yesterday. This is how Robert Godwin's family wants him remembered, not the video. A happy, loving father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. There's a close-up image of the victim in this Facebook killing. That is the victim. Again, we are awaiting a press conference. Should be starting any minute now.
Do you want me to do your mic check? You're going to put the seed in for this weekend? The seed? It's going in this week?
All right.
Now, we appreciate all viewers that are tweeting us their thoughts on this horrific crime. Looks like the press conference is scheduled to begin in just a second. Looks like they have been given the update that this press conference will be starting soon. I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to our viewer, Chris Lee, who tweeted me, "He's dead, self-inflicted gunshot wound. I knew he would take this way out." Chris Lee figuring that the suspect, when he was spotted, would indeed take his own life, and that's what happened. Again, the press conference starting in just a moment.
Okay, good afternoon. We'll be giving another update relative to the Steve Stevens, the Facebook shooter case this afternoon. Please bear in mind that this investigation is in the very early stages, and though we will take questions, there's still some information to be gathered. Speaking this afternoon will be Mayor Frank Jackson, Chief Calvin Williams, Special Agent in charge of the Cleveland Office of the FBI, Steve Anthony, and Pete Elliott, U.S. Marshal. Mayor.
Well, we have closure in regards to the search for Steve Stevens. The chief and the other law enforcement will give you the details of that. I want to, again, give our condolence to the family, the Godwin family, and all of its members, and really, again, thank them for the way in which they've handled this very tragic situation, not only for them personally, but for the community as large. Also want to thank the community. There was a lot of support from the community, not only in terms of the family, but in terms of the law enforcement effort and the kind of information and tips that we were given. And I want to thank our partners, the federal, state, county, local, and other state law enforcement agencies that helped in this regard. And finally, I want to emphasize the fact that this particular incident received a lot of attention, and rightfully so, because it was a loss of innocence, an innocent victim. We, however, have many homicides, not only in Cleveland, but throughout this nation. And ultimately, I believe one of the things this has taught us, that we cannot resolve this underlining issues of violence, particularly gun violence, if we do not function and operate and have the same compassion and commitment that we've shown here as a community. And finally, I want to thank you as the media. You were very helpful to us in keeping things straight, keeping the facts straight, reporting the stories in a way that that really helped us to be able to do our job. So, Chief.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to officially announce that the search for Steve Stevens has ended. At approximately a little bit after 11 today, Pennsylvania State Police officers received a tip that the vehicle that we were looking for, the white Ford Fusion, was in a McDonald's parking lot near Erie, PA. Those officers responded. The vehicle fled from that area. There was a short pursuit in which the vehicle was stopped. As the officers approached that vehicle, Steve Stevens took his own life. We are grateful to the people that gave this tip to the Pennsylvania State Police. We're grateful that this has ended. We would prefer that it had not ended this way, because there are a lot of questions, I'm sure, that not only the family but the city in general would have had for Steve as to why this transpired. Again, our condolences are still with the family of Mr. Godwin, and you've all heard them on the news lately. They were forgiving, excuse me, they were forgiving of Steve for committing this atrocious act, and then we need to follow their lead. As the mayor stated, there are other victims in the city and around this country, and we continue to work hard to bring closure to those families also. There are a lot of things about this that we don't know. A lot of circumstances that we're still gathering. As Detective Chotz said, Sergeant Chotz, I'm sorry, stated, we're in the early stages of this. It's been probably less than an hour since this transpired. So as we get that information, we'll get it out. But I know that my partners here, Steve and Pete, would like to come up and say a couple words. Steve?
Just real quick, as we discussed, the goal from 2 o'clock Eastern Day was to make sure that no one else was a victim of violence by Mr. Stevens. And even though investigation is continuing, we believe that to be the case. That was the #1 goal. Obviously, the other goal was to bring Mr. Stevens in safely, and unfortunately, he chose that not to be the case. So again, we thank the public, as we said from day one, less than 45 hours ago. The public would be key to bringing the tip that was needed to resolve this situation. That's exactly what happened, and kudos to the Pennsylvania State Police for doing an outstanding job and in addressing the tip and bringing this to a conclusion. With that, Pete.
Thanks, Steve. Just real quick, I want to thank all the men and women standing up here for their dedication, but I also want to thank all the Deputy U.S. Marshals, FBI agents, the Cleveland police officers, all the officers who have been up all night for the last couple nights working on this case, pursuing every single lead. So I want to thank them for their dedication and their service. Thank you.
Before we take questions, just really quick, no information regarding law enforcement tactics is going to be discussed. So we'll open it up now for questions.
Chief, talk to us a little bit more about that pursuit, how exactly it unfolded. I know you weren't there, but
again, we're trying to get that information from the Pennsylvania State Police officers. We initially got the information it was a short pursuit in which the vehicle was stopped. As the officers approached the vehicle, Steve took his own life.
Did you suspect it was already there? We had that ping that we talked about yesterday.
We searched that area prior. We searched that area initially on Sunday when we got that ping up in that area of Erie, PA. We were in the process today of going back and doing a more thorough search of that area, both ground and air assets, when this transpired.
You said previously, I know the U.S. Marshals had said either Stevens had killed himself or he was being helped by someone. Do you guys believe that he was being harbored by anyone throughout this 48-hour period?
Again, we don't know. I mean, you know, anybody that's been, that way east in the Erie, PA area knows there are a lot of places to hide. There are a lot of remote areas, there are a lot of woods, farms and barns and things like that. So until we actually can get our investigators up there to confer with the state police officers and really look in the vehicle itself and maybe track back hopefully some people that may have seen him along the way today, we won't actually know where he was and what he was doing.
Did he shoot himself in the head?
I don't know. We don't know that yet.
Did he die on the scene?
Yes, he did.
You had talked this morning about Border Patrol was notified. You didn't know where he could be in the U.S. Is that kind of a diversion? Did you have a better idea? How'd you narrow it down?
I can't comment on that.
If you had narrowed it down, is there a reason why you wouldn't want that information out there to everyone?
Well, we put out the information, first of all, locally here. We put out the information then statewide, and then we came back and we expanded that search. So as we got information through leads, through our investigators that have been working day and night on this, then we expanded that search area.
Chief, is there any information prior to Erie where he was?
Not that we have right now.
Does he have any ties there that you know?
Not that we know of right now, but again, we're taking a slow, cautious approach with this right now. We're making sure that we go back and retrace as much as possible. There may be connections that we don't know about, and if people in that area have maybe seen him and not put two and two together over the last couple of days, we're still encouraging them to call that FBI tip line.
So this was a private citizen who called like 911?
Again, I don't know. When we get that information, we'll get it out to you guys.
Was there a higher level of alert in Erie because of that thing?
I wouldn't say a higher level of alert, but we did have people actually on the ground in that area on several occasions looking at not only the surrounding area, but that immediate area for the ping.
Have you had a Cleveland police presence in Erie since Sunday?
No, not a Cleveland police presence, but our federal partners were engaged in that area.
Are you guys disappointed?
Had he done anything to alter his appearance, for instance, shaving his hair?
Again, I don't know. You know, this happened, again, less than an hour ago. So our investigators are on their way now. We have several of our federal partners already there conversing with the state police in Pennsylvania. And as soon as we get all those details, we'll definitely push that back out.
Have you spoken with the family?
We've spoken with all the families involved, all the people that are really involved in this case. They've been notified, and we ask that you guys give them a little space in this because for them, it's not over. So we ask that you give them some space.
Are you guys disappointed that it ended this way? I know you touched on it a little bit, but how disappointed are you?
Well, I mean, this started with one tragedy and ended, with another person taking their own life. And loss of life is a loss of life. We would like to have brought Steve in peacefully and really talk to him to find out exactly why this happened, because there may be other people out there that are in similar situations that we can help by finding out why he did what he did and what kind of drove him to this. And we talked about this a little bit a couple days ago. If there are people out there that are in what we call sometimes a dark place, or they think they need help, they need to reach out and call. They can call the Division of Police, and we can forward things to our Adams Board, our mental health community here in Northeast Ohio. But if you're feeling, not quite right, and if there are things going on in your life that you need assistance with, you need to reach out and call somebody, and we'll get you that help.
The Pennsylvania police said it was a brief pursuit. Do you know what the definition of brief is?
Short.
A lot.
I don't have the exact measurements, but that's the same information we got. It was a short pursuit.
Cruiser?
Yes.
With lights and all the whole 9 yards?
Yes, that's the way they're equipped.
Do you know anything about the minutes before that? Was he eating at that McDonald's? Or
No, we don't have that information. Again, as soon as we get the real finite details of this, we'll get it out to everybody.
We'll be talking with the Office of Public Affairs there, too, to make sure that we have all the pertinent information to be able to give you guys a little bit more of an update. Like we said, very early in the investigation, the Joint Information Center for media is still open, and it'll stay open. And as we have more information and it's timely, we'll continue to put that out. So thank you.
And one thing before we leave, the marshal hit on it. There were dozens and dozens of officers, not just here in Cleveland, but around this country involved in this. And I definitely want to thank them. I don't think we could have gotten to a resolution this quickly without their help, and definitely without the public's help. That's always crucial in incidents like this. So I want to thank our men and women out there in law enforcement, and definitely thank the people around the country that called in, again, almost 400 tips on this that we had to follow up on. And that just shows the vigilance of the people in this country.
Did the partnerships created by the RNC help you to be able to mobilize quicker with federal resources, FBI, U.S. Marshals?
Well, the RNC was a big test for us, but we had these partnerships long before the RNC. I mean, I've known Steve for over 10 years. I've known Pete for over 15 years. Eric from ATF, Drew. I mean, we've worked together in the city for the last 20 years. So a lot of people talked about us coming together. We're always together. I call these guys and they're there just like that, and vice versa. So there is no disconnect with law enforcement here in Northeast Ohio.
Do you worry with all the attention that's gotten this high-profile case that there could be a ripple effect that other people might be encouraged?
No, we're not. We're not even putting that energy out there. I think everybody has learned from this. I think the people on social media kind of know the power, and I think they know the harm it can do. So we've talked before about people not living their lives on social media and being truthful in social media and not harming people via social media. And, this is a prime example. This is something that should not have been shared around the world, period. And, our kids, although they should not have seen this, I'm sure a lot have, they need to take this as a lesson. We can't do this in this country. We just can't do it.
Chief, in that vein, have you or any of the other law enforcement officials involved had direct conversations with Facebook about how to prevent this, about this particular incident, how to prevent it in the future?
I have not had personal conversations with any social media outlet. We have direct connections with them, but I'm sure this is something that's on the radar, maybe of some of our political leaders, our city, state, and federal leaders out here, to have those conversations, not just with Facebook, but with all social media. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So that is the official update from authorities in Cleveland. Stevens, the suspect in the Facebook shooting, has been found dead. He shot and killed himself following a brief pursuit. Now, when police approached his vehicle, that is when Stevens killed himself. His cell phone was tracked to the Erie, Pennsylvania area. Someone spotted the vehicle wanted in the McDonald's parking lot. They alerted authorities. Authorities tracked him down, and that is when a brief pursuit ensued. Again, you are looking at an image of the suspect, Steve Stevens, 37 years old. He is now dead after he shot and killed himself. Stevens was wanted in the shooting death of a 74-year-old man in Cleveland, a retiree who was just picking up aluminum cans. He posted video of the shooting on Facebook. He later live-streamed and confessed. Facebook has since taken down his profile. Again, if we have any other updates on this shooting, we will give you those updates here on Fox 10 News Now. One viewer sharing his thoughts, Mr. Ned Flanders, tweeting me, "Thank God he is dead, but two families are grieving, and I hope people respect their wishes." Mr. Ned Flanders making a good point. The family of the victim and the family of the suspect both grieving. Many people who knew the suspect said this is very unlike him, out of his character. They didn't see it coming. Again, there is another look at the room where the press conference was held. In case you missed the press conference, we're going to replay it for you here on News Now in just a second.
There's more room on the other side if someone wants to slide over. Where they start.
Okay, good afternoon. We'll be giving another update relative to the Steve Stevens, the Facebook shooter case this afternoon. Please bear in mind that this investigation is in the very early stages, and though we will take questions, there's still some information to be gathered. Speaking this afternoon will be Mayor Frank Jackson, Chief Calvin Williams, Special Agent in charge of the Cleveland office of the FBI, Steve Anthony, and Pete Elliott, U.S. Marshal. Mayor.
Well, we have closure in regards to the search for Steve Stevens. The chief and the other law enforcement will give you the details of that. I want to, again, give our condolence to the family, the Godwin family, and all of its members, and really, again, thank them for the way in which they've handled this very tragic situation, not only for them personally, but for the community as large. I also want to thank the community. There was a lot of support from the community, not only in terms of the family, but in terms of the law enforcement effort and the kind of information and tips that we were given. And I want to thank our partners, the federal, state, county, local, and other state law enforcement agencies that helped in this regard. And finally, I want to emphasize the fact that this particular incident received a lot of attention, and rightfully so, because it was a loss of innocence, an innocent victim. We, however, have many, many homicides, not only in Cleveland, but throughout this nation. And ultimately, I believe one of the things this has taught us, that we cannot resolve this underlining issues of violence, particularly gun violence, if we do not function and operate and have the same compassion and commitment that we've shown here as a community. And finally, I want to thank you as the media. You were very helpful to us in keeping things straight, keeping the facts straight, reporting the stories in a way that that really helped us to be able to do our job. So, Chief.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to officially announce that the search for Steve Stevens has ended. At approximately a little bit after 11 today, Pennsylvania State Police officers received a tip that the vehicle that we were looking for, the white Ford Fusion, was in a McDonald's parking lot near Erie, PA. Those officers responded. The vehicle fled from that area. There was a short pursuit in which the vehicle was stopped. As the officers approached that vehicle, Steve Stevens took his own life. We are grateful to the people that gave this tip to the Pennsylvania State Police. We're grateful that this has ended. We would prefer that it had not ended this way, because there are a lot of questions, I'm sure, that not only the family but the city in general would have had for Steve as to why this transpired. Again, our condolences are still with the family of Mr. Godwin, and you've all heard them on the news lately. They were forgiving, excuse me, they were forgiving of Steve for committing this atrocious act, and then we need to follow their lead. As the mayor stated, there are other victims in the city and around this country, and we continue to work hard to bring closure to those families also. There are a lot of things about this that we don't know, a lot of circumstances that we're still gathering. As Detective Chotz said, Sergeant Chotz, I'm sorry, stated, we're in the early stages of this. It's been probably less than an hour since this transpired. So as we get that information, we'll get it out. But I know that my partners here, Steve and Pete, would like to come up and say a couple words. Steve?
Just real quick, as we discussed, the goal from 2 o'clock Easter Day was to make sure that no one else was a victim of violence by Mr. Stevens. And even though investigation is continuing, we believe that to be the case. That was the #1 goal. Obviously, the other goal was to bring Mr. Stevens in safely, and unfortunately, he chose that not to be the case. So again, we thank the public. As we said from day one, less than 45 hours ago, the public would be key to bringing the tip that was needed to resolve this situation. That's exactly what happened, and kudos to the Pennsylvania State Police for doing an outstanding job and in addressing the tip and bringing this to a conclusion. With that, Pete.
Thanks, Steve. Just real quick, I want to thank all the men and women standing up here for their dedication, but I also want to thank all the Deputy U.S. Marshals, FBI agents, Cleveland police officers, all the officers who have been up all night for the last couple nights working on this case, pursuing every single lead. So I want to thank them for their dedication and their service. Thank you.
Before we take questions, just really quick, no information regarding law enforcement tactics is going to be discussed. So we'll open it up now for questions.
Chief, talk to us a little bit more about that pursuit, how exactly it unfolded. I know you weren't there, but
Again, we're trying to get that information from the Pennsylvania State Police officers. We initially got the information it was a short pursuit in which the vehicle was stopped. As the officers approached the vehicle, Steve took his own life.
did you suspect it was already there? We had that ping that we talked about yesterday.
We searched that area prior. We searched that area initially on Sunday when we got that ping up in that area of Erie, PA. We were in the process today of going back and doing a more thorough search of that area, both ground and air assets, when this transpired.
You said previously, I know the U.S. Marshals had said either Stevens had killed himself or he was being helped by someone. Do you guys believe that he was being harbored by anyone throughout this 48-hour period?
Again, we don't know. I mean, anybody that's been, that way east in the Erie, PA area knows there are a lot of places to hide. There are a lot of remote areas, there are a lot of woods, farms and barns and things like that. So until we actually can get our investigators up there to confer with the state police officers and really look in the vehicle itself and maybe track back hopefully some people that may have seen him along the way today, we won't actually know where he was and what he was doing.
Did he shoot himself in the head?
I don't know. We don't know that
Did he
yet.
die on the scene?
Yes, he did.
You had talked this morning about Border Patrol was notified. You didn't know where he could be in the U.S. Is that kind of a diversion? Did you have a better idea? How'd you narrow it down?
I can't comment on that.
If you had narrowed it down, is there a reason why you wouldn't want that information out there to everyone?
Well, we put out the information, first of all, locally here. We put out the information then statewide, and then we came back and we expanded that search. So as we got information through leads, through our investigators that have been working day and night on this, then we expanded that search area.
Chief, is there any information prior to Erie where he was?
Not that we have right now.
Does he have any ties there that you know?
Not that we know of right now, but again, we're taking a slow, cautious approach with this right now. We're making sure that we go back and retrace as much as possible. There may be connections that we don't know about, and if people in that area have maybe seen him and not put two and two together over the last couple of days, we're still encouraging them to call that FBI tip line.
So this was a private citizen who called like 911?
Again, I don't know. When we get that information, we'll get it out to you guys.
Is there a higher level of alert in Erie because of that thing?
I wouldn't say a higher level of alert, but we did have people actually on the ground in that area on several occasions looking at not only the surrounding area, but that immediate area for the ping.
Have you had a Cleveland police presence in Erie since Sunday?
No, not a Cleveland police presence, but our federal partners were engaged in that area.
Are you guys disappointed?
Have you done anything to alter his appearance, for instance, shaving his hair?
Again, I don't know. This happened, again, less than an hour ago. So our investigators are on their way now. We have several of our federal partners already there conversing with the state police in Pennsylvania. And as soon as we get all those details, we'll definitely push that back out.
Have you spoken with the family?
We've spoken with all the families involved, all the people that are really involved in this case. They've been notified, and we ask that you guys give them a little space in this because for them, it's not over. So we ask that you give them some space.
Are you guys disappointed that it ended this way? I know you touched on it a little bit, but how disappointed are you?
Well, I mean, this started with one tragedy and ended, with another person taking their own life. And loss of life is a loss of life. We would like to have brought Steve in peacefully and really talk to him to find out exactly why this happened, because there may be other people out there that are in similar situations that we can help by finding out why he did what he did and what kind of drove him to this. And we talked about this a little bit a couple days ago. If there are people out there that are in a what we call sometimes a dark place, or they think they need help, they need to reach out and call. They can call the Division of Police, and we can forward things to our Adams Board, our mental health community here in Northeast Ohio. But if you're feeling, not quite right, and if there are things going on in your life that you need assistance with, you need to reach out and call somebody, and we'll get you that help.
The Pennsylvania police said it was a brief pursuit. Do you know what the definition of brief is? in this context?
Short.
A lot. I
I don't have the exact measurements, but that's the same information we got. It was a short pursuit.
Cruiser
Yes.
with lights and on the whole 9 yards?
Yes, that's the way they're equipped.
Do you know anything about the minutes before that? Was he eating at that McDonald's? Or?
No, we don't have that information. Again, as soon as we get the real finite details of this, we'll get it out to everybody.
We'll be talking with the Office of Public Affairs there too to make sure that we have all the pertinent information to be able to give you guys a little bit more of an update. Like we said, very early in the investigation, the Joint Information Center for media is still open, and it'll stay open, and as we have more information and it's timely, we'll continue to put that out. So thank you.
And one thing before we leave, the marshal hit on it. There were dozens and dozens of officers, not just here in Cleveland, but around this country involved in this. And I definitely want to thank them. I don't think we could have gotten to a resolution this quickly without their help, and definitely without the public's help. That's always crucial in incidents like this. So I want to thank our men and women out there in law enforcement, and definitely thank the people around the country that called in. Again, almost 400 tips on this that we had to follow up on, and that just shows the vigilance of the people in this country.
Did the partnerships created by the RNC help you to be able to mobilize quicker with federal resources, FBI, U.S. Marshals?
Well, the RNC was a big test for us, but we had these partnerships long before the RNC. I mean, I've known Steve for over 10 years. I've known Pete for over 15 years. Eric from ATF, Drew. I mean, we've worked together in the city for the last 20 years. So a lot of people talked about us coming together. We're always together. I call these guys and they're there just like that, and vice versa. So there is no disconnect with law enforcement here in Northeast Ohio.
Do you worry with all the attention that's gotten this high-profile case that there could be a ripple effect that other people might be encouraged?
No, we're not. We're not even putting that energy out there. I think everybody has learned from this. I think the people on social media kind of know the power, and I think they know the harm it can do. So we've talked before about people not living their lives on social media, and being truthful in social media, and not harming people via social media. And, this is a prime example. This is something that should not have been shared around the world, period. And, our kids, although they should not have seen this, I'm sure a lot have, they need to take this as a lesson. We can't do this in this country. We just can't do it.
Chief, in that vein, have you or any of the other law enforcement officials involved had direct conversations with Facebook about how to prevent this, about this particular incident, how to prevent it in the future?
I have not had personal conversations with any social media outlet. We have direct connections with them, but I'm sure this is something that's on the radar, maybe of some of our political leaders, our city, state, and federal leaders out here, to have those conversations, not just with Facebook, but with all social media. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Again, that wraps up the press conference. Here is a picture of the suspect in case you may have missed what he looked like. That's Steve Stevens, the man who posted a murder he committed on Facebook. A video that circulated showing the murder of a 74-year-old man in Cleveland. A video that was taken down. A video that the family urged the public not to share. This man is the suspect. This man tracked down in Erie, Pennsylvania this morning, spotted at a McDonald's. Police pursued him briefly. The suspect then shot and killed himself. Again, this is breaking news. If you get any additional updates, we'll let you guys know here on News Now. Again, just some background information in case you didn't know much about this story. Now, Steve Stevens was a job counselor who worked with teenagers and young people. He was wanted on aggravated murder charges in the shooting of Robert Godwin Sr., a 74-year-old man who was picking up aluminum cans on Sunday before he was killed. Now, police would not speculate on what was behind the killing, but in the video posted on Facebook, he talked about losing everything he had to gambling, as well as having trouble with his girlfriend. The video of the killing was up for 3 hours on Facebook before it was taken down, raising questions about Facebook's handling of objectionable material posted by its users. Facebook said it removed the video 23 minutes after learning about it. Now, in the video of the shooting, Stevens told Godwin the name of his girlfriend, Joy Lane, and said, "She's the reason that this is about to happen to you." The victim, Godwin, did not seem to recognize the name. Now, that woman sent a text message to CBS saying that she and the suspect, Stevens, had been in a relationship for several years. She also said, quote, "I'm sorry that all of this has happened." Now, even though the suspect said that he had killed over a dozen people in a video posted on Facebook, investigators say that Godwin was the only victim so far linked to Steve Stevens. Now, detectives had spoken with the suspect on Sunday over cell phone. They tried to persuade him to surrender. Police then expanded the search nationwide and offered $50,000 for information leading to the capture of the suspect. However, the suspect spotted this morning, now dead after shooting and killing himself. All right, everyone, we are going to switch gears now. If we get any additional information, again, on Steve Stevens, if we get live aerials of the scene where this all went down in Erie, Pennsylvania, we will take you there, of course. In the meantime, though, we want to bring things back to Arizona. The NAU shooting trial continues. October 2015, that is when a student at Northern Arizona University allegedly shot 4 of his fellow classmates, killing one after an incident, an altercation, late night partying. We're going to take you live to that trial now, taking place in Flagstaff, Arizona.
All the way back from here, where you say you saw the light first flick on with circle.
I believed it was at halfway through the parking lot, so when you showed me that picture, I'm going to put an X when I see. I didn't have that view when you asked me when I saw halfway of the parking lot. So when you give me the picture and say, where do you believe it happened, I'm going to draw an X in the middle of the parking lot, like I said in my statement.
Your statement to the police, correct?
And in my deposition to you, I said it flicked on from about the middle of the parking lot, which I believe to be about 30 yards out.
Okay. So you've been pretty consistent that you saw the light come on halfway in the parking lot.
That's what I said, yes. I said it was about halfway through the parking lot.
And then as you are with Mr. Pletke on the north side of Franklin, you hear some, what you believe are fireworks or some pops, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. You cross the street?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. And then you approach Mr. Peering and you see him on the ground, correct?
Bleeding on the ground, yes.
and then you at some point thereafter notice Colin to the right of Mr. Peering, right?
Yes, I do notice Colin.
Okay. Nick Acevedo is there also.
Yes, he was the one holding Colin, trying to keep him alive.
Is there anything else that you want to volunteer about the medical condition of these two individuals that I'm
Objection,
asking you about?
argumentative.
Overruled. Question is withdrawn.
You believed, to use your words, or words that you agreed with, that you had a front row seat to this incident, correct?
I believe you asked me that question, and I agreed with it in the deposition.
Okay. In fact, you thought and you felt that you and Nick Pletke were probably one of the most critical witnesses to this case.
Did I state that?
I'm asking you if that's your opinion as you sit here today, sir.
As a critical witness, I wouldn't feel comfortable calling myself a critical witness. I don't know what other people saw.
Well, didn't you think that you were an important witness?
I do think I'm an important witness.
Didn't you indicate that you and Nick were the only ones that were able to or that saw what happened?
When? When did I indicate that?
In your defense interview?
I'm not sure. Can I see my transcripts?
Do you recall saying that or no?
Objection vague. When and what is he talking about?
I think he said in his defense interview the objection's overruled.
You recall saying that or no?
I do not recall saying that.
Okay.
I don't remember.
You do recall agreeing with me, though, with the characterization that you had a front row seat to this incident?
Yes, you made the statement, I believe, and I agreed with you.
Okay. And you believe that you were pretty much the information source for most of the people who came to the hospital or to the fraternity house later on that date, correct?
Yeah, what do you mean by information source?
I don't know. What did you mean when you said that?
Like, to the situation as a whole, I was one of the only ones there that was, everyone else was inside. I was on the outside. So I guess I see what you're saying. Yes, I had the information of the situation.
Okay. And so when you came out of Mountain View after dropping off the female that was with you, you approached one of the many police officers who were there to tell them that you were a witness.
No, I did not.
Okay. You walked to your apartment or to where you were living that night?
Yeah, I was trying to make my way home.
Mm-hmm. And you encountered some other police officers on your way home, didn't you?
Yeah, I was actually on the corner of the street bawling.
Yes or no?
I was
you encountered some other police officers on the way home, correct?
Yeah.
Did you volunteer any information to that police officer?
No, he was actually mad at me for thinking of making fun of the situation.
Did you let the police officer know that you were a witness and you had information about what had occurred?
No, I believe I was crying a bit too hard. I was a bit of a mess after what I had just seen.
You were so upset about what you saw, but you didn't think it was important to tell the police at that point?
At that point, no, I was crying about my best friend being shot.
Okay. And then from there you go to where?
I make it back to my house at the 318 South Humphrey Street.
Is that a fraternity house?
That is.
So you live at the fraternity house with how many other Delta Chi members?
It ranges at times, but I think maximum it could hold about 16 people.
How many Delta Chi's were living there at the time?
I don't remember.
When you get home, after walking past the police officer and you're at the fraternity house, do you call the police at that point?
No, it was still a bit of a mess. As I said before, I wanted to get to the hospital to my friend and my brother to make sure I could be standing by his side to help him fight for his life.
Okay, so is that a no? You didn't call the police?
No, I did not call the police.
Okay. And then from the fraternity house, you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you talk to the police at the hospital?
No, I didn't see any police at the hospital.
There were no police at the hospital?
I did not see any police at the hospital.
Not any at all?
I did not see any police at the hospital.
Were you in the waiting room?
I was in between the waiting room. I was outside. I was smoking cigarettes. I was crying. And I was also praying, sir.
Okay. And between your crying and smoking and praying, you didn't see any police officers in the waiting room at all?
Not that I recall.
Answered.
Overruled.
Yeah. How many times are you going to ask that?
You can ask it again?
I can answer again.
Okay. So you didn't see any police officers, for example, standing by the entrance or exit to the waiting room at the hospital?
No, sir. When I got to the hospital to support my 4 best friends that were shot, I did not see any police officers, to my knowledge.
How long were you at the hospital that evening?
It's very hard to say. The hospital staff kind of wanted to push us out because we had such a large gathering with the community. They actually wanted us to go outside. When we went outside, we linked up in hands and started praying. I actually led the prayer, but it was going in and out. I can't put an exact time on it.
Okay. Well, aside from describing what you did, my question is, how much time did you spend there? If you can't give me an exact time, can you give me a range, please?
An hour to 2 hours to 3 hours to 4 hours. I actually can't give you a range. I was thinking of other things rather than looking at the clock.
So you're at the hospital anywhere from 1 to 4 hours that evening?
You can say that.
And then from the hospital, because you say you didn't see any police officers there during those 1 to 4 hours, did you make any effort at that point to contact the police?
No, at that point was the press conference where they would be talking about the murder. And
Your Honor, move to strike non-responsive.
Oh, I'm sorry. When they were talking about
Just a second, please. Let
sorry.
me rule. The objection is sustained. That last comment is stricken.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I'm not asking about anything that happened after the hospital. If you don't understand my question, please let me know. I'll be happy to rephrase it. My question is, while you're at the hospital, did you make any effort to attempt to contact the police on your own?
No.
While you were at the hospital, you were discussing what you thought you had observed with your other fraternity brothers and friends there, weren't you?
I never said that.
You did not discuss the incident with the other people at the hospital?
We were worried about other things. People asked what had happened. I told them there was a shooting. I wasn't going to sit there and go into full detail about the most dramatic event that had ever happened to me, and that probably will ever happen. So we, like I said before,
Your Honor, move to strike non-responsive.
Sustained. Mr. Volpel, please answer the question. Yes
okay.
or no?
It's a simple question, sir. Did you or did you not discuss the incident that you believed you had witnessed with the other people at the hospital?
Just as much as saying there was a shooting.
Okay. And then when you heard the first round of gunshots from across the street on Franklin, you were not the only people who approached, correct?
Yes, I was with Nicholas Plecky.
In addition to you and Mr. Plecky, there was approximately another 10 to 15 people who approached, correct?
I believe that's what I said. Approached?
Who heard the noises and approached the parking lot area?
I'm like at the same time as me. I didn't see anyone approach with me. I believe I was talking about the people inside of the parking lot.
You recall telling the police, so the rounds go off, and the last thing I assume it was where the noise being gunshots. I thought it was fireworks or something, so I approached the situation along with 15 or 15 other people who had heard the noises. Do you recall saying that to the police?
The morning of, but in terms of what I was trying to say was that they were the 15 to 10 other people that were already there, not approaching with me. I did not run up with a wave of people.
When you approached the individual who you say reached for something behind his back, your testimony this morning, if I understood it, was that you put your hands in the air?
Put my hands up like this.
You put your hands up for him, towards him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, don't shoot.
Mm-hmm. Because you reached to his back?
Because as we approached, saw what was going on, and got closer and closer, I saw him, we drew his attention, and he reached for something behind his back. And after seeing two friends on the ground that had been shot, I assumed it was a gun, so yes.
So when you first approached, he just puts his hand behind his back, and you put your hands out?
I put my hands out the second he starts reaching, and then that's when I start running back.
You didn't say anything to the police about putting your hands up or your hands out, did you?
I don't recall.
Yes. What is 92? What is 92? Okay.
This is Exhibit 92, sir. Can you just flip through that and identify that as a transcript of your interview with the police the next morning?
Yes, this is a transcript of my interview with the police the next morning.
And that's one of the transcripts that you reviewed prior to your testimony this morning, correct?
Correct.
And can you agree, flipping through there, that there's nothing in there where you indicated to the police you had to put your hands up or your hands out?
I do not recall.
You don't recall seeing that in there, do you?
I don't recall if it's in here or not.
Okay. Well, if you see it in there, you'll let me know, okay?
Okay, so do you want me to read this while I'm up here, or?
No, I'll give you a chance to look through it, and you can let me know if you see it, okay? I'll move on to another question.
Okay.
When you, excuse me, after you approach the corner of the parking lot where you saw your friends, and then you duck behind the car, you hear additional shots almost immediately, correct?
Yes, the second we get behind the car, I hear next round of gunshots.
And then you make your way over to Mountain View and drop off this female, correct?
Correct.
Part of the reason you went to Mountain View is because you wanted to go see the guys and everybody who knew.
That is not why I would have went to Mountain View. None of our guys live at Mountain View.
Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead and take that transcript I just handed you and turn to page 10.
I took her to yeah, okay. Take page 10. I'm here.
All right. Now you see on line 11?
Line 11.
You're asked the question, and then from there, after those shots happen, then what? What did you do? You see that question on lines 11 through 12?
I do see that question.
Okay. And can you read your response in lines 13 through 19?
Me and the girl walked up the sidewalk along the field, along the chain link fence. I walked her back to the Mountain View dorm because I wanted to go see the guys and everyone who knew. So by that statement, I wanted to...
Excuse me. I'll give you a chance.
Oh, you want me to read the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
I'll tell you what. Let me read it, and you can let me know if I read it correctly. Me and the girl walked up the sidewalk along the field, along the chain link fence. I walked her back to her dorm to Mountain View because I wanted to go see the guys and everyone who knew. I didn't want to be with some random girl, and so dropped her off at the dorm, and I started my walk back, and I walked back like down the fire escape. By that time, the streets were lined with ambulances. They had everyone on the ground by the time I was walking past, and that's the rest of the event that I saw. Was that your response to the police?
That was my response to the police.
Between the time of this incident and when you spoke to the police, I'm sorry, let me back up. Between the time you spoke to the police the following morning and the time that you spoke to me for your defense interview, over a year had passed, hadn't it?
Yes, it had.
And you spoke to friends of yours during that period of time about what you believed you had observed, hadn't you?
Yes, I had mentioned it.
Could you walk us through again the path that you took from the Mountain View dorm to your fraternity house that evening?
Yeah, so from the Mountain View door, I walked down that cement sidewalk fire escape driveway, back until it gets you to Franklin Street, cross Franklin Street, get on that side of the sidewalk, right next to those trees I was standing at before, and then from my view, or from my angle, if you turn left, that takes me back to my house.
So when you exited the Mountain View parking lot, you were essentially walking on that driveway or sidewalk that's right between the parking lot and Mountain View.
Yes.
Right between the sidewalk and Mountain View dorm, correct?
Yes. What would you like me to refer that as?
If we're on the same page, that's fine. As you exited through that, can we call that the main entrance to the Mountain View parking lot?
I get there's two entrances, but yes, you can call it the main entrance.
This is the entrance across the street from the courtyard, right?
Correct.
As you traversed through the main entrance across the street from the courtyard, after all the shooting had completed, did you see anybody there?
Anybody where?
The area we were just talking about, that entrance area.
It was lined with fire trucks, and yes, there was a bunch of people. I mean, everyone had their hands on the ground. There was guns pointed, and
Anybody in particular you could identify?
no, sir.
Just a few more questions, sir. Do you recall how long you were at the party that night?
No, I do not.
It was dark when you left, correct?
It was dark when I left.
The lighting conditions affected the degree to which you were able to see things, didn't they?
The Mountain View parking lot is like fairly well lit. The street is a bit darker, but I mean, you can definitely see.
Could you make out any faces of the people who were in the parking lot?
No, sir, I cannot.
Could you hear any words that were being said?
No.
When you exited the courtyard upon leaving the party, were you alone or were you with anybody else?
I was alone. I was making my way back by myself to go home.
So you weren't with Kyle's infected?
No, sir.
You weren't with Nick Acevedo at that point?
No, sir. I was alone. I was by myself.
You weren't with Nick Peering at that point?
No, sir. I was alone.
So, from the time you left the party until the time you next saw Nick Acevedo was after you ran into the parking lot and saw him with Colin, correct?
Correct.
You weren't hanging out with Nick Acevedo by that main entrance to the parking lot as the group was splitting north and it was ratcheting up?
No, I was watching from the sidewalk.
You weren't with Nick Acevedo when you heard pops coming from the cluster from the first time?
No, I was standing next to Nick Plucky.
You know who Nick Acevedo is, right?
I do.
He's a friend of yours?
He is.
If he was standing next to you, you'd probably have a pretty easy time recognizing him, wouldn't you?
Yep. Yes.
What got your attention to the parking lot at the time was the light turning on, correct?
Yes, the high-powered light.
Okay. And you couldn't tell specifically what the light was being pointed at, could you?
It was being pointed like he was using it like a flashlight. It was being pointed towards the confrontation he was approaching.
So it was still a confrontation at that point?
Words were still being exchanged, yes.
Okay. You had a belief or an understanding at that point that it was a light affixed to the gun, or you didn't know at that point?
Nope, I thought it was just a light, a high-powered light that I believed to be either a police officer or a security guard that was going to break up whatever was going on.
Okay, we understand that the light was very bright in your estimation. I'm not asking you how bright it was. I'm just asking you if the way it was being held appeared to be any different than someone who'd be using a flashlight just to walk across the parking lot.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, there was nothing unusual about the way the light was being held from your perspective.
He was just using it to illuminate the way.
Okay. When you saw the light You didn't think to yourself, that light looks like it's attached to a gun?
Nope.
Okay. When the light came on, you didn't think to yourself, geez, that parking lot is so well lit, why would somebody need a flashlight to see where they're going?
Uh-uh.
Is that a no?
No.
He had the beam headed towards where he was walking, correct?
Correct.
As the flashlight approached the group, there was still arguing going on, correct?
Yes, there's still words being exchanged.
And then Nick Pletke went with you, to the best of your knowledge, behind the vehicle after you saw the individual reach behind him?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
When was the next time you saw Mr. Pletke?
I do not recall.
Prior to that, when was the last time you saw Mr. Pletke?
Prior to what?
Prior to you ducking behind the car in the parking lot.
When he walked up next to me when I had moved from the sidewalk to the grass area where the trees are, I believe that's when he walked up next to me. So that would have been the last time I saw Mr. Pletke.
You never saw any interaction between Mr. Acevedo and the person that you believe was holding the gun after you approached that area of the sidewalk, of the parking lot?
I believe they were exchanging words, or Nick was saying something to him. I don't recall what he was saying, though.
Purely just verbal, though, correct?
What do you mean by purely just verbal?
Was there any physical interaction between them?
No physical interaction.
No punching?
No punching.
No hitting?
No hitting.
No gun pointing?
Not that I know of.
Not that you saw, correct?
Not that I saw.
Okay. In fact, you never even saw a gun.
I never saw a gun.
You're not able to say how far the person holding the gun or the flashlight was from Mr. Brew at the time the shots were fired, are you?
I'm not comfortable putting an estimate on it. No, I'm not able to say that.
Similarly, you're not able to say how far the person holding the gun was from Mr. Peering at the time shots were fired, are you?
No, I wasn't counting my steps as I was trying to save my friends.
If I got just a very brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay, just a couple other things. You didn't actually see Mr. Acevedo punch anybody?
No, and I never said Mr. Acevedo punched anyone. I said Mr. Contreras punched someone.
I'm sorry, you never saw Mr. Contreras punch anyone?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. I apologize, I misspoke.
It's okay.
When speaking to other Delta Chi members about this incident since it occurred. You've given an account of what you saw, haven't you?
Yes, I've told them what I saw. What do you mean by that question?
Well, would you not characterize yourself as pretty much the information source most people
Objection asked and answered and relevance.
Let me hear the question.
Would you not characterize yourself as being pretty much the information source most people were coming to because you had a pretty good view of the situation and saw most of it?
The objection's overruled.
I would say people saw me as an information source, yeah.
And you likewise consider yourself as an information source, didn't you?
Yeah, because they kept coming up to me, asking me what happened, so I made the assumption that I could be characterized as an information source.
Did you at any point, after you finally spoke to the police the following morning, voluntarily initiate or attempt to initiate contact with the police or the prosecutor's office to report any new information that you may have come onto or come into?
Not until I had my deposition with you.
And that you were contacted to come in for that, weren't you?
Correct. I had it scheduled.
Right. But my question, though, sir, is whether you yourself ever initiated any subsequent contact with the police or the prosecutor's office.
Nope, never did.
And you had no idea or sense as to why Mr. Contreras may have punched somebody that night, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
So let me just finish off by finishing off on the chronology after the hospital. You mentioned something about a press conference?
Yes, there was a press conference held at the High Country Conference Center.
That was the following morning?
That was the morning of, yes.
You attended that?
I did attend that.
Did you go there directly from the hospital?
I believe, I am actually not 100% certain, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall where you may have stopped between the hospital and the press conference?
If I were to, I'm not going to guess on that. No, I don't.
Did you attempt to initiate contact or identify yourself as a witness to any police officers at the press conference?
No, I did not.
Where did you go after the press conference?
I went back to my room, back to my house.
The fraternity house?
My house, yes.
I'm not trying to split hairs, but is it a house where multiple fraternity members all live, or are there separate houses that are all like a complex and everybody has their own house?
What do you mean by house?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out what you mean by a house. Are you talking about, you said it's your house, were you the only one who lived there, or were there also other fraternity brothers who lived there?
Other fraternity brothers live there too. I don't live there by myself.
Okay, so how many other fraternity brothers were there when you went there after the press conference?
I have no idea.
How many of them did you speak to about the incident?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
How many people did you speak to at the hospital about the incident?
We were more praying and consoling each other. I was pretty quiet at the hospital. I was one of the ones crying the hardest, I believe.
At no time you didn't talk, at no time did you talk to anybody at the hospital about the incident?
I don't remember. I was a head case. I was just hoping my friends were alive.
And what about at the press conference?
At the press conference? No, we were listening to the press conference.
And then after the press conference, you go back to the fraternity house and you talk to your fraternity brothers. Do you then at that point pick up the phone and initiate contact with the police?
No, I don't.
Okay. In fact, you never once initiated contact with the police, did you?
No, I assumed that they would be here, which they were. They showed up on my doorstep.
The police came to you?
Uh-huh. Yep, a detective did that morning, right after the press conference.
Okay. Similarly, in January of this year, you were contacted for the scheduling of your defense deposition, defense interview, correct?
January of this year. I'm not sure what month I was contacted, if that's what it was, sure.
Okay. And aside from that, you haven't had any contact or communication with the police in this case?
No, I have not.
you've made it pretty clear through your testimony today that Mr. Brew was somebody that you were very close with.
Everyone in the chapter I'm very close with. We're brothers. I would say that about every single one of the guys in the chapter.
There's nothing that you wouldn't do for Colin that you wouldn't do for any other fraternity brother?
No.
You guys are actually like blood brothers.
Brotherhood, blood brothers.
You look out for each other, don't you?
Yes, we do.
You have each other's backs, don't you?
We do.
You support each other.
Yes, that's what a brotherhood is.
Okay. And you feel that strong brotherhood as you testify here this morning, don't you?
I do. And I feel Colin looking over me, too.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
It is stricken. Last comment is stricken.
Okay. So, when you got to your fraternity house after being at the hospital and after being at the press conference, were you or were you not aware at that point that Colin was deceased?
Yes, I believe we had gotten the news that he was. I don't exactly remember what time, but I believe I had known.
So you knew that Colin had passed away prior to the police contacting you, correct?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So during this whole stretch of time, you were satisfied not knowing whether Colin survived or not?
Me personally, after what I had seen, when I approached the situation and Colin fighting for his life, I unfortunately made the assumption that he wasn't going to make it.
Okay. So you were of the assumption or belief that he had passed away basically from the time you saw him after running to the parking lot?
Not from the time after I saw him, but I mean, hopes weren't very high.
Your hopes weren't very high that he was still alive when you were at the hospital, were they?
No.
Your hopes weren't very high that he was alive when you were at the fraternity house before going to the hospital, were they?
No.
Your hopes weren't very high that he was alive when you were at the fraternity house after the hospital?
No, not after I saw the bullets in his chest. It was just, I mean, there was no way. He was trying so hard.
Okay. Yet, despite that belief that your dear brother had fallen, you at no time made any effort whatsoever to contact the police. Isn't that true, Mr. Volko?
Yes, because I wanted to be with my brothers and pray.
You wanted to be with your brothers and pray, or be with your brothers and get your story straight?
Be with my brothers and pray. I wanted to make sure that we could stick together and to anything, to any hope to God, try to bring hopes high.
Sticking together is an important part of brotherhood, isn't it?
It is brotherhood.
And that concept of sticking together is basically the essence of your relationship with your Delta Chi brothers, isn't it?
I mean, sir, you're asking the same question over and over. Yes, we are we're a brotherhood.
And I realize that you're speaking about yourself, but you would expect that same type of commitment and devotion from your brothers in return, wouldn't you?
I don't expect it. I know it.
You can assume it's there, right?
I don't assume it's there.
No question in your mind?
No question on my mind.
You have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I use the restroom, Your Honor?
Just a second. We'll take a break here in just a second.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, folks, let's take a 15-minute recess. Please remember the admonition. All right, and I'm going to ask the media if you would cut the audio feed while we're on break.
All right, as you can see, the NAU shooting trial is on break, so we want to give you guys a live look at the Kia kissing contest. Some of you might not know what this is about. We covered it for you extensively yesterday. That's right, it is a contest. The person who kisses the Kia vehicle the longest wins a car. It's been going on since yesterday morning. This event taking place in Austin, Texas, actually an Austin, Texas suburb, Round Rock, the Kia dealership there. Started out with 20 participants. As of this morning, they were down to 11. For those of you tuning in to the NAU shooting trial, we will indeed go back to the trial. We will resume trial coverage as soon as the trial resumes. In the meantime, though, we are going to show you these live images coming in from that Kia kissing contest in Texas. Now here is an interesting story. You may have heard me tell it yesterday, but for those viewers who were not watching the Kia kissing contest yesterday, this is brand new information for you. So, turns out one of our coworkers here at Fox 10 was in a similar kissing contest, and he won a boat. Yep, he was the winner of a boat kissing contest. In fact, that contest was even harder because they only got breaks every 4 hours in the boat kissing contest. They got a 30-minute break every 4 hours in that contest. And the reason my coworker Dean won, well, someone asked the two remaining, what do you guys want for lunch? And the runner-up didn't realize it. Took his lips off the boat, to answer the question and lost. So that is our own personal kissing contest story here at Fox 10. Now this Kia kissing contest in Austin, Texas is a bit different. This Kia kissing contest, the participants get a break every single hour. So some people thinking, wow, that's too easy. They need to make it harder. But you know what? They set the rules. What started as 20 participants yesterday are down to, at most, 11. We knew there were 11 participants left as of this morning, all hoping to win a brand new car. Now, in the contest that my coworker participated in, Dean Vizzini, that contest to win a boat, where you only got a break every 4 hours, that contest lasted 71 hours. That's right, 71 hours. Bodie McBoatface asking, did these participants continue through the night? Yes, this is a non-stop competition. It's been going on for more than 24 hours now. It's been going on since yesterday morning. A never-ending contest there in Austin, Texas. I want to go ahead and read some of our viewer comments coming in on YouTube. Instalock Taka messaging us saying the first thing to do after winning the car, take it to the car wash. That's right. There are a lot of germs on this car. There are a lot of germs on that car. Again, those of you just joining us, we are taking a break from our NAU shooting trial coverage to show you this Kia kissing contest in Texas. As soon as the trial resumes, we'll take you back there. But in the meantime, we thought we would dip into this Kia contest and check in, see how things are going. We've been covering it since yesterday morning. It's nonstop here on News Now.
Tell you guys they're doing awesome.
As you can see, our photographer there on the scene is repositioning himself and his camera to get a different angle of this Kia kissing contest. A contest that seems to never end. It's been going on for more than 24 hours. Many people still left in the game. It started out with 20 contestants. As of this morning, they were down to 11. The total number right now, unclear, but you can see clearly at least a handful of people still holding on, still continuing to take part in this Kia kissing contest in Texas. Viewer Daywalker tuning in on YouTube asking, can they take a break? Yes, actually these participants, pretty lucky, they get a break every single hour. As of yesterday, they were getting 10-minute breaks every single hour. So assuming those are still the rules, they do have time to use the restroom, eat a snack, drink some water, make a phone call, charge their phone, do whatever they got to do during those 10-minute breaks.
Let's just say hair talks. With Frizzy's air dry waves, your hair pulls, and frizz never interrupts. Only from John Fuente.
At TCC, being technically better means always doing the right thing. More than 50 years ago, TCC revolutionized higher education. And now, with our new money-back guarantee, we're doing it again. If you don't get a job within 6 months of graduation, you get your money back. We think it's the right thing. All right, guys, 10 more minutes. www.tcc.edu/moneybackguarantee. Texas State Technical College. Technically better.
After 39 years of quietly being the #1 engagement ring store in Canada, Spence Diamonds is now opening stores all across America. And we're celebrating by bringing diamonds to town like no one's ever seen. Pink diamonds, yellow diamonds, blue diamonds. Very few artisans can successfully create diamonds. And manufacturing pros can create pink, yellow, and blue diamonds. We found Michelangelo, we found Vincent Van Gogh. You're going to be happy if you shop at Spence.
Now open in the domain.
It used to be only dealerships had the equipment to diagnose your car, and that's the way they liked it. And auctions, automotive specials, we've got all the same technology and a ton more locations. So when your warning light comes on, swing on by and we'll let you know if it's something major or just a loose gas cap. AuctionsAutomotiveSpecialist.com. It's simply the best for less.
Subs has some big news, and boy, it's it small. Now you can get the biggest taste of any of our 10 specialty subs made in new flavor pack small size, starting at just $3.99. Choose from Firehouse Sub classics like the Hook Ladder with smoked turkey, Virginia honey, and Belgian Monterey Jack, or the famous Firehouse New Ball with lemon roll and zesty marinara. And each small sub has under 500 calories. Small subs, big flavor, starting at just $3.99. Now that is a big deal.
Hey guys, my name is Cassie Ricola, firefighter from Atlanta, Georgia, reminding you that now a portion of every single Firehouse Subs purchase goes towards providing life-saving equipment for first responders. So even your new small subs can make a big difference.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen. Firehouse of America will donate 0.13% of your purchases in 2017 at all U.S. locations to the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation with a minimum donation of $1 million. For more details, visit firehousesubs.com.
No matter where you shop, no matter what you put on, the covers will be it. Hi, I'm Denise Cover, and we have both Chevy and GMC trucks in one location for you to choose from. All in the color, style, and with all the options
options you want. We offer the best customer service and of course our famous low color price that no one can touch. For 108 years, over 1 million customers have trusted the Coverts. Coverts are lived in GMC. Send them to Highway 71 in Bastrop or online at covertbastrop.com.
The College of Healthcare Professions offers a variety of in-demand clinical and office medical training programs. You can start a new career as little as 9 months. Come learn more at the College of Healthcare
29 and 45, 43 minutes.
Between 9 and 1 at our Austin campus. Take a tour, meet instructors, learn about career options and programs, financial aid, and job placement. Saturday, April 22nd from 9 to 1. Visit our website at chcp.edu for directions and more details. CHCP, for the career of your life.
Using an overpriced trash bag? Pricey, pricey, pricey. A bag that breaks? Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. For a smelly bag? Stinky, stinky, stinky. Time to switch to Happy Overdrawn trash bags. Now for a low, low price. They're our best bags yet, with Arm & Hammer odor control, and they cost less than that. So you'll be happy, happy, happy. Ultra strength, ultra strength, Happy Overdrawn. All for a low, low price.
Joining me now is Fox 10's Mike Pace with his expert analysis on this Kia kissing contest.
Yeah, Sammy, just looking at this, and I would say if I had to pick who's going to be out next, I would say this girl on the left here, looking a little shaky.
Oh, you noticed her moving a little bit.
Yeah, well, once you start getting a little shaky there, then you're going to show that you're really tired. And
You're talking about the girl in the gray hooded
yeah, right on the left.
sweatshirt with the bun.
Now, the woman on the right, though, she looks very focused. I don't know.
The one, which one? There are two
Top
women
right.
on the right.
Top
the top
right.
The one that looks like she's sleeping.
Yes.
Yeah.
That might be the strategy there, just to go to bed.
Well, the key is to go to bed, but not move when you go to bed. You need to be
Yeah.
a still sleeper. You
Yeah.
know those people that move a lot when they sleep, they're just going to fall off.
Okay, so
But if you can stay still and get those power naps in, I mean, you really do need to get those power naps in. You know what? I'm thinking maybe...
Oh, look at this guy. He's on it. He's texting. He's...
Oh, yeah. There's so many interesting strategies, Mike. Mike had yesterday off, so he didn't...
This is all new to me
see
right now.
Everything
Seeing...
that took place yesterday, all the strategies, people lying down in a position such that their lips would be on the car, but they could still be on their cell phone.
Yeah, I think I would do Indian style and be sitting down.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd want to stand. Like, do you,
Headphones are key, too.
is
to
it
listen to
every?
podcasts.
Is it every hour they get a 10-minute?
Yeah, every hour they got a 10-minute break. That was how it was yesterday. I don't know if they've changed the rules as of today, but I do think they need to make the rules harder because otherwise we're just going to keep watching this for days. And if it goes down to a raffle, I just don't think it's fair. I really do think it needs to be the last person standing, you know?
Yeah, because
Or
how many?
sitting.
Let's see here. We got how many people would you say now? 6, 7? It looks like 6 or 7.
Maybe even more because they're hidden on the
Yeah.
ground. So as of this morning, when I got in at 7 o'clock, I was told that there were 11 people remaining. And this started out again with 20 people yesterday. So definitely, we see at least 7 people now, but it's possible up to 11
Oh wait,
people.
that girl
There's
right
2
there.
vehicles involved in this contest.
But they can only win one, right? There's not 2 up for grabs.
That's a good question, Mike. Because they're kissing 2 cars.
You would think because
That should be a winner from each car.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to buy the car that
You didn't kiss.
that's been part of the contest for a couple days.
Well, not only that, it's like, don't you want to win the car you kissed? You've
Yeah,
invested so much
yeah,
time.
yeah, that's true. Or maybe by then you're already tired of it.
Move on.
Yeah.
The honeymoon phase is over, Mike.
Yep.
All right, well, this was just a brief look at the Kia kissing contest. We'll go back to this a little bit later on, but we do want to take you back to that NAU shooting trial taking place here in Arizona.
That, or just referred to your defense interview as having taken place in January of this year. And looking through my notes after the break, I would withdraw that question. Does July of last year sound like a more accurate time that you had your defense interview?
That sounds like a much more accurate time.
Okay, thank you. I apologize about that.
It's okay. Mr. Barker.
Zach, just a few questions to follow up on, okay?
Sure.
We're going to kind of go in reverse order from what counsel was asking you about. You were asked if you were close to Colin, and you indicated that you were, correct?
Correct.
Are you lying about what you saw that night?
I'm not lying about what I saw that night.
Did you ever get together with any friends and talk about what each other saw so you could get your story straight?
No, we were more focused on trying to console each other for what we had just witnessed and heard.
And you testified earlier, if I recall, that you didn't see what happened directly before the gunshots. Is that right?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you hiding from the police?
No, sir, I was not.
What was your priority that night or that early morning after you saw Colin on the ground and saw Nick Peering, your other friend, on the ground? What was your priority afterwards?
My priority afterwards, or my priority immediately, was to be by their side at the hospital. I knew that wasn't going to happen or they wouldn't allow me to do it. So then it was my job to make sure everyone's spirits were high and they're in high hopes. Like I said before, we led a group prayer, and I took it upon me to make sure everyone was all right, just as they did for me.
You indicated that there was a press conference. Was this something that NAU put on?
I believe NAU did put it on.
All right. At that point, did they provide information that somebody with a high-powered light came 30 yards from deep in the parking lot and shot some people?
I do not believe they had that much information, no. It was a very vague press conference.
And afterwards, you did speak to the police voluntarily, is that right?
Yes, sir, on my front porch.
Defense asked you about if you were an information source to people, and I believe you said that you were. Was this to people who didn't see the event and were wondering what happened?
Correct. So just as someone who is very well versed in biology, they would be an information source of biology.
Okay.
For people who do not know anything about biology.
All right, I appreciate the analogy.
No problem.
If were you talking to people that had also seen the event at that point?
Not that I recall. It was kind of a lot of commotion going on. So we weren't trying to meet up and talk about the worst day of our lives.
Were there other people there that obviously saw some things happening as well?
There as in?
At the scene.
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
Sure, that was a poor question.
Yeah.
Was Nick Plecky also there with you at the scene?
Yes, sir.
All right, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Let me get my timeline right. At the time of the shots, let me put it that way, were there other people there that could have seen and witnessed things as well?
Yes, very much so. I'm sure there was many.
Were you the only information source about what happened that night?
No, sir.
You indicated that you didn't see a punch by Austin Contreras. Did you see any physical interaction at all that entire night?
No, I did not. It was verbal exchanges.
You were asked about this high-powered light that you described. Did you ever see it shining at people?
I cannot say I saw it directly shining at people, but I did see it shining towards the group he was approaching. That's why I assumed it was a police officer or a security guard going to break up whatever was going on.
Okay, you indicated with counsel that he was using it like a flashlight, or this person was using it like a flashlight. Was it shining right at the ground, or was it shining outwards at times?
I recall it shining off of the trunk of a sedan, so around that area. I remember the best way to put it is he was using it as a flashlight to lead where he was going. That's what I assumed it was.
Okay. Do you recall where that, and we could go to the Exhibit 316 as well if you need it, where the person stopped with that light before you said you were distracted and you didn't see what happened after that?
I do not recall where he stopped.
Counsel asked you about Nick Acevedo and what you witnessed there. You indicated earlier with counsel that you didn't see Nick Acevedo next to you prior to the gunshots going off. Could he have been in that area watching from another place?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Did you see everything around you, or were you focused on one thing?
At the time of what, sir?
Right before the gunshots.
Right before the gunshots, I was looking down. I wasn't looking at the scene. I believe I would have seen muzzle flashes or something if I was looking directly at it. So I did have a very wide-angle view, but like I said, I couldn't make out any faces, couldn't make out who people were, but I could see that there was people in the parking lot still.
You indicated that Nick Acevedo was holding Colin when you saw him. How long were you standing there when you saw Nick Acevedo with Colin before you ran behind a truck?
So I'd say it was a pretty fluid motion. So as we crossed the street, we were walking, pick up the pace a bit, start to see what's going on, past Nick Peering on the ground with Mikey on top of him, putting pressure on his wounds. And then we make our way towards Colin and Nick and the unknown man standing next to him.
You're non-responsive?
I'm
sustained.
How long were you? So let's just take that section.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to explain. I don't know how long. I'm trying to just explain the whole situation.
Let's break it down then, okay?
Okay, that's fine by me.
When you got to the point where Nick Acevedo and Colin, or Nick Acevedo was cradling Colin as you described, and you saw the person reach behind his back, how much time passed, do you think, that section that you described?
I would say it was a matter of seconds. Nick and I probably ducked behind the car within 5 to 10 seconds, possibly.
All right, thank you. Counsel asked you about the lighting in the parking lot. You indicated that it was pretty good in the parking lot, not so great on the street.
Correct.
When you were watching this happen, were you in the street or on the sidewalk?
When I was watching this happen, I was on the sidewalk still.
Okay. And you indicated you couldn't make out faces.
Correct.
From that location.
Correct.
Okay. When you were in the parking lot, however, could you make out faces?
Yes, as I passed each person, I was able to recognize who they were.
Do you still have Exhibit 92 up there?
Yes, I do.
Counsel asked you to read a section on page 10, or he read it to you, rather, but he didn't ask you to clarify what you meant. I'm going to ask you that now.
All right.
And I'm looking at lines 14, 15, where you talked about, I walked her back to her dorm to Mountain View because I wanted to go see the guys and everyone who knew. What were you talking about?
I was talking about going to meet up with the group of people back at Courtyard or back at wherever they were, and I was trying to get a better sense of the situation as well. I mean, I was so flustered at the time. I just needed to get back to some familiar faces.
All right, so you weren't talking about people in Mountain View at that point?
No, sir, I was not.
Counsel asked you about how you described putting your hands out when you saw that person reach behind him with what you assumed was a gun. Why did you act the way you did? Why did you react that way and run away?
Because I was afraid I would be laying on the ground with my four other friends too.
At that point, did you already know that Nick Peering and Colin were injured?
Yes, I did. I knew that they were shot.
Counsel said that you didn't tell the police that. Is every detail about what you saw in that police interview?
The morning of?
Yes.
Every detail of the entire situation as a whole? I believe, to the best of my knowledge, I had most of the information, yes. I mean, granted, I was pretty rattled still. I think it was about 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. And so
okay.
I'd say that's a fair statement.
All right. And so if you didn't tell the police that you put your hands out, was that a detail that you felt was necessary to tell the police at that point, or were you just responding to the questions they were asking?
I was responding to the questions they were asking, sir.
In other words, was this a question-answer situation, or were you giving a whole narrative of what was going on?
He started asking question by question. I would go into detail at certain parts as I was looking over this. In the weeks prior, there's some paragraphs of me kind of rambling, some poor grammar I definitely noticed. But no, I mean, that wasn't a key aspect of me telling the police, nor did he ask me the actions I was doing.
All right. Counsel asked you about the statement about being halfway in the parking lot, that light showing up at halfway in the parking lot. You remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay, and you had you mark on a map that, can we describe it as an overview or a bird's eye view?
Yes, you can describe it as that.
Was that the perspective you had of looking onto this scene from above?
No, I'm about 6'2" and I was standing on a sidewalk.
Okay. Where were you when you saw that light first appear?
That was when I kind of made my way over toward the grassy area with the trees overhead.
Let's go back to 316. All right, you see that, Zach?
Yes, I do.
All right, and we're on Franklin now?
Yes, we are.
So I know we're limited to where the scan location is.
Correct.
Point out where that grassy area that you were watching.
I'm not going to say, I can't say precisely, but I would say from where the grass starts to probably this tree right here, standing around in that area.
All right. And you were looking toward Mountain View, toward the parking lot, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And so just do your best from this location, where did you see that light pop on?
I saw it flick on from about right there, which I deducted to be about half of the parking lot.
All right, from your perspective?
From my perspective, correct.
But did you describe to the police and others that it was around 30 yards?
I said it was about halfway through the parking lot, and they asked me how far I would assume that would to be, and I said 30 yards.
All right. So from this location, where do you believe that light turned on?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yeah, from this scan location. I'm in a different view. We're in the parking lot now. From this location, where do you believe that light first turned on, or where you saw it turn on?
I believe you asked me that question earlier, and I said it would have been like maybe right there is what I had assumed it came from.
Okay. When you described it as deep into the parking lot, why did you say it that way?
I believe it was because of my perspective, because of the way I was looking at it. It was deep from me. So, I mean, from what I saw, there was other cars there. I saw the light flick on. It caught my attention. That was just my way of describing it.
All right. And was it some distance away from what you were seeing in this confrontation?
Yes, sir. I distanced it out, and I believed it to be 30 yards, excuse me, which is 90 feet.
Okay. Thank you. When you talked about people going into the parking lot with counsel, what do you mean by going into the parking lot? Were they running all the way through the parking lot? Were they near that sidewalk area? Can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, they were moving towards the parking lot. So they're just headed towards that general area. Forgive me for putting an exact location on it. As I said, it was a larger cluster, and so it's rather a radius rather than an exact location.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Counsel asked you about the 50 or 70 people that were at the party. Was that at the peak of the party, or was it at the time you were leaving the party? Give us a sense of what that was.
That was just my assumption of the entire night. There's probably less people there when I was leaving.
When you were leaving, were other people also leaving the party?
Not that I know of. I was going home by myself. But my friends had already left that live at 318 South Humphrey Street, so people had been leaving.
Counsel asked you about Austin Contreras and where he went. Did you see where he went after he passed you on the street?
No, I was focused at the situation, so we went in opposite directions. That's when I made my way towards the grassy area.
So you don't know if he had stopped and backtracked?
I have no idea.
Counsel asked you a little bit about how you knew it was Austin. You didn't tell the police that initially, correct?
No, I did not.
But you did describe him as someone short with brown hair?
Short with brown hair, yes.
And later that you put two and two together?
Yes, it was a match.
Counsel asked you about how many Delta Chi stayed at the courtyard area, and I can't remember what you said.
I believe we own we housed 3 units at the time out of the total of 8 or 9 that are there, and each unit, 3 people stay in, so I am assuming 9.
All right. And there was also Sigma Chi there as well, is that right?
Correct. There's multiple fraternities. I believe Kappa Alpha as well.
Have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thanks, Zach.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. It does not appear that we do. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Robert Berger. Dr. Robert Berger.
Dr. Robert Berger. Okay, what's your hand right here?
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
We'll leave it right there. Tissue we need. Water.
Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you state your name, please, spelling the last name for the record?
Robert Allen Berger, B-E-R-G-E-R.
Where do you work, sir?
Flagstaff Surgical Associates.
And so are you a surgeon?
Yes.
Do you do your surgery at that office or at the hospital?
Well, we do the surgeries at Flagstaff Medical Center.
All right. How long have you been doing surgeries at Flagstaff Medical Center?
2004, I moved to town.
All right, so 13 years or so?
Yep.
What kinds of surgeries do you generally perform?
General surgery, do trauma surgery, laparoscopic surgery.
All right, doctor, I'll ask you to give us a brief overview of your education experience, please. I'd still ask the doctor to give us a brief overview of his education experience.
Go ahead, doctor.
Did undergraduate work at Arizona State University, went to medical school at University of Arizona, did residency at University of Arizona, then did a fellowship in Chicago, worked there for 2 years, and then came to Flagstaff in 2004.
And so, since then you've been with, I'm sorry, you said Flagstaff Surgical Associates?
Yes.
And doing general surgery
Yes.
that whole time? Were you working or on call in the early morning hours of October 9th of 2015?
I consider them the same, so yeah. I was on call and working, yeah.
Very well. And were you called into the emergency department at that time?
Yes.
Were you already there or were you called in?
No, I was called in. It was close to 2 a.m.
And do you recall the emergency department receiving 3 gunshot victims at
Yes.
the time? Did you personally treat any one of those 3?
Yes, I saw all 3 of them and focused mainly on Kyle.
Okay.
He was the most sick one.
Kyle Zentek?
Zentek, yes.
All right. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm approaching with what's been marked as exhibit number 7. I'll ask you to flip through that and tell me if you recognize what it is.
So it looks like the H&P, which is the history and physical that we do for patients when they first arrive. And then some of the other medical records, there's operative notes and discharge summary.
All right. Do you find your own notes in there?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jury what Kyle Zentek's status was when you arrived at the hospital or when he was admitted?
He was what we call a critical trauma. And so basically that's anyone with injuries that are life-threatening. He had already been intubated when I arrived by Dr. Kaufman.
What does intubated mean?
They placed the breathing tube to support his respirations.
And did you become familiar or did you make yourself familiar with any treatment or assessment he received prior to your arrival?
We were just starting the resuscitation, so they had IVs placed, and they were starting what we call the massive transfusion protocol. So they were starting to give blood products.
What is the massive transfusion protocol?
If somebody's blood pressure is low, typically under 90, or if their heart rate's over 120, there's a really good chance they need blood products. So they initiated massive transfusion protocol so that we can get the blood quickly, and the blood bank is prepared and sends it rapidly.
Did you, so you said he was already intubated. Did you have any interaction with him before he was sedated? Was he lucid at all during any interaction with you?
No.
So what injuries did you assess him yourself and become aware of injuries?
Yes, so in examining him, he had 2 gunshot wounds that we noted on the back.
Okay, roughly what locations?
One in the flank area, kind of the lower back, and then one near the buttocks.
All right. What other diagnoses or observations about his condition were made at that time?
He was hypotensive, so his blood pressure was quite low. His initial reading when he arrived, I believe, was 80/50. His heart rate was 137, which typically anything over 120 we get concerned about.
Okay. And what is tachycardic?
Typically over 120, so it's just a sign that he has a very rapid heart rate.
All right. So you indicated that there were gunshot wounds on his back. Were there any other wounds, exit wounds, anything like that?
Sustained. Perhaps you could make sure it's accurate. Go ahead and rephrase.
Would it be fair? So would it be fair to describe the one on his flank as on his back?
Yes.
Any exit wounds?
No, we actually saw one of the bullets that was sort of lodged underneath the skin on I believe it was the right lower quadrant on the front lower abdomen.
Okay. What other tests or procedures were done so that you could see what was going on?
Basically, we did a chest X-ray and a pelvic X-ray.
All right. And what was observed in those X-rays?
There were 2 foreign bodies which appeared to be bullets.
And where were those located, if you recall?
One was up in the chest, and one was down in the right lower pelvis.
Did one of those coincide with what you indicated was very close to the skin in his abdomen?
Yes, the one on the pelvic film.
So, based on those assessments, what were your major concerns at the time?
Well, my major concern was that he was bleeding, which is why he had the low blood pressure and the tachycardia. We had evidence of gunshot wounds, and so we didn't do any CT scans. We just prepared to go to the operating room.
All right. Was there a plan? Obviously, there was a plan for what you were going to do in the operating room. Is that correct?
Yeah. So basically, based on where the bullets were and the wounds, we were worried about major injuries, organ injuries within the abdominal cavity. So that's why we went to the OR. We were going to open him up and look and see what was going on.
All right. Fair to say he was taken to the OR emergently?
Yes.
What procedures did you perform in the OR?
So you start with an X-lap, which is basically exploratory laparotomy. So we did a midline incision to open his abdomen. Just kind of looking around, we saw that the liver was bleeding, so we put packing up there. He had a fair amount of stool spilled out from the colon and from the small intestine. I think there were 4 or 5 injuries to the small intestine, and then also some to the colon and the rectal area.
So the purpose of the laparotomy is to take a look and see what's happening?
Right.
And how long is that midline incision?
Basically from just under the xiphoid of the breastbone down to the pubic symphysis, on top of the pelvis.
What is the concern relative to stool spillage?
Well, you can get sepsis and die from that. So you need to stop the leakage.
Did you observe any quantity of loose blood or in the abdomen?
There's about 2 liters of blood.
All right, so doctor, I think you went through some of the injuries that you observed. Can you explain specifically the injuries that you observed?
So there's injuries to the rectum, which is the last part of the colon. There were holes there, and there was stool spilled out from there. So we needed to staple that off. There were also about 5 holes in the small intestine, so we needed to staple that off, otherwise it would have continued to leak. So we resected that. The liver had a through-and-through injury, and that was bleeding, so we just put packing around the liver. There was also a hole in the diaphragm, so we oversewed that, put sutures in there to close that up. And then with that injury to the diaphragm, there was air trapped around the lung, so we had to put in what's called a chest tube to vent or decompress the lung so that he could breathe.
How is that accomplished?
You make an incision on the side of the chest and place a tube in there.
And that just releases the air?
Yeah, we hook it up to a device. It's called a pleurovac, so that it can suction out the air without letting air get back in.
I thought I saw something about a cecal injury, or CECAL?
So the cecal injury is the cecum is the first part of the colon. There was a hole in that also, so we had to resect that.
And you mentioned the through and through to the liver. Did you observe any injury to the kidney?
So he had what we call retroperitoneal hemorrhage, so there was bleeding back there. At the time when I took him to the operating room, it wasn't expanding or growing. So a lot of times you don't want to open that right away, because if you do, then there can just be ongoing bleeding, and it's harder to control. So the fact that he was responding to the blood products, I decided not to open that at that time, but we knew there was a risk of that. And so after the surgery, we went to the CT scanner to get a better look at it.
And did you observe through the CT any injury to the kidney?
Yes, there is some leakage around that and some bleeding. A lot of times that will stop, but again, at the time it was just to try and stop the bleeding.
And again, doctor, I think I saw the word ileus. Was there a concern or issue relative to ileus?
Ileus typically would come after the surgery, because anytime you operate on the intestine, it shuts down. So that would not have been an immediate concern.
All right. And I think, doctor, you already explained the action you took in order to deal with the injuries that you observed. Is that fair?
Yes.
Suturing and stapling the injuries?
Yes. In this situation, we usually use a stapling device. It's quite rapid. And really what you want to try and do is get things stapled off and stop the bleeding as quickly as you can. We packed his abdomen, which means we just left a bunch of lap pads in there and then temporarily closed it because we knew we would have to go back later to take a look at things.
All right. Did you find or extract any projectiles while you were in there?
The one from the right lower quadrant we took out. The one in the chest we left alone.
And why was that?
Well, the one at the skin was pretty close, and you can have injury, you can get an infection from it later on, and we were in the operating room, so we just took it out. The one in the chest we didn't go after because it would have put him at increased risk.
Could you get to the one that you did remove without any additional incisions?
No, we made a little incision over the top of it. It was very superficial, though.
Can you tell the jury, doctor, what would have happened to Kyle if he hadn't been given the treatment that he received at FMC that night?
He would have died.
Do you have an estimate how rapidly he would have died?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, prejudice.
Serious physical injury, Judge. The element
I think
of the
you've
offense.
established that pretty well. The objection is sustained.
And so he was temporarily closed. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It's called an abthera. It's a kind of a plastic sheet that we put in there to kind of keep it sterile and covered. But you don't have to go through the time of actually closing the midline.
Doctor, in addition to the treatment and assessment that you've already described, fair to say that labs were done for Kyle?
Blood work was drawn once he arrived, as soon as he arrived, yes.
Is that standard procedure?
Yes.
And what do these labs test for?
We're basically looking at what the red blood cell count is, the platelet count, see if there's any bleeding disorders. We're looking for electrolyte dysfunction, looking for derangements in the pH balance, things like that.
How about alcohol or ethanol?
We typically do a standard tox screen or drug screen for trauma patients.
And do you recall whether ethanol or alcohol was found in the labs?
I believe there was, yeah.
Can you indicate a level?
181.
And it's fair to say that that would equate to a .181 BAC?
Yes.
Any other substances of note that were located during the labs?
Not that I had in my H&P or recall.
And obviously, Doctor, where he was temporarily closed up, additional treatment was ultimately performed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that performed by you?
No, Dr. Weshi did that the next day.
Very well.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Mr. Davidson.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
May I briefly approach the witness to get your exhibit? Doctor, can I please see that chart? So to perhaps put it more concisely, Mr. Zintek came in with life-threatening injuries for which you treated him.
Yes.
Okay. Your role in the involvement of Mr. Zintek was obviously therapeutic in nature. You weren't there with an eye towards being a witness in a case in some future proceeding. Can we agree on that?
Correct.
Okay. Nevertheless, you do have some opinions, Doctor, as to the path that the projectiles took after they entered his body?
I'm not a ballistics expert, but based on where you see the bullets in the x-rays, you have an idea. You worry about organs that may have been injured, which is what I'm supposed to do. So,
the path of the two projectiles, one going through the flank, one going through the rectum, had an upward trajectory, did they not?
Possible. I mean, from where the entry wounds were with one ending up in the chest cavity, I would suspect that. Again, once the bullet enters, you know, they talk about tumbling and they can hit bones and ricochet and change course. So,
and speaking of that, just to clarify, you noted that there were, I think, 5 perforations or holes to the small intestine. That doesn't mean that there were 5 separate projectiles, correct?
no, because the bowel sort of lays on top of itself. You can also just get the kind of the shock wave can actually cause damage too from the ballistic traveling through.
You didn't observe any burns or other superficial changes by the entry wounds that would allow you to help form an opinion as to the range from which the projectiles were fired, did you?
No.
Would you agree with me that you would characterize the path of the projectile as from the feet towards the head from the backside?
I In a rough estimate, yes.
When Mr. Zintek first presented, he was brought into the emergency room, specifically one of the trauma bays, correct?
Yes.
And there were 2 other patients from the same incident who were there at around that same time?
Yes.
And there was talking going on back and forth between them, was there not?
Mr. Zintek had been intubated, so he wasn't speaking. The other 2 were, though.
The other 2 were talking to each other, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Was Mr. Zintek conscious after he was intubated?
No, we usually give sedation and paralytics, so.
Would it be fair to say that your assessment of the other 2 individuals that were in the trauma bay is that they were amped up?
They were pretty excited, yeah.
In addition to the labs that you discussed, there was also laboratory testing done on a urine sample of Mr. Zintek during the course of his care at Flagstaff Medical Center, correct?
There may have been, yeah.
And is it typical in a case like this for that urine testing to include detecting the presence of drugs?
Well, typically, yeah, we do the tox screen, which is what we send with the trauma panel. So there's a whole bunch of tests that go off with the trauma panel.
And in fact, in addition to having a 0.181% blood alcohol concentration, Mr. Zintek also tested positive for THC or cannabinoids in his urine, correct?
I'd have to go back and look, but...
Please. Take a look at the, I believe it's the discharge summary from the tops.
Okay. Yes, that's in the discharge summary.
There was no testing done to determine whether or not THC or any THC metabolites were present in the patient's blood. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure. I did not order any.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
Sure.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Very quickly. You indicated that the other young men besides Kyle might have been talking to each other.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of yelling out and asking if each other were okay and kind of generalized statements about they couldn't believe what had happened and just kind of yelling back and forth, asking if he was going to be okay.
Each other or there another
both,
person?
just kind of asking both and about Kyle.
All right. The cannabinoids, is it pronounced cannabinoids or cannabinoids? Or do you know?
It depends on what you use, I guess. Cannabis, cannabinoids.
So when that's observed in the urine, what does that tell you?
Just there's been some use in the past. I think you have to do some more specific testing to see how frequently or how recently it's been used.
All right. And when it's in the urine, is it having any kind of effect on the individual?
I mean, again, depends on how much. I mean, everyone can be affected differently, and there's different strains of it now and things like that. So,
but when it's in the urine, there was no testing of the blood, or at least you're not aware of any testing of the blood for that. Is that correct?
I don't. I'd have to go back and pull it up from the computer to see, but I don't remember. In my H&P, there wasn't any, and it didn't have any effect on my decisions that night. So,
what's an H&P? I'm sorry.
The history and physical for my first note. So I just took care of Kyle that first night when he came in, and then after that, Dr. Weshy took over, and we rotate through on typically a 6 or 7 day rotation. So I didn't see him after that.
Okay. And so just as far as if you have no indication that there's anything in the blood, if it's just a quantity of cannabinoids in the urine, is that quantity that's in the urine having an effect on the person's mental state, anything like that?
I would just be guessing, to be honest with you. Depends on how much. I think you'd have to know how much. I would think it would have to have some kind of effect if it's in the urine because it's recently been cleared, but I don't know how much has been in there. Again, I think you'd have to quantify it some way.
All right. If I may have a moment.
Sure.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. Does not appear that we do. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Dr. Berger, thank you for your testimony. Thank you. You are excused.
Would you like your water?
Counsel Oates, please.
Thanks. No, thank you.
Mr. Davis and Mr. McCowan, whoever.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
Thank you. Yeah.
Leave your pen here if you need it.
Thank you.
Issue water. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. We're trying to make this quick for you. Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Daniel Wesche, W-E-S-C-H-E.
Thank you. And where do you currently work?
Currently work at Flagstaff Medical Center, Flagstaff Surgical Associates.
Thank you. Doctor, do you mind just bringing that microphone a little bit closer to you? Thank you.
There's it.
And how long have you been, you're a surgeon now?
General surgeon, trauma surgeon.
And how long have you been doing that?
23 years.
All right. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 97.
Thank you.
Through that, just tell me if you recognize what's in Exhibit 97.
It looks like the medical record.
Okay. Is that a medical record that you helped produce following the treatment you gave for one of the individuals involved in this case?
Yes, it is.
All right. And who specifically did you treat?
Kyle.
Is that Kyle Zentek?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any interaction with Kyle when he was first brought in for any gunshot wounds?
No, I did not.
Was that Dr. Berger that had that initial observation?
Dr. Berger initially evaluated him, took him to the operating room. I met him after he'd been returned to the ICU.
Okay. And when was that? Can you tell us?
He came in on the 9th. I think I met him the morning of the 9th in the ICU. He was on the ventilator, intubated, so I couldn't talk to him.
All right. Was he awake at the time?
No, he was under sedation at that time.
Okay. And we just heard from Dr. Berger, so we won't go through all the treatment that he received under Dr. Berger. But what was your treatment of Kyle after that?
On the trauma service, Dr. Berger took over when he arrived, and then at shift change, if you will. At 7 in the morning, I took over the service. Kyle was in the ICU after having surgery with Dr. Berger, and I was involved with his subsequent trauma care there. The intensivists were involved also, helping manage him, but I got involved because some of the drains that he had in were bleeding quite a bit.
Okay. And so was there a decision to do some follow-up surgery on him?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury what you did, what procedures you undertook at that point?
He had a laparotomy where they'd opened the abdomen. Dr. Berger had repaired or resected whatever damage he could find. And when I went back, we took off the dressings in the operating room and re-explored the abdomen. We'd notified the kidney doctor, the nephrologist, before we went back because he had an injury to his kidney as well. But when I went back and looked in his abdomen, he had several segments of the intestine that had been removed, and everything looked healthy, and I started putting those back together as I waited for the urologist to arrive. When the urologist arrived, we determined that the kidney was not able to be salvaged as it was bleeding and leaking urine. And so the urologist and I removed the right kidney. And then I continued to put the rest of the intestine back together. He had had an injury to the rectum, and that had been removed by Dr. Berger. Everything looked clean, but it's not safe to put the two ends of the bowel back together when he has an injury to that area, so I made a colostomy, which is a temporary diversion of the bowel through the abdominal wall. So then there's a bag that you have to have the stool drain into for some months.
All right. And is that a summary of the treatment you gave Kyle in this case?
That's a summary of that operation. It was a couple hours long. Yes.
All right. Was there additional treatment that you gave Kyle afterwards?
I continued to follow him in the ICU with the intensivist, but it was mainly the intensivist managing them and managing him in the hospital. He was there for a week and a half.
Okay. We heard some testimony earlier about one projectile that was removed from the lower region of his abdomen. Did you see or notice an additional projectile?
I did not. When I was there, I think things had been removed, and so I don't know I didn't find any other metal fragments or bullets.
Okay. Thank you. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Doctor, if you know, do you know when Kyle was discharged from the hospital?
I think he was in the hospital about 11 days,
Okay.
So around the 20th or 21st.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Davidson?
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Through the course of your treatment and surgical intervention, you had an opportunity to visualize the wound pattern, correct?
I did as much as I could with the patient laying supine or laying on his back in the operating room. I was mainly concentrated on this bleeding from his abdomen.
You would agree that the injury pattern was from lower in the abdomen towards the upper abdomen, correct?
That's what I think, yes.
In other words, the wound pattern was consistent with a projectile that was traveling upwards.
Correct.
You were involved in some of the follow-up care post-operatively?
Yes.
And fortunately, at least as of last summer, last you had heard Mr. Zintek thankfully was doing well.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Doctor, you talked about the path of these bullets, projectiles entering at traveling at an upward angle. Is that right?
It's hard to say. From the injury that Dr. Berger had described and had treated, it appeared as if the rectum had been injured and the kidney and the liver had been injured, which would make me think that there was a tract from lower in the abdomen to the upper part of the abdomen.
Okay. And as you sit here today, can you tell the jury anything about the angle of that path or the steepness of the angle at all?
It's hard for me to know, having been there at this second operation, not knowing exact where things were at the time of the injury. The intestine can move anywhere in the abdomen.
All right.
And so it may have been the right lower quadrant, it may have been the left upper quadrant. So for me to tell. I can't tell which angle it
All right.
traveled.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I have.
And I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions. Looks like we have some, so see counsel and court reporter to sidebar.
All right, folks, looks like we are going to have just a little break here as some of the jurors do have questions for that witness. We will go back. Let's take it now to Austin, though, where, you guessed it, the promotion is still going on. The contest still going on as we still have people kissing those Kias in hopes of winning a car. Last person standing wins it, and it doesn't wrap up by today. They are going to have a drawing for all the eligible contestants that are still in it, and it'll be a random raffle. So they're hoping that they could get some other people down and out before it comes down to a raffle. All right, now we will take you back inside the courtroom in Flagstaff. Looks like they have just another break here. Let's see.
The admonition, we'll get back together at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for a full day.
There you go. So it looks like they are wrapping up for today. We heard that they'll be back 9 a.m. tomorrow for a full day. Let's go back to the kissing promo. Also, we will be having President Trump in just a little bit from Kenosha, Wisconsin. He will be signing a Buy American, Hire American initiative.
2017, join thousands in Virginia on time for the milestone event. Secure your spot today. Register for the 40th race at CaptainCam.com.
Rock's Discount Vitamins thanks God in Red Rock, Texas for all the support. Need weight loss? Rock's has it. Muscle enhancement? Rock's has it. General health? Rock's has it. Rock's Discount Vitamins has what it takes. Please time to bulk, shred, and maintain healthy physique. Rock's is the best exclusive pharmaceutical grade weight loss and muscle enhancing products on the market. Rock's Discount Vitamins in Round Rock.
Hang in there, guys. You got 7 minutes and 43 seconds left until you get a break.
If you're like most girls, shopping in the program, you'll be trying to take two sides and make it fall off the miles and each of the racks up our pieces. So getting those pieces will make it easier and less lame.
Want to be a tornado? At Concordia University, Texas, students are they're taking the world by storm with 2 campuses in Austin and online programs. Concordia is Austin's leading Christian university, where students embark on an adventure that leads to meaningful work. Join them on Tuesday, April 18th for their instant decision night to apply, bring your official transcripts and test scores, and receive a same-day admission decision. Register at concordia.edu/IPN.
The people who design, engineer, and build Ford vehicles never rest, and neither do the specialists who service them. And keeps those cars and trucks running or stopping better than them. After all, no one knows your Ford better than Ford. And Ford service.
You can see a couple different styles here from the people, the contestants. Some like to stand, some like to be just laying on the ground. We can see some people laying in the ground there in the background. Also some Indian style, or maybe on their knees there. We could see in the background as well, but we have a couple people Indian style right there as we're zooming in here, getting a closer look at some of the contestants here. You're part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are taking a look at this live contest happening in Austin, Texas for the Kia Kissing Contest there, hosted by a local radio show. And every hour they get about that 10-minute break, so they're coming up about 7 minutes to go. You can see that guy is just on his phone the whole time, eating up a lot of data. Hopefully they have some Wi-Fi there available. One person right on the bumper there.
What's up, guys? It's us, the Chainsmokers. Now when you hear a song of ours on the radio, you can save it directly to your playlist. iHeartRadio app, easy to use app for music and radio. Download the free iHeartRadio app now.
Folks, we are being told that there are 11 people left in this contest. 11 people left. Nine people have dropped out so far. 20 people started this contest yesterday. 9 people are out of it.
seconds, these guys just get up, take a break, and then talk to a couple of them.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, break.
Your nose is still red.
That was really hard.
Not good.
How about you?
I feel like I'm getting sick or something.
Yeah, that was miserable.
Every hour like seems longer than the one before it.
Yeah.
I was going crazy.
Let's see what else we can get here.
Stretch out, grab something to eat, grab something to drink.
August, how you feeling, man?
Do whatever you gotta do as long as you're back here. And
Pretty good until I have to sit. Yeah. Sitting's the worst. Legs fall asleep. You gonna make it? Yeah. The next part's easy. Standing.
They all go kind of do their thing. Get some food, go to the restaurant.
How you feeling? Linda, right? How you feeling?
Yeah, a little sore from laying on the concrete.
You seem to have found a corner over there in the car.
Well,
I saw you there last night when I was here.
Oh, really? Yeah, no, we have to rotate around the car. Sit and then stand and then sit
You
and
just
then
made your
stand.
way back around.
Yeah.
You gonna make it?
I am. I think I am. Yeah. I still got some gusto left in me.
All right, I'm gonna let
Yeah.
you stretch and stuff.
All right, thanks.
Getting sleepy, pretty sleepy. Yeah.
You gonna make it?
Oh yeah. Got
Where
it.
you going?
Just like thinking about afterwards, like what would happen if I got the car. But I think at the end there's gonna be a lot of people who are still left, so I think we're gonna end up drawing for the car. But yeah.
All right, that's it. We'll let these guys stretch and take advantage of their 10-minute break. We'll see where they reposition here in about 7 minutes.
All right, there, folks. You heard it right from them, from the contestants. Is they're starting to get a little sore there, and they're going to have to rotate around that car. So we'll see what kind of positions that they take. If they're going to be standing, sitting, kneeling, Indian style. We'll see how it all wraps up here. They got about 7 more minutes till they come back, so they're going to take that opportunity to get some water, to get maybe some food, or to go to the bathroom, of course, as well. We'll continue to watch here live on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are taking a live look here at this car dealership in Austin, Texas. Coming up, though, President Donald Trump live in Wisconsin, Kenosha, Wisconsin, right there on the border of Illinois. He will be speaking about his Buy American, Hire American initiative.
Driving it around, though, for sure.
Where'd you get the pillow? Did somebody bring you that?
My coworker did. I was like,
Anybody need their socks? Your socks? Oh, they might be. Giving out blankets. You see someone with a wristband. I know this car will need a good waxing afterwards. Oh, Serena. I didn't know you were still here. You okay?
I keep going.
You did?
Yeah, the mail is
Yeah, no, you're fine. I know I kind of felt
You gotta be silent
weird
for so
coming back
long.
because you were so peaceful.
Yeah.
I was just hoping you were alive.
Just say
Why
hi
don't
to
you
I'm starting to lose.
You are? Yeah, I think you are too. Oh my God, she's cracking up. See, people are going crazy. We'll have on Facebook.
And we'll see one contestant they're already getting in position. She's a tough one too.
How much longer?
She's tough too.
19
She's seeing
hours.
things. You good?
Only 19 more minutes.
That's Jesus, actually. You're hallucinating. Oh God.
That's a 5-minute warning, guys.
That scared me. That absolutely scared me.
It's still 11.
What's that? Yep, 11. And are you mad about it? Are you going to start playing psychological warfare on the other contestants?
I'm gonna just start setting off my alarm clock again.
Yeah. Oh my, you know what? Serena's alarm clock was going off earlier. I almost left. I was like, this alarm, was that on purpose? You were, okay. See, there you go. There you go. I know. Serena had her alarm going off, and people were going, whose alarm is that? People were getting so angry. Now we know it was strategically done. And Lynette's Team Serena. She's not even speaking English. Wait, what'd you say, Serena? Why are you upside down? There, what now?
Turn that on. Facebook Live. You want to turn it off?
Wait, are you guys going to get in, like, split the rock with the last two?
You can turn it down.
Well, maybe on the next break.
Put it in the comments.
You're right, huh?
There's D, hi D. Where's Chongo, your husband?
He's on his way.
He's a really nice guy. What happened to your wrist?
I heard it a long time ago, and it hard to put my weight on it, so I had to make sure.
Serena's like, oh.
It's pretty
Fall
sick.
off.
That's fun.
This kid was all up here.
No kicking, no punching.
Okay, just making sure because Serena's getting frisky.
She's about to punch somebody out over here.
You know where she's at.
I know.
You what?
All right, folks, we will periodically check back in Austin here. We do want to show you that we do have other shots becoming available to us. Of course, in just a little bit, we will have the President Trump announcement there in Kenosha, Wisconsin of the Buy American, Hire American initiative. We'll have that as soon as that event is ready to go. But let's take you now to the UN Security Council meeting. And according to the New York Times, the Trump administration is seeking to highlight its commitment to human rights around the world. Nikki Haley will be presiding over what it calls the first thematic debate on human rights in the Security Council on Tuesday afternoon. Council members are encouraged to express their views on the nexus between human rights and international peace and security, reads a memo circulated to the members this month. Rights abuses, the memo says, can often be the first signs of a full-on conflict erupting.
Good afternoon. It is a beautiful day in New York City, and with that, the 7,926th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for the meeting is maintenance of international peace and security, human rights, and prevention of armed conflict. The agenda is adopted. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. And I give the floor to the Secretary General, and I thank him for taking the time to be here, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Gutierrez.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the United States Presidency for convening this important meeting. We are all aware that large-scale human rights violations cause terrible suffering and undermine prospects for sustainable peace and reconciliation. Healing these wounds is always a difficult and painful process. Yet, that responsibility grows with each new instance of mass killings or mass displacement and sexual violence. Prevention is an essential means of reducing human suffering, building stable and prosperous societies, and enabling people to reach their full potential. And upholding human rights is a crucial element in prevention. International cooperation for prevention, and particularly for translating early warning into early action, depends on trust between member states and in their relations with the United Nations. The Security Council has a major role to play. Article 24 of the Charter is clear. The primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security rests with the Council in order to ensure prompt and effective action. I address the Council in that spirit. The issue today is not that human rights violations undermine every aspect of our shared values and common work, but rather how the United Nations responds. Madam President, je voudrais appeler votre attention sur 3 points afin de mieux délimiter la discussion. Premièrement, la quête de la paix est ce qui doit nous guider le long d'un continuum qui va de la prévention, du règlement des conflits à la consolidation de la paix et au développement durable. La paix est une entreprise inlassable à laquelle toutes les institutions et organes des Nations Unies doivent œuvrer dans le respect de leur mandat et responsabilités. Deuxièmement, la paix, la sécurité, les droits humains et le développement durable se renforcent mutuellement. La Charte des Nations Unies, qui nous devons tous défendre, a joué ici un rôle fondateur en ce qu'elle lie ces 3 piliers. Quand l'ONU tente de les traiter isolément, souvent elle faillit la mission que les États membres et les peuples lui ont confiée. Plusieurs processus de réforme ont mis en évidence que la fragmentation de notre action est l'une de nos faiblesses majeures. Ensemble, nous devons revenir à la lettre et à l'esprit de la Charte pour prévenir les conflits armés et parvenir à une paix durable à la faveur du développement. D'où l'impératif de protéger effectivement tous les droits humains, civils, politiques, économiques, sociaux et culturels. Troisièmement, l'ONU doit envisager les droits humains selon une démarche cohérente et rationnelle. Il appartient au premier chef aux États membres d'intégrer la promotion et la protection des droits humains dans leur politique nationale. Mais une étroite coopération entre l'Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme et tous les organes compétents de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, y compris le Conseil de sécurité, améliore la prise de conscience générale des situations de crise potentielles et de notre capacité collective à y remédier. Les États membres attendent du secrétariat qu'il présente les informations et options appropriées tout en respectant les mandats et le principe d'indépendance. Et je suis prêt à promouvoir une relation plus confiante et à améliorer la communication avec le Conseil en mettant l'accent sur la cohérence, la franchise et la transparence. Les droits humains sont intrinsèquement liés à la paix et à la sécurité, et leur prise en compte dans les délibérations et décisions du Conseil de sécurité est d'une grande importance. L'unité de ce Conseil est cruciale pour s'attaquer efficace aux violations les plus flagrantes des droits de l'homme et en particulier pour éviter les atrocités de masse. J'appelle ce Conseil à n'épargner aucun effort pour mettre un terme aux souffrances intolérables du peuple syrien. Ne pas y parvenir est une tragédie qui nous fait honte. Madam President, there is growing awareness of the ways in which rights violations signal threats to security and how rights upheld can contribute to peace. Recent experiences offer many examples. UN peace operations have been progressively authorized with robust human rights and protection of civilians mandates. Indeed, 15 Security Council mandated peace operations include a human rights element. Systematic monitoring and reporting of human rights violations has given a voice to victims and advanced the fight against impunity. Moreover, these efforts offer important warning signals to societies that also highlight the Council's determination to prevent further abuses. To advance this work, I encourage close cooperation with my Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. Human rights work contributes to missions' efforts to protect civilians under threat, and the mission's engagement with those states on human rights issues has helped build capacities and even in some circumstances preserve democratic space. This Council has also taken decisive action to prosecute alleged perpetrators of the most brutal crimes by establishing international criminal tribunals for Rwanda, the former Yugoslavia, and elsewhere, and by referring cases to the International Criminal Court. Accountability for such crimes is an important element in achieving reconciliation and over the long term building resilient societies and judicial institutions. Other key initiatives of this Council include advancing the protection of children in armed conflict and action against sexual-based violence in armed conflict. The Council has also put the human rights of women and children high on its agenda as a valuable input to its peace efforts. I remain deeply committed to this agenda and will spare no efforts to step up the work and support of the Secretariat. protecting young generations from conflict situations is one of the best investments we can make to achieving sustainable peace. Despite all these efforts, millions of people still need to be protected from crises, and far more time and resources continue to be spent responding to crises rather than preventing them. If we are to truly address today's challenges, we must make prevention our priority, tackle the root causes of conflict, help build and strengthen institutions, and react earlier and more effectively to address human rights concerns. That is the lesson of so many conflicts, and this is why I remain staunchly committed to this agenda. Our world is facing unprecedented peace and security challenges that result from a lack of prevention and from insufficient implementation of human rights obligations, including social and economic rights. The consequences for people and states, and indeed for humanity, are being felt by tens of millions and by entire regions. Ensuring improved and less politicized action on human rights is a critical part of meeting this challenge, as is achieving urgent progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Allow me to suggest a theoretical test. If the most acute human rights and development concerns were immediately resolved, how many situations would still be threats to peace and security and remain on the Council's agenda? I have set in motion various reforms of the Secretariat that will enable us to play our role better in keeping with the mandates and trust the Member States place in us. The resolutions on sustaining peace and the 2030 agenda are cause for hope. Progress on human rights aspects would further complement these advances. In the months to come, I hope Member States will engage through the General Assembly and the Security Council to support my reform proposals and to strengthen them with your own. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the Secretary General for his time, his leadership, and
this is a special day, and I'm glad you were here to share it with us. Look, these are interesting times. The news from coast to coast talks about the middle class shrinking. And this bodes difficulties for us. And the problem is because the traditional strength of America has always been that the great middle, making things and keeping them running, has been our strength. Manufacturing and the associated industry. And makers and fixers have created the society we know today, and they are essential to our future. Well, I'm here to tell you, making and fixing is alive and well at Snap-on. Our people, we were founded on the respect for the timeless principle, the respect for the dignity of work, and our workers, and enhancing and making those jobs easier, that work easier. And our workers today are capable associates, take American steel, shape it into unique products, and give it into the hands of professionals who enabling them to do critical tasks. And we've gotten better every year at doing this and stronger. So, I'll tell you, the makers and the fixers are important, but all of manufacturing isn't like this. 30% of the jobs have disappeared in the last 3 decades, and the respect for the dignity of work, it's in eclipse. People think of these jobs, these technical careers, as the consolation prize. And there's a lot of reasons for this, but one of the main reasons is we're in a global competition for jobs, and one of the ways we can win this contest, in fact, we think the most important way to win this contest is to upskill the American workforce, to provide them with great technical education that matches the requirements of the workplace today. The way to win the contest is to restore the traditional American respect for the dignity of work. The way to win the contest is to change or transform from looking at these jobs as a consolation prize to being what they've always been, a national calling that will deliver us from evil. And that's a tone that's for our leaders. And in that sense, we are in interesting times. We have visiting us today, for the first time in 97 years, the President of the United States. And he's here to honor manufacturing. A president who listens to business. In the first days of his administration, he talked to businessmen and listened to them. And he's done it throughout. Just a few days ago, he met with the National Association of Manufacturers in his office. This is a president who said in his inaugural speech, every decision on trade, on taxes, on foreign affairs will be made to the benefit of the American worker and the American family. For the manufacturers from sea to shining sea in America, this is music to our ears, and it's the essential tone we need going forward. He's here today to highlight American manufacturing, to spotlight Snap-on, and to recognize the Snap-on team, the people of work, the makers and fixers, the people who make a difference. So before we bring them out, let me just finish by welcoming you all, old friends and new, and saying to my friends on the Snap-on team, on this historic day, this special day, this once in 97-year day, that your capability, your dedication, your commitment is what authored this. My thanks and my congratulations. Thanks for being with us on this.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. These are great, great people, and these are real workers. I love the workers. We're doing a good job for the workers, and I'm thrilled to be back in Wisconsin. The optimism in this room is the same incredible spirit that is sweeping across our country, and even greater than that great day in November when I won the state of Wisconsin and when we won the presidency. That was a great day, I have to say. That was a great day, and thank you, Wisconsin. No administration has accomplished more in the first 90 days. That includes on military, on the border, on trade, on regulation, on law enforcement. We love our law enforcement, and on government reform. Today, we're building on that optimism, and I'm proud to announce that we are about to take bold new steps to follow through on my pledge to buy American and hire American. I can't think of a better place to make this announcement than right here at Snap-on. Just took a tour of the company. Good place, by the way. It's doing well, too. Standing among the workers who make the tools that will rebuild our nation. Your craftsmanship is incredible. It's a pleasure to see my good friend, Governor Scott Walker. He has been such a big help. He has been so incredible. Stand up, Scott. Governor Walker. As well as Senator Ron Johnson. We worked hard together. Thank you, Ron. And although he could not be here today, my thanks go to Speaker Ryan, who's represented this city for nearly 2 decades in Congress. And you know where he is? He's with NATO. And so he has a good excuse. And I said, Ron, make sure these countries start paying their bills a little bit more. You know, they're way, way behind, Ron. We have to do, I'm going to talk to you about that, Ron. But Paul, you're over with NATO, get them to pay their bills. I think that, and Ron, you have to work on that too. And Scott, in Wisconsin, you don't have to bother. We'll keep you right here. For a little while at least. Also with us is a famous local resident, the pride of Kenosha, Reince Priebus, my chief of staff. Where is Reince? Where is he? What a good man. There he is. In fact, we flew over his house on the way up, and he got all excited. He's taking pictures of us. Rice went to school right here, just about a mile away, where he took his wife Sally to the prom. And that was a match made in heaven. Very nice. I also want to thank Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin for being with us today. Secretary Mnuchin is working to put together a tax reform plan to make our industry more competitive and also to provide a level playing field for our workers. We don't have a level playing field, believe me. You're going to have one very soon. And our tax reform and tax plan is coming along very well. It's going to be out very soon. We're working on health care, and we're going to get that done too. Our Education Secretary, Betsy DeVos, is also here. Where's Betsy? She's around here someplace. Stand up. Thank you, Betsy. Secretary DeVos is working to ensure that our workers are trained for the skilled technical jobs that will, in the future, power our country. I'm excited to be joined today by students from Gateway Technical College and remember the college president, Brian Albrecht. Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Your partnership with Snap-on is a great example of why vocational education is the way of the future. When I was growing up in Queens, we had vocational schools. They were great. We don't have schools like that so much anymore, but we're bringing them back, vocational schools. These are very talented people that love that type of work, and it's great work. It really is great work. So vocational schools are going to be a big factor in the Trump administration. Together, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that more products are stamped with those wonderful words, made in the USA. The old days we used to use it. We don't use it so much anymore. We're going to start using it again. Made in the USA. For too long, we've watched as our factories have been closed and our jobs have been sent to other faraway lands. We've lost 70,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization. And you've seen that. You've heard about it. 70,000. The World Trade Organization, another one of our disasters. But this election, the American people voted to end the theft of American prosperity. They voted to bring back their jobs and to bring back their dreams into our country. That's why I'm here today. In just a few moments, I will be signing a Buy American and Hire American executive order. You haven't heard about that in a long time in this country. With this action, we are sending a powerful signal to the world. We're going to defend our workers, protect our jobs, and finally, put America first. I see all the Make America Great Again hats, so that's a good crowd. Those are good hats. Through the years, Snap-on tools have been at the center of our industrial life. Your tools have fixed the cars our families depend on. They've sailed with the fleets that patrol the oceans. They've fixed the planes that cross our skies. And Snap-on tools have reached the heights of space, used by astronauts in orbit to carry out their very, very important work. And I don't know if you noticed, recently I signed a very big order. We're going to spend again on NASA space program. And that's something we need, and we also need it psychologically, but it's going to be very exciting. For decades, this company has served the needs of American workers. It's time we had a federal government that does the same. The Buy and Hire American order I'm about to sign will help protect workers and students like those of you in the audience today. This historic action declares that the policy of our government is to aggressively promote and use American-made goods and to ensure that American labor is hired to do the job. It's America first. You better believe it. It's time. It's time, right? It's time. First, we will fully monitor, uphold, and enforce our Buy American laws, which we haven't done. Buy American laws require that when the federal government buys, builds, or funds a project, domestic goods and products should be used. But over the years, these Buy American standards have been gutted by excessive waivers and reckless exemptions. The result has been countless jobs and countless contracts that have been lost to cheap, subsidized, and low-quality foreign goods. With this order, I'm directing every single agency in our government to strictly uphold our Buy American laws, to minimize the use of waivers, and to maximize Made in America content in all federal projects. It's time. And for the first time ever, we are going to crack down on foreign bidders that used dumped steel and other subsidized goods to take contracts from workers like you. They take them away, and they've been doing it for a long time. Not going to happen anymore. We are finally standing up for our workers and for our companies. In short, this order declares that American projects should be made with American goods. No longer are we going to allow foreign countries to cheat our producers and our workers out of federal contracts. Everyone in my administration will be expected to enforce every last Buy American provision on behalf of the American worker. And we are going to investigate every single trade deal that undermines these provisions. Secondly, we are going to enforce the higher American rules that are designed to protect jobs and wages of workers in the United States. We believe jobs must be offered to American workers first. Does that make sense? Right now, widespread abuse in our immigration system is allowing American workers of all backgrounds to be replaced by workers brought in from other countries to fill the same job for sometimes less pay. This will stop. American workers have long called for reforms to end these visa abuses, and today their calls are being answered for the first time. That includes taking the first steps to set in motion a long overdue reform of H-1B visas. Right now, H-1B visas are awarded in a totally random lottery, and that's wrong. Instead, they should be given to the most skilled and highest paid applicants, and they should never, ever be used to replace Americans. No one can compete with American workers when they are given a fair and level playing field, which has not happened for decades. We're using every tool at our disposal to restore the American dream. In fact, when it comes to wasteful, destructive, job-killing regulations, we are going to use a tool you all know very well. It's called the sledgehammer. It's what we're going to use. We're also going to stand up for our dairy farmers in Wisconsin. And I've been reading about it, and I've been talking about it for a long time, and that demands really immediately fair trade with all of our trading partners, and that includes Canada. Because in Canada, some very unfair things have happened to our dairy farmers and others, and we're going to start working on that with Ron and with Scott and with Paul and with all of your representatives. What's happened to you is very, very unfair. It's another typical one-sided deal against the United States, and it's not going to be happening for long. So Scott, you and Ron and myself and Paul and everybody else, we're going to get together and we're going to call Canada and we're going to say, what happened? And they might give us an answer, but we're going to get the solution, not just the answer, okay? Because we know what the solution is, all right? And if you guys can't do it, we'll bring maybe Reince. Reince, you ready, Reince? We better bring Reince back. Now, we'll get that done. We're going to work on that very hard. We're going to work on it immediately, in fact, starting today. It's a terrible thing that happened to the farmers of Wisconsin. The fact is, NAFTA has been a disaster for the United States, a complete and total disaster. And we're going to do some things. And we have all sorts of rules and regulations that are horrendous. Like we want it started to negotiate with Mexico immediately. And we have these provisions where you have to wait long periods of time. You have to notify Congress. And after you notify Congress, you have to get certified. And then you can't speak to them for 100 days. The whole thing is ridiculous. NAFTA has been very, very bad for our country. It's been very, very bad for our companies and for our workers. And we're going to make some very big changes, or we are going to get rid of NAFTA for once and for all. Cannot continue like this, believe me. Big things will be happening on trade with other countries over the coming months, and I mean very big. We're also working with Congress on tax reform and simplification, and we're on time if we get that health care approval. So press every one of you congressmen, press everybody, because we want to get that approval. And it just makes the tax reform easier, and it makes it better, and it's going to make it steeper. It's going to be bigger, and that's what we want to do. So we're in very good shape on tax reform. We have the concept of the plan. We're going to be announcing it very soon. But health care, we have to get the health care taken care of. And as soon as health care takes care of, we are going to march very quickly. You're going to watch. We're going to surprise you. Right, Steve Mnuchin? Right? Secretary of Treasury. I see Sean, and stand up, Sean. Let's stand up. You know, I had no idea. I was told a year ago, he's been so great to me. I was told a year ago he's like a world champion climber, climbs the trees. And after that, every time I look at him now differently. I'm very impressed with that, John. And he's also very good on television and very helpful. Thank you, man, thank you. We'll be making big investments in rebuilding our military and repairing our badly depleted infrastructure. And that'll happen soon also. Infrastructure, big infrastructure bill. Probably use it with something else that's a little bit harder to get approved in order to get that approved. But infrastructure is coming, and it's coming fast. New ships, bridges, tunnels, and airplanes will be constructed with American hands, American steel, and yes, American tools. As we work to restore the American dream at home, we're also working to restore America's standing abroad. That means strengthening our partnerships and ensuring that our friends and allies pay their fair share. And that very much includes, as I've already said in my little statement to Paul, it also includes the NATO companies and countries. They are really sort of letting us down in that one respect. And we don't want people taking advantage of the United States, and that's not going to happen for very much longer. I'm going over there very soon, and we're going to have it, and everybody's going to be paying, and we're going to be a much happier country. We're going to be a much happier world. No matter the circumstances, everyone will know we act from this core conviction that America's strength must be unmatched, and its first priority, unquestioned, the safety and security of our citizens. This is the surest path to a more peaceful and prosperous world for us all. Together, we can build a better future in the spirit of this company's earliest days. Great company, great history. I recently learned that decades ago in the 1920s, when your salesman entered a dusty repair shop or stained, a nice, beautiful stained garage floor, which I've seen many of, he would find a spot to lay out a beautiful green felt mat. The people of the company know what that means. And on that green felt mat, he would carefully place a gleaming set of new Snap-on tools. The founders of this company wanted their customers to know that the tools of the mechanic were just as important as the tools of the doctor, the dentist, the politician, or the business leader, and that his craft was a noble, noble craft, as noble as any. This is a wonderful story about your company, and it's Wisconsin heritage. And Wisconsin has a truly great heritage, and it's led by incredible people. But it's also a story that tells us a lot about the American spirit. In America, we honor work. We honor grit. We honor craftsmanship. We honor the men and women who turn dreams into reality with their own two hands. In America, we honor all of you. We are a nation of builders. We are the country that dug out the Panama Canal, that put a man on the face of the moon, and that linked our cities with majestic railroads and curving highways. We are the country that is always on the cusp of the next invention. But we can only get there with all of you. We can only restore this nation we love so much by working and building with all of you. We can only get there together. We are the one people sharing one destiny, saluting one great, beautiful American flag. I'm thrilled to be here today to celebrate our great American heritage and to proudly embrace our great American future. I want to thank the people of Wisconsin for doing so much for me. That's why I came back here, not just for the company, frankly, for the people of Wisconsin. You have been so incredible to me and my administration, and we will never, ever let you down. God bless you. God bless the American worker. God bless the American dream. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Tremendous honor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you go. President Trump wrapping up there in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Now he will be signing the Buy American, Hire American executive order.
Get ready. How about having some Scott, Ron, and everybody? Come on up. Come on up. Lieutenant Governor, come on up. Come on up. Who should I give the pen to is the big question, right? I think one of them should get it. Yeah. Come on up. Great representatives. All right. Come on up, yeah. Okay. This is a tremendous honor for me. The only question is who gets the pen?
And also at this event, President Trump saying the tax reform plan is coming out very, very soon. All right, folks, as this event now wrapping up, we're going to take you now to Pennsylvania, where we are hearing more about the situation that resulted in a suicide with the Facebook murder suspect. We're going to take you now live here to Pennsylvania for an update. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
We have MVR videos. I believe there were 3 vehicles involved that should have MVR on it. As a rule, we don't release that, sir, but we do have that.
From your standpoint, how relieved are you that this manhunt is now over and the people here can breathe a sigh of relief?
Well, clearly, no investigation is 100% complete until the investigation is done. Right now, to the best of my knowledge, and I'll let anybody else jump in here, we don't believe he had any accomplices. Our concern is he was somewhere over the last several days. Whether somebody was harboring him, whether he was under a bridge somewhere, I don't know. I would say if I feel a lot more comfortable now than I did prior to 11 o'clock. But again, whether it's somebody else, we don't know. But I certainly feel that the tension is a lot less now than it was earlier. Captain, would you agree with this?
Sir, what message do you have for that concerned citizen who, if not for their actions, we wouldn't be here today?
Oh,
what would you say to them?
First of all, thank God. Without the public, we would be nowhere. It's so important to any investigation that the public step in and help us. Our job as state troopers and police officers and district attorney, we are here to serve the public. And it's nice when they realize that and they help us out with an investigation. This investigation would be nowhere without tips. And like I said, I was talking to Captain Basinger, and over the last several days, every station in Troop E received several tips, which we followed up on. So they're instrumental, and I thank them at the bottom of my heart. It's nice when you're all on one team and we get that information. So my response is thank you very much. It is appreciated.
Sir, will this investigation rest with Pennsylvania State Police Troop E? What will be the relationship with you and the Cleveland authorities and the FBI going forward?
Well, again, this is one part of the investigation. Mr. Stevens ended his life here today. We'll be in touch. We already have been in touch with Cleveland. They have their homicide on this end. We have our investigation here. We have a suicide of a person. Plus, we have the pursuit. We do our own investigation. Plus, we're going to try to find out where he was.
How many troopers were in pursuit of him?
Captain?
We had 4 cars with 5 members.
4 cars with 5 members, plus Wesleyville PD had a vehicle. Chief, was there 1 member from Wesleyville? Yes.
And did they see him commit suicide? Were they that close?
I know the one trooper that I spoke to who did the pit maneuver saw him pull the gun out and shoot himself. I can't speak for the others, sir, but at least the one trooper did.
So they knew they didn't have to draw their own weapons as they approached, or?
Again, sir, it happened so fast. I don't want to speak. I don't know if they did or not. My guess is they probably did not. However, if they did see him pull his gun and shoot himself, you don't know for sure what the outcome of that was. Personally, if they did draw their weapon, they're certainly entitled to do that. I just don't know that.
Was it a shot to the head?
Again, I think it's safe to say there was a shot to the head, yes.
Sir, would you like to tell the community of Cleveland?
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are just switching gears just a little bit to take you now to a pursuit. Police chase there in L.A. Let's go to it now here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
location on Firestone near Alameda. And it's been going on a good 15 minutes or so. The LAPD, the lead agency on this, there he goes, making back his way towards the east now. The windows are tinted. We did see the suspect appeared to be a male with his arm out the window for a time. It's unclear if anybody else is in that automobile, but he is racing down this intersection. I could see the LAPD helicopter circling overhead as well. Los Angeles Police Department, they're very cautious. They try to protect the public the best they can. LAPD in recent years has led the state in people being injured, innocent bystanders being injured. And I could see a lot of police activity over the entire area, trying to do some traffic control, hold traffic back, making a southbound turn now, Marla and Lauren, here in South LA, which would take him down towards the 105 freeway.
Rick, you say this has been going on for about 15 minutes, all on surface streets thus far?
So far as we've heard, when we first picked it up on the scanner, that is the case, Marla, around Alameda and Firestone Boulevard, a very busy area of South Los Angeles. And he stayed generally in the same vicinity for some time, but now he's making his way farther south than he's been. And he is making his way down towards the 105 freeway, but there is not a ramp on this southbound street. LAPD helicopter right on top of him, and again, at least a half a dozen units trailing him from behind. They really need to be careful, obviously. The Los Angeles Police Department is cautious. They just don't like anybody being injured. Making a left turn here, I believe, on Imperial, which would take him eastbound here in this small compact, that gray Dodge Neon. Again, inside a 187 suspect. Coming up on Wilmington Avenue here on the eastbound side of Imperial. And Skyfox HD was first on this pursuit here in South LA, and we're going to stay on top of this until it comes to an end. Now, it looks like he is going to have the opportunity to get on the 105 freeway coming up here, and we'll see if that is indeed the case. Again, you could see the units trailing him at a relatively good distance. They're not right up against him, and at this point, he's traveling at the speed limit, but there have been times where he's been well over that speed limit, and he is being written up for every vehicle infraction as well. And yes, indeed, sure enough, as I thought, it looks like he's going to enter the 105 freeway westbound through South LA, and we'll get an eye on the traffic here and see how it looks for him as he makes his way towards the 110 Harbor Freeway and LAX. Again, a 187 suspect being pursued by the Los Angeles Police Department now down the 105 freeway.
Hey, Rick, it looks like at this point traffic is pretty light. I mean, you can have a better vantage point than we do. Is he going to run into trouble up there on the freeway?
At this point, it looks like he's fine for a couple of miles. Looking up ahead all the way to the 110 freeway, the volume is relatively light. Exactly what you're seeing from our vantage point up ahead. You saw on the freeway sign, the 110 freeway right up ahead, the Harbor Freeway, where he'll have the option, if he chooses to stay on the freeways here, to make a transition to either the north or southbound side, or he can stay the course and continue westbound on the 105 freeway. And if he does, that's where he will run into a little bit more congestion towards Hawthorne and Inglewood and LAX. But as of right now, the volume is light, and he's keeping his speed down to about 65 miles an hour, about the flow of traffic, the speed limit here on the West 105. And I want to widen out a little bit. It looks like he's veering off to the right here. I'm not seeing as many units. Looks like he's going to exit at Central. So what we are seeing with this suspect is he definitely wants to stay in the vicinity of the South LA neighborhood. And we do see that a lot with suspects because they're familiar. They might be familiar with the neighborhoods. They might be familiar with certain areas, maybe an area where they feel they're going to be able to evade police. But he's really slowing down. And I believe he is, because if we could widen out just a little bit, I'm not seeing the units are still back there, but again, they're keeping a safe distance. There's that LAPD helicopter watching from overhead. So even if this guy really gets erratic, which we've seen in the past, the LAPD units, the ground units will pull off, but the air unit will continue, making a southbound left turn on Central. And there's the parade of LAPD units now. Okay, now he is southbound on Imperial, but guess what he's going to do? He's going to get on the on-ramp to the eastbound 105 freeway here. Very light volume, yet again, on this stretch of freeway, Marla and Lauren.
Here's the thing. I mean, pursuits, they're always dangerous no matter what. But, I mean, it's a man. Do we know that much anyway?
We believe it is. That's what I could tell from up here. Unclear if there's anybody else inside, but it does appear that the suspect is a male.
And he's wanted for murder.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it doesn't get much more dangerous than that. And he could be armed. He could be armed. This is a very serious, dangerous situation. They want to protect the public. They want to bring this to a safe end so nobody, no innocent individuals get injured. There he goes on the, he looks like he was going to exit on Wilmington, but he decided to stay on the 105 freeway here. A lot of off-ramps. He'll have the choice to get off the eastbound side of the 105, and this is the stretch between the 110 behind us to the west and the 710 to our east. And you can see a lot of LAPD units there. And what they're going to try to do, they'll hold traffic. They'll coordinate with the California Highway Patrol, as we always see. At times, they'll block ramps, keep the traffic volume light, which gives officers more space, more safety, and more opportunities to bring this pursuit to an end. And they can do so in different methods, which we've seen. Essentially, they want to disable that vehicle, have him pull over, and not injure anybody. The pimp maneuver, obviously not the best move at this point, being that we are on a busy stretch of the 105 freeway. And the volume is still on the light to moderate side all the way up towards the 710 freeway. If they're able to box him in an intersection, a cul-de-sac, we see that at times, but that certainly isn't the case as of yet, being that he is staying on the 105 freeway. Again, this pursuit started in South Los Angeles. We first picked it up on our scanners. Our assignment desk did near Alameda and Firestone. And he stayed on surface streets in and around that major intersection for some time, essentially doing some loops, some laps around that intersection. But then he decided to make his way well to the south in the southern portion of South LA. And that's where we saw him get on the 105 freeway westbound. Just for a couple of blocks, he exited at Central and picked up the 105 eastbound. And that's where we're at now. 105 eastbound, coming up on Long Beach Boulevard and towards the 710. And as you can see, look at this, Lauren, Marla, he is moving pretty much at the speed of traffic at this point. And if you do come upon anything like this, like I don't know what that motorist is doing right there, never try to be a hero, especially when you're dealing with a suspect like this. And you have no idea what suspect is being pursued if you come upon something like this on the freeway. Every pursuit that you may encounter on the freeway, just as you would if you hear lights and sirens with a fire company coming up from behind you, slow down, pull safely to the right, give the officers plenty of space. And he is on the move, making an exit here. We're going to give you that off-ramp from the 105 freeway eastbound. It looks to be possibly Long Beach Boulevard here. We'll see in just a moment here. And we'll see what these officers are going to do. A bit of a backup here at the ramp and the surface street down below here. So we'll see exactly how he maneuvers around this situation. He's got the green, though, and he's going to make his way almost up on the curb there, making a left turn, which would take him south again. And let's see if he's going to do exactly what he did on Central, get right back on the freeway. There's the 105 overcrossing. There's the green line right down the middle of the 105 freeway. And let's see what he does. If he zips around that little loop there. Nope, he's going to stay northbound now. And again, we believe this is Long Beach Boulevard. We'll try to get an exact for you here in just a moment. Again, a gray Dodge Neon, a 187 suspect inside. Unclear if there's anybody else in the vehicle. Skyfox first on this, and we're going to stay on this as long as we can here. And hopefully we'll watch it come to a safe conclusion. As of late, though, what you've seen, Lauren and Marla, he has not been driving too erratically. He's been keeping to the speed limit, and even on the surface street here, looks to be driving a bit more cautiously.
Hey, Rick, there are witnesses posting on social media now saying that they saw him dropping articles out of the vehicle, you know, perhaps maybe getting rid of evidence or we don't know what. Did you see any of that from your vantage point?
When we first arrived on scene of the pursuit north of this location, near Firestone and Alameda, I did see his hands out the window, and it did appear he was making some gestures, so at that point, that may have been the case. You can see there's officers from other jurisdictions will join in on this. They'll do traffic control. This is a this guy. There may have been some detectives knowing his whereabouts, and he was wanted in a murder, and being such, they had a beat on him, and once they saw him and they had an opportunity, they lit him up. He didn't yield, and the pursuit was on, and it's still on here through primarily still in the South LA area, Willowbrook, coming up towards Huntington Park here, all south of downtown Los Angeles, stopping at this very busy intersection. And now it looks like he's going to continue. No, it's going to make a left turn back towards the west here. if they get an opportunity to pit him in an area where they see it's safe for other people, then they're definitely going to try to do that, no question. In terms of the spike strip, again, it's just disabling the car, blocking him in, pitting him, spinning him out. That's what they want to do. But with the spike strip, oh, yeah, there you go. Getting a little bit more erratic now through that intersection. Spike strip is a bit more difficult because you have to know essentially what direction this guy's going to stay in. And knowing so, then that will allow them to deploy a unit and throw out that strip. And in this situation, he's been all over the place, making loops around surface streets, back on and off the freeway, east and westbound on the 105. And now he's making his way westbound here. It appears to be Imperial, but again, we're trying to get that information from our assignment desk. I'm listening in on the scanner here. Again, this gray Dodge Neon 187 suspect being pursued by the Los Angeles Police Department. Marla, Lauren. And now he's back northbound on Alameda, and that's where we first picked this pursuit up. That's the Alameda corridor there, and he's making his way northbound up towards the neighborhood where this pursuit first started. Picking up speeds here northbound on Alameda, and it looks like the Los Angeles Police Department has backed off a little bit. We'll widen out. We'll show you the units. There's still a half a dozen or so, but you can see the space now that they've offered up between the suspect and those units. Driving now in the center divider will push back in at a really high rate of speed. He really picked it up once he made that northbound turn on Alameda. So it appears he does want to stay close to where this pursuit started. Does he have a mindset? You never know with these suspects. They may not have a plan at all, or they may well indeed try to stay in a neighborhood that they're comfortable with. Maybe he's thinking there's an alley he knows where he could bail out, somebody's house, his own home, something where he believes he can get away from these officers. And he's running because right now he's not in custody. He feels that he can evade these officers here. And believe it or not, about 18% of those being pursued actually do get away. This pursuit, a lengthy one now, in that most pursuits average just about a minute or so. In fact, we at times will pick one up on the scanner, and just as we're running to the bird, to the helicopter to hop in, it's already a stand down for us, meaning that the pursuit has always come to an end. But this is a long pursuit. The longer they go, the more dangerous they become, the more opportunities for accidents and for people to get hurt. And when you're dealing with a murder suspect, and if indeed he is that guy they're looking for, and he did commit that horrific act, it doesn't get much more dangerous than this. He could be armed as well. I don't see any up ahead. I see the helicopter doing a great job just a few hundred feet above him. So even though the officers, the patrol cars on the ground have backed off somewhat, they're keeping a close eye on him from above. He's not going to be able to get away with the LAPD helicopter up overhead. And if they were tracking him and they know the crime, at least the crime that he is alleged to have committed, they've done some background information. They know who they're dealing with. So they may know where he lives. That car may be his, registered to him. They may have been tracking him for some time and just wanted the opportunity to approach him and take him into custody, and weren't able to do so before a pursuit started. And that's where we're at right now, making a southbound turn now. And this is the area that we were hearing him moving around when this pursuit started, a half an hour ago now or so. So southbound now, back into this residential neighborhood, mixed residential and industrial. You can see the LAPD helicopter still circling overhead, making a southbound trek now. And we'll see once he comes up on Firestone if he gets back on Firestone. Again, Lauren, Marla, it was Firestone and Alameda where we first heard of this pursuit. Making a right turn, a westbound turn now. It's an older model. That's exactly right. I didn't know the year. Thanks for that information. Yeah, an older model making a left turn here. It held pretty well, these compact cars doing. And when you're dealing with a suspect like this, and we've covered so many of these pursuits, all of us, is that you see the driver sometimes becoming a little bit more calm, a little more cautious, but then something agitates them. They pick up speed. They drive more recklessly. Maybe he felt that those units were backing off enough that he might be able to get away, or they decided to back off. But that's not the case. Whether or not he knows an LAPD helicopter is overhead, that's unclear at this time. We haven't seen him, at least we haven't been able to detect any cell phone activity from him if he's on a cell phone trying to communicate with anybody. That happens a lot. A lot of times friends, relatives will see one of their own being pursued, and they'll try to convince them to pull over and to end these things peacefully. He's not. He's running. He's a 187 suspect, allegedly a 187 committing that horrible crime, and now he's making his way back west, still in South LA here, pretty close to the community of Watts now, and we'll try to get an exact location. And I just did see something. I saw somebody run to the intersection there and really gesture at him, not in a way that somebody who's just watching this in the neighborhood, but someone who looked very agitated, like he was trying to grab the attention of the suspect, like he may know them. Right at that last corner there, he ran up and he was waving his hands, and then his hands came down when he passed him. Back northbound now, so he is staying in the same area now, making loops in the South LA neighborhood, a neighborhood he may be comfortable with. It's where the pursuit started. Maybe not, but again, I'm just speaking upon past experiences. Northbound now on this major, it appears to be Central that he's making his way northbound on. Through the heart of South LA, Central will take you all the way up into the downtown LA skyline, the area there. LAPD helicopter still circling overhead. Looks like he's making a left turn now, and there you go. The space cushion between the suspect and the LAPD has diminished quite a bit here. Now, we'll see once they get into an area where they feel they can bump him. If he slows down enough, if they don't see any pedestrians, it's got to be a move, a pinpoint move when these actions occur. You saw the bicyclists there. There could be kids out on the corner here. School will be getting out for some schools in a short time here. So all of those things are taken. Extensive training is done by the Los Angeles Police Department. Off the 5 and the 405, there's a training facility. We watch all the time as those officers, during the pre-dawn hours when you have no light, during the daytime hours, wetting down the roadway, spinning out, tracking an alleged suspect such as this, and making those pit maneuvers, training and practicing so that they know how to deal with it in real life. And that's what it is. We're real life here. This is a 187 suspect being pursued here through South LA, all over the streets of South LA here between Broadway and Main, now making a southbound drive here. LAPD helicopter right on top of him, just a couple hundred feet. Coming up on a major now. He slows down. He does, make his way cautiously through these intersections. Century Boulevard here parallels the 105 freeway on the north side, making his way westbound now on Century Boulevard towards the 110 Harbor Freeway. Marla, Lauren. Yeah, absolutely. You just don't know. And now he made a U-turn, and now he's in an area where it's not quite as busy. Whether or not he knows where he's going or not, but he's going to run into an area here where you're not seeing as much in the way of traffic. You're not seeing any pedestrian traffic. If he continues southbound, we'll see if that's the case. And if that is the case, and he is in an area where they think that they can pit him, spin him out, and not hurt anybody, they're going to do it. They want to bring this to an end. Again, an alleged 187 suspect doesn't get more dangerous than this. He could be armed. Yep, murder suspect, yep.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at live coverage out of Los Angeles. The suspect in Los Angeles, South LA area near LAX. We know that he was just moments ago traveling on Century Boulevard. As you know, Century Boulevard is parallel to the 105 freeway. At that time, he was traveling westbound on Century. That would be in the direction of LAX, but As you can see, he's now on smaller side roads. Looks like he's on neighborhood roads at this point, trying to evade police.
East-west through this area, but this is the heart of South LA, near Watts here, north of the 105 freeway and to the east of the 110. How this ends, all these pursuits end so differently. At times we just see them, randomly just pull over very cautiously and give themselves up like they're done with it, or we see them end in horrific crashes. We've seen the whole gamut. You can see units now that he is staying in the same neighborhood, hanging around intersections now, around Century, around Imperial, around the numbered streets here, because he's choosing to stay in this neighborhood. And this is a neighborhood very close to where this pursuit first started. Again, an early model, an early 90s gray Dodge Neon. That's what he's driving in, this murder suspect here, through the streets of South LA. In the neighborhood, absolutely positioning at intersections now, possibly holding traffic back. What they're going to do is try to help out, mitigate the safety issue here with traffic, opposing traffic that has no idea that this is going on. What they'll do is they'll hold traffic. They're in communication with the lead on the pursuit. Everybody's dialed into that same station. They're all talking. Location is on. There was an officer right there positioned there, and what they do is they coordinate it with dispatch and all of the officers out in the field to set up in those locations so that they can hold traffic and make it safe. And now we're moving at an unsafe rate of speed northbound. This guy is this murder suspect northbound, right through that stop sign there, heading up through the heart of South LA. Northbound would take him well away from the 105 freeway up towards downtown Los Angeles. And he's choosing to stay that course at least for several blocks here. Yeah, no question. They have to be prepared for anything. Obviously, they likely know a lot more than we do about what went on and the circumstances of such and the suspect they're dealing with. So they have contingency plans for that. But with anybody being pursued who chooses to evade police, you don't know what you're dealing with. It could have just been a benign running through the stop sign. They lit them up, traffic violation. They decided not to stop. The pursuit is on. That doesn't mean that guy who ran the stop sign who chooses not to pull over isn't any more dangerous than this guy. They know this guy's dangerous. He's a murder suspect. So they're treating that in a serious way, but they'll treat anybody who chooses not to pull over for police in that same way because they don't know. Maybe there is a murder suspect who just ran that stop sign. I'm sorry, repeat that one more time. We're getting a little bit of information from. No question. It's a compact car. Yeah, absolutely, and it's been going for some time. But how much gas he had in the tank? Was he low? Did he need to do a fill up? We don't know that at this point. Near Central, making a right or eastbound turn now, and that would take him back towards Firestone and Alameda, right where this pursuit started. So he is really staying in an area that we believe he's comfortable with, he's familiar with at least, being that he could very well reside in this area, know friends, have family in this area. Still seeing the LAPD helicopter circling overhead, making a left turn against opposing traffic. That's a dangerous move there for sure. Now making a left or a northbound turn, getting a little more agitated. As I say, you can see the moods of these suspects being pursued. They change quite a bit throughout the course of a pursuit. Yeah, there's no question that there is that coordination going on, that they're going to position themselves in an area once they see this pattern so that the hope is that he may come upon an intersection in an area where they're going to have the resources right there in place, and the moment may present itself where they can bring it to an end. But you just can't here. Look at how busy it is. This intersection right here, you have bus traffic, automotive traffic, left turns, right turns, stop signs here, stoplights, and it's just a real difficult situation to, in a split move, to try to pit this guy, to spin him out, to box him in. At this point, they just haven't really had that opportunity. Once they do, they certainly will. They're trying to get as much information from the airborne, the helicopter, the LAPD unit ahead as well to help with this situation and to bring it to a safe conclusion.
All right, again, for those of you just joining us, this is Samia here, and we are watching a live police chase.
Trek now, very close to the Central Post Office, which I mentioned during the noon show. The Central Post Office, which is very busy today on tax day, which is open, one of the few post offices open till midnight. He's making his way westbound on Slauson, near Central. LAPD helicopter overhead. I would say there's a couple hundred yards space between the suspect, that murder suspect, and the LAPD units. We're going to get into some issues now with LAX if he continues west. So bear with us. We're going to try to keep this picture. Oh, look at the pedestrian right here. Look at that. He stops and slows down. Very close there. And this lady really doesn't know what's going on, obviously. And then all of a sudden she sees all the activity and everybody at that intersection as well. So westbound on Slauson, right through South LA. This would take him over towards the 110 Harbor Freeway. There are on and off ramps there that he can choose to pick up to make his way onto the Harbor Freeway. So if he chooses, you can see some construction workers there waving at him. This stretch of Slauson looks pretty wide open, actually, believe it or not. At least this portion at this moment, traffic relatively light over towards the 110 Harbor Freeway. Again, westbound on Slauson towards the 110 Harbor Freeway here in South Los Angeles. And we're in LAX airspace right now, so we're shooting from a distance here. We're going to do the best we can to hang on top of this. Looks like he's getting in the left turn lane, putting on his, even he does put on his signal when he makes a left turn. Left on Avalon now from Slauson. So he's going to head southbound and I just saw that. Yep, I just saw that. It looks like if you look close there, it does appear that his window's open. It's been open on and off throughout this pursuit, and he has been hanging his arm out at times. You could see there. Doesn't appear from that vantage point that we see anybody else inside the vehicle. Doesn't mean that somebody might be ducking down below there. Again, this is a murder suspect, a 187 suspect being pursued through South Los Angeles, through the heart of South LA, down surface streets here. He was on the 105 for a short time, but he prefers this South LA neighborhood around Central, Avalon, Slauson, Alameda, and Firestone, and he's making his way south. Again, the gas situation, we just don't know at this time what his situation is, how much gas he has. All we know is the LAPD is doing their best to bring this to a safe conclusion. I mentioned earlier the Los Angeles Police Department, a lot of this is just because of the number of pursuits and this large jurisdiction area, one of the largest in the country. There's more pursuits. There's more opportunity for pursuits. The more pursuits there are, that means there's more opportunities for accidents, and that has happened in recent years, and that's why the Los Angeles Police Department has led the state and the nation in innocent people being injured as a result of these pursuits. They understand that. No question about it. And in doing so, we've noticed in more recent years that these suspects who watch them, may have watched a handful of pursuits prior to being pursued themselves, sort of learn the tactics, know the situation, are aware of spike strips and pit maneuvers and opportunities for officers to bring these pursuits to an end, and they become a little bit more savvy. He's running. He wants to run. He's still out of custody at this point. He still feels he can get away, and that's what he's trying to do here through South LA. They'll pursue at any point when somebody doesn't pull over. So they may run a plate, Marla, Lauren, on somebody and find that oh, he's got a traffic citation that he didn't show up for. You know, not a serious crime, but if that's the case, then they'll light him up and they'll pull him over. Or try to pull him over and say, hey, you had a parking ticket here, whizzing through these intersections. Now he's moving at a real high rate of speed. They'll try to pull him over, and if they, don't yield, then a pursuit is on. So definitely, officers, are here to protect and serve, and protecting us, with traffic violations or the most serious crime in murder, and that's what this man is generally wanted for is a serious situation indeed. So. To answer your question, they'll pull over anybody who's wanted for anything. And no question about that. And he sees up ahead street signs, and he does start to slow. Of all the pursuits I've covered, if you go from 1 to 10, 10 being the most erratic, most dangerous, he's in the mid-range area. And just as I say that, he drives up into a parking lot here. It looks like he's just going to use that to scoot on over to make a northbound ride to avoid some of the traffic at the intersection there. Southbound, so he's heading southbound now. It appears he's back on to Central. South on Central, which would take him back down towards Watts, towards South Los Angeles, towards the 105 freeway. Yeah, he's been doing loops all over South LA, essentially from the south side, the 105 freeway north up towards Firestone, down the Alameda corridor, down Central, over to Slauson, that whole large ring right in the heart of South Los Angeles, the community. Oh, there they just threw out a spike strip there. You see that? There he is. There it is. And he was able to, looks like, make his way around it. But as you can see, now they are getting savvy with his travels here. He's staying in the same neighborhood, so they are positioning themselves in ways that, hey, he's doing loops around this area. He's going north, south, retracing his tracks. So now what the Los Angeles Police Department is doing is they're deploying units in the intersections where he's always been in, and if they have an opportunity to throw out a strip, if he makes his way back towards there, that's what they're going to do, and that's what we just saw there. Unfortunately, that one was not successful. It's challenging. I mean, these officers can't put themselves in harm's way. They can't get in front of the vehicle. Again, this is a dangerous murder suspect at this point. Unclear if he's armed. They're essentially getting out of their patrol cars and throwing out a strip of spikes to disable them, and they have to stay a safe distance away. All right. Down an alley now. So these are situations where, but gosh, to know that alley has an outlet there, he must know this neighborhood, because he was able to just make his way straight down there and back onto this major east-west, I would say, here through South Los Angeles, making his way eastbound now, and we'll get you across the street here as soon as we get it. Again, a gray Dodge Neon, an early '90s model. A murder suspect being pursued here throughout the streets of South LA, Alameda, down towards the 105, Firestone. He's all over the place, making a right turn or a southbound turn now. And we're back towards the community of Watts here in South LA. And we'll see what he's doing. He's slowing down. Now he's driving against opposing traffic here, getting around somebody right in the middle of the intersection there, too. And the longer these pursuits go, and the longer they stay in the same neighborhood, you're going to see more people coming out to watch them. And not a good idea. If you are watching from home, keep it here on Fox 11. Stay inside safely in your home. Don't try to go out, into the intersection, into the neighborhood, and try to, make a gesture at this guy here. That's really dangerous. It puts you in danger, puts officers in danger. It's just not a good situation at all. And if you're in your car, again, another reminder: if you're ever in a situation where a pursuit comes up behind you, slowly pull over to the right, stop, give law enforcement plenty of space. There's the school buses on the move as we get into the afternoon hour, starting to roll out as the school day will start to come to an end for some of these students, and hopefully this pursuit will come to an end well before that occurs. There's another person out right in the middle of the street there in the upper left corner. Just saw him real briefly. Back on Central, back north, back into a lot of traffic, and against opposing traffic, driving northbound in southbound lanes, making a left turn. But you can see the officers down below there. So they are positioning all over this neighborhood. He's choosing to stay in a tight area, a 4-block area, I'd say, at least over the last 10 or 15 minutes now in South LA. Oh, no way. That's point. That.
Again, we're looking at live coverage coming in from our Fox station in Los Angeles. This is a police pursuit of a murder suspect. Now, this murder suspect trying to evade police doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. This is not a simple robbery suspect, aggravated assault suspect. No, this is a murder suspect who's trying to get away, who's trying not to get arrested, wanted for murder. Again, viewer discretion is advised. Anything can happen as we watch these live police pursuits here on Fox News Now.
Could be under the influence. We don't know that. You know, obviously, this is a guy, dangerous murder suspect, a 187 as we call it. That's a code name for a murder suspect here, traveling northbound. And now at a more moderate speed, keeping his speeds down. This is primarily residential. There it goes again, another spike strip. He thought that officer threw it out, thinking he'd continue north. He evaded it, made a left turn, headed west over these speed bumps here through this residential neighborhood. So yet another attempt by the Los Angeles Police Department to throw out those spikes and disable this vehicle by puncturing the tires. So they're really being aggressive here and trying to bring this to an end. Now making a northbound turn. Yeah. Yeah, and they're busy streets. In spots, you see the volume become a little lighter, but you see a lot of pedestrian traffic. There's another person coming outside their home there to more on the corner there. Again, not a safe thing to do at all with any suspect, especially when we're hearing that this is an individual, at least who's been who they believe committed a heinous act, a murder. Heading northbound now through South LA. Here, and the space cushion again has increased a bit between the suspect and the lead patrol car by the LAPD, and this pursuit has in the LAPD jurisdiction pretty much for the duration of the pursuit. Another LAPD helicopter arriving on scene as well, maybe to provide relief for the initial helicopter. There it is, coming into frame there from left to right. That's a new airship there, and we'll see what he does here, driving against opposing traffic there. He is driving in an eastbound direction in westbound lanes, a divided stretch of highway here because all of that traffic on the other side through the intersection. And there's the officers again. So more and more we're seeing the presence of the Los Angeles Police Department at all these intersections, being that this suspect is choosing to stay in the same general vicinity of South LA, Slauson, Firestone, Alameda, Central, down towards the 105 freeway, Watts, up into the northern portion of South LA, bordering the southern fringe of downtown Los Angeles. Marla, Lauren. Yeah, absolutely. There's no question. We're seeing more people. You look at them all on the sidewalk, people gesturing him. Now he's against the traffic again. Well, look at that. Really close. He's traveling eastbound in westbound lanes. School bus there. All the foot traffic there. Now crossing back over against opposing traffic. Such a dangerous situation. I know the LAPD wants to do their best to bring this to a conclusion as quickly as possible before somebody gets hurt. Every minute that's pursuit lasts longer. Every opportunity, more opportunity there are for something real serious to happen with somebody, an innocent person, just walking the street, riding their bike, or in their car. Yeah, no question. And we made that point just a short time ago, Bob, that we're seeing more of that. And I reminded everybody, just stay safe inside. There's the blue line there, north-south blue line, the Metro rail system there. He just made his way under there. Stay inside. You know, you can watch comfortably here, and hopefully you'll watch this come to a peaceful end. These intersections getting busier, and he's getting more agitated. So what he does is he crosses over traffic, crosses over the line there, travels against opposing traffic. That's what he's doing there, making his way back very close to where we first heard this pursuit. That's Firestone and Alameda, and that's where he's headed toward. Yeah, he had the opportunity. He had a wide open 105 freeway. He could have picked up, any freeway, the 605, the 710, or the 110, and made his way across the basin, across town. And he chose not to. He chose to hop off the freeway again and head back into the neighborhood where this pursuit started. And that's Firestone and Alameda, down Central, Avalon, over towards Slauson and Imperial, and down towards the 105. The 105 was the southern fringe of the pursuit, and that was that small stretch of freeway. That was the only time he decided to hop on the freeway, but he got right back off after being on it just a minute or so. And he's choosing this neighborhood. We'll widen out a little bit. We'll see that, again, watching that space cushion, and it keeps increasing. You see the distance between the lead LAPD patrol car. He's made a southbound turn now on Alameda. Back down Alameda. We've been here 3 times, 4 times now, maybe, Bob, Lauren, down this stretch of Alameda. Twice. Yeah. Yep. No.
Now, for those of you just joining us, the suspect is now in the Watts area of South LA. Los Angeles, the Watts area of South LA, continuing to travel on surface streets. For a moment, he was on the freeway. The question is, will he get back on the freeway? We'll have to wait and see. Again, LAPD pursuing a murder suspect in South Los Angeles.
In which he did not have the light. He made a right turn. We're back into the numbered streets here in South LA. We're up in the 85 to 90 street range. There's some bicyclists there. Right down the middle of the street. He evaded them. More bicyclists coming southbound there. And heading northbound here. LAPD unit, helicopter still circling overhead. Yeah, making a right turn. Yeah, I think they're going to react the way he reacts, and being that he is siding a little more on the cautious side. Earlier, I gave a 1 to 10 ranking, Bob, in that the most dramatic, erratic, crazy, dangerous pursuits that I've covered being a 10, and the most benign, slow, where we actually see them driving under the speed limit, stopping at every light, at every stop sign. I'll give this a mid-range score of a 5, because we do see him driving against traffic and doing some erratic moves. But then once he feels that the traffic is lighter, and as I say that, there he goes right up against the center island there to avoid all that stop traffic. Because once he stopped, he feels vulnerable. Oh, here we go, that pickup truck, really close there. So he knows once he slows down, he comes to a stop or reduces his speed enough, he knows that those officers are going to be right behind him and have the opportunity to perhaps box him in, conduct that pit maneuver and get him if that opportunity presents itself. Now we're pulling. We're gonna pull We're going to pull back a little bit here to take care of a little bit of business here, but we're going to still track this for sure, this pursuit here involving this murder suspect.
As you can see, the chopper there has pulled away from the scene of this police pursuit in South LA. I want to go ahead and pull up a map for you guys really quickly. Here is a map. This is the South LA area. If you're wondering why Carl's Jr.'s are labeled on the map, it's because I noticed that the suspect, the murder suspect, drove by a Carl's Jr., so I was trying to locate where exactly he was in the South LA area. We know that he was traveling on Alameda at points, and really just traveling in this area of South LA. Lots of Carl's Jr.'s in that area too. We're going to get that feed for you once again. Let's go back to that helicopter shot. Again, a view from our chopper. Hoping to get you guys another feed soon here on Fox News Now. Stand by. Again, for those of you just joining us, we have been following this chase for quite a while. Again, a police pursuit. I want to go ahead and show you some video from just moments ago of this chase. Moments ago, this chase that went through Southern California, the South LA area, a police pursuit of a murder suspect. Again, our chopper is refueling. We are working to get you another live feed of this police chase in Los Angeles. In the meantime, we're showing you what just happened, recapping what's happened thus far in this police pursuit of a murder suspect. Again, we are about a minute or two away from another live feed of this police pursuit. In the meantime, we are showing you some of what just took place moments ago.
That's where we first picked this pursuit up. That's the Alameda corridor there. and he's making his way northbound up towards the neighborhood where this pursuit first started. Picking up speeds here northbound on Alameda, and it looks like the Los Angeles Police Department has backed off a little bit. We'll widen out. We'll show you the units. There's still a half a dozen or so, but you can see the space now that they've offered up between the suspect and those units. Driving now in the center divider will push back in at a really high rate of speed. He really picked it up once he made that northbound turn on Alameda. So it appears he does want to stay close to where this pursuit started. Does he have a mindset? You never know with these suspects. They may not have a plan at all, or they may well indeed try to stay in a neighborhood that they're comfortable with. Maybe he's thinking there's an alley he knows where he could bail out, somebody's house, his own home, something where he believes he can get away from these officers. And he's running because right now he's not in custody. He feels that he can evade these officers here. And believe it or not, about 18% of those being pursued actually do get away. This pursuit, a lengthy one now, in that most pursuits average just about a minute or so. In fact, we at times will pick one up on the scanner, and just as we're running to the bird, to the helicopter to hop in, it's already a stand down for us, meaning that the pursuit has always come to an end. But this is a long pursuit. The longer they go, the more dangerous they become, the more opportunities for accidents and for people to get hurt. And when you're dealing with a murder suspect, and if indeed he is that guy they're looking for, and he did commit that horrific act, it doesn't get much more dangerous than this. He could be armed as well. I don't see any up ahead. I see the helicopter doing a great job just a few hundred feet above him. So even though the officers, the patrol cars on the ground have backed off somewhat, they're keeping a close eye on him from above. He's not going to be able to get away with the LAPD helicopter up overhead. And if they were tracking him and they know the crime, at least the crime that he is alleged to have committed, they've done some background information. They know who they're dealing with. So they may know where he lives. That car may be his, registered to him. They may have been tracking him for some time and just wanted the opportunity to approach him and take him into custody, and weren't able to do so before a pursuit started. And that's where we're at right now, making a southbound turn now. And this is the area that we were hearing him moving around when this pursuit started, a half an hour ago now or so. So southbound now, back into this residential neighborhood, mixed residential and industrial. You can see the LAPD helicopter still circling overhead, making a southbound trek.
I just want to give you a breaking news update. We are hearing from local media in Los Angeles that the chase suspect has stopped the car. He has his hands raised, and it appears as if he is surrendering. Again, it appears as such. We'll confirm with you guys as soon as we get confirmation from Fox in LA. In the meantime, though, we are showing you some of this video of the chase as it took place in South LA. Again, a suspect wanted in connection with a murder. Possible murder suspect in South LA being pursued. Seems like every day there's a chase in Los Angeles. And interesting to note, the helicopter reporter who was just speaking said that about 18% of suspects get away in police chases. Interesting indeed. And we watched as this suspect drove the wrong way in some cases, driving in the wrong direction. Again, this is a possible murder suspect that even traveled in the wrong direction while trying to evade police. We know that the suspect's vehicle, that gray sedan, has Oregon license plates. The suspect at one point was seen talking on his cell phone. Again, according to local media, the suspect has surrendered. He's now in custody. The suspect has given up. Again, local media reporting that the driver stopped suddenly and tossed keys from the window. Again, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the tweets coming in. Hashtag pursuit. That's the end of that. You can see local media tweeting as well. The suspect has surrendered. He's tossed the keys. Hands are up. The chase is over. Here's another look at that chase from moments ago. Again, we are now showing you a replay of the chase, a replay of this pursuit. And speaking of vehicles, not exactly the best transition, but we do have a live feed of the Kia kissing contest taking place in Texas. There's a live look at a handful of people still kissing that vehicle. In case you guys have not watched this, we've been covering it since yesterday. A Kia kissing contest. The person who has their lips on the Kia the longest will win the vehicle. It started out with 20 contestants. We're now more than 30 hours into this Kia kissing contest. Doesn't look like anyone's surrendering. We're hearing reports that if there are still multiple people standing after 50 hours, they may just draw names out of a hat. If you're wondering how this works, well, they are given breaks every hour for 10 minutes. That's when they can use the restroom, grab a snack, drink some water. It's a very bizarre contest indeed. The Kia kissing contest taking place in Austin, Texas. We'll go back to it in a bit, but we do want to continue with the replay of that chase in LA.
Yeah, murder suspect, yep.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at live coverage out of Los Angeles. The suspect in Los Angeles, South LA area near LAX. We know that he was just moments ago traveling on Century Boulevard. As you know, Century Boulevard is parallel to the 105 freeway. At that time, he was traveling westbound on Century. That would be in the direction of LAX, but as you can see, he's now on smaller side roads. Looks like he's on neighborhood roads at this point, trying to evade police.
East-west through this area, but this is the heart of South LA, near Watts here, north of the 105 freeway and to the east of the 110. How this ends, all these pursuits end so differently. At times we just see them, randomly just pull over very cautiously and give them.
We are now going to cut out of this police chase coverage because we do want to give you an update on that Facebook killer. Authorities in Pennsylvania holding a press conference just moments ago. The latest information on the Facebook killer who killed himself this morning. We're going to play this for you in just a moment. right, everyone. It is unclear why the audio isn't working for this press conference. We are, for some reason, not getting the audio in. I'm going to work to get that fixed for you. In the meantime, I want to give you guys another live look at the Kia Kissing Contest. We're going to work to get that fixed for you so we can give you an update into the investigation.
We're about 2 minutes away from them taking another break, and then we will try and talk to a couple of them and not take up too much of their time.
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
Hey, Hannah. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute. I talked to the bullhorn. Prison warden. 15 seconds, guys. Almost there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
17.
2, 1.
Time's up!
You're struggling there a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah? You gonna make it?
Oh, yeah.
You get a second win?
No doubt. I gotta wait for my husband to bring me some more 5-hour energy, and I'll be alright.
August, you remember him from yesterday? His mom just showed up.
Yeah, that can happen. That can happen.
Yeah.
Shake it out.
Yeah.
Shake it out.
Well, that's what I've been like lifting up on this side.
Yeah.
And like massaging my
I was about to,
happy I did it.
How'd you stay awake?
I don't know. I think I'm just used to being awake after like 30 hours.
All right, guys, we are going to cut out of this Kia Kissing Contest feed and show you the replay of the chase, the ending of the chase. We're getting that fed in now. Again, this is a replay of the end of that chase. As you know, our Fox helicopter had to leave the scene because of issues with fuel. But we didn't want to leave our viewers hanging. We appreciate all the thousands of you tuning in. We promised we would bring you the end of this chase, and that is what we're doing now. For those of you just joining us, we are showing you the ending of this police pursuit. We will then go back to the Kia Kissing Contest for those of you interested in watching, as many people hope to win a Kia vehicle by keeping their lips on that car. It's been going on for more than 30 hours now in Austin, the suburb specifically of Round Rock, a suburb of Austin, Texas. Right, and now it looks like they sent us bars, so they did not even send us the end of the chase. We're going to take you back now to the Kia Kissing Contest, which continues to stream live for you here on Fox News Now. Again, this is the Kia Kissing Contest in Austin, Texas. They are on a 10-minute break now, as you can see. Participants drinking water, eating snacks, making phone calls, trying just to survive. The person who keeps their lips on the car the longest wins. We're going to go back to this as soon as the contest resumes following the 10-minute break. In the meantime, though, I do want to show you this speech, this discussion, rather, on drug trafficking. Attorney General Jeff Sessions speaking this morning. Stand by.
They are not content to simply ruin the lives of adults, MS-13 recruits in our high schools, our middle schools, and even our elementary schools. Just a few days ago, law enforcement believes that members of MS-13 murdered 4 young men and dumped their bodies in a park in Long Island. Last month, it was 2 teenage girls in Los Angeles who were killed with machetes and baseball bats. A few weeks ago, the FBI added an MS-13 member to their top 10 most wanted fugitive list for a suspected brutal murder with a baseball bat and a screwdriver, all purportedly to earn MS-13 tattoo and membership. Violence is an initiation rite for them. They've killed mothers alongside their children and vice versa. They have gang raped and trafficked girls as young as 12 years of age. We cannot not allow this to continue, and we will not. We will secure our border, expand immigration enforcement, and choke off supply lines. If you are a gang member, we will find you. We will devastate your networks. We will starve your revenue sources, deplete your ranks, and seize your profits. We will not concede a single block or a street corner to your vicious tactics. Every neighborhood is entitled to safety in their communities. We recognize this will not be easy, but the organizations here working together to take down the mafia and the Colombian cartels, and we can do it again. We will require a commitment from not only all federal, state, and local enforcement, but from everyday Americans who refuse to allow gang violence to be the status quo. Let me add, sanctuary cities dangerously undermine this process. Harboring criminal aliens only helps violent gangs like MS-13. Sanctuary cities are aiding these cartels to refill their ranks and putting innocent life, including the lives of countless law-abiding immigrants, in danger. Today is the beginning. There will be much more in the coming weeks and months as we seek to eradicate these transnational criminal organizations. Under this administration and this Department of Justice, there will be no safe quarter for gangs and those who support them. Thank you for being here, all of you. I'm happy to take a couple of questions from the press then we'll get started with the business of our meeting today.
All right. Mr. Attorney General, good morning. You have talked a lot about the importance of aggressive law enforcement, as you are again today, the importance of the focus on violent crime. But as of now, none of your U.S. attorneys, your 93 U.S. attorneys, are yet in place. How soon do you expect to be getting U.S. attorneys out into the field, nominated and in their place?
We really need to work hard at that, and we'll ask Congress to help with that. A number of nominees are going over now. It does take some months and has traditionally. Our offices now, U.S. Attorney's offices, are headed by career people for the most part. They've been there in the offices, and they respond pretty well, I think, to presidential leadership. I find real support for our initiatives out there, and I would expect every United States attorney to support, the basic agenda that we have here. And I would say, as we've discussed it here in the Department of Justice, I know how important a good United States attorney is. We need the best kind of people, and we're going to challenge them to perform and lead in their offices like they've never done before.
Attorney General, what do you see, if any, a link between transnational crime groups and the legalization of marijuana in some states around the country? Do you see any link at all between those two things, and what do you plan to do about it?
Well, we do have quite a bit of marijuana being imported by the cartels from Mexico. This is definitely a cartel-sponsored event. And as our acting Deputy Attorney General, Dana Bente, has told us, there's a lot of violence around the marijuana distribution networks, even here in Virginia and Maryland and this area. So it is a financial moneymaker for them. I returned from the border last week, and they told me that quite a number of the people they arrest are hauling marijuana across the border as illegal entrants themselves, or illegally coming across the border. So it is a part of it, remains a significant international criminal organization, the marijuana network.
You've talked about how you think that consent decrees curb aggressive police enforcement, prevent them from using tactics like the broken windows theory. I wonder, will you apply that rationale into the investigation into Eric Garner's death? And do you think a prosecution there would similarly chill policing?
I don't believe aggressive prosecution of police illegality does chill good policing. I think overwhelmingly most police officers know the rules and can make themselves fit within those rules and conduct themselves properly. So if someone is over the line and committed a violent crime that is prosecutable under federal law, it's usually easier to prosecute in state court for these crimes than it is in federal, but we can absolutely use our investigative and prosecutorial powers to prosecute cases that are worthy of prosecution. Now,
specifically?
I won't comment on a specific case. Thank you all.
All right, guys, I just wanted to show you that press conference from this morning, give you an update as to what the Trump administration is up to. Here's a quick look at the Kia kissing contest. Our live feed has resumed of the Kia kissing contest. It is a bizarre contest indeed. The person with their lips on the car the longest will win the vehicle. This contest taking place at Round Rock, Texas. In Round Rock, Texas, that's a suburb of Austin, at the Kia dealership known as Southwest Kia. I wanted to go ahead and give you guys a live look at that. I know many of you viewers tuning in on on YouTube have requested our NASA launch feed. I want to go ahead and show you guys this coverage from this morning. The NASA launch that took place this morning.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Respond go, no go. Atlas systems, propulsion. Go. Hydraulics. Go. Pneumatics. Go. LO2. Go. Water. Go. Centaur systems, propulsion. Go. Pneumatics. Go. LO2. Go. LH2. Go. ASGAS. Go. Electrical systems, airborne. Go. Ground. Go. Facility. Go. RFF. Go. Flight control. Go. COM. Go. Timer. Go. GCQ. Go. Umbilicals. Go. ECS. Go. Red line monitor. Go. Quality. Go. Op safety manager. Go. ULA safety officer. Go. Vehicle system engineer. Vehicle go. System engineer at 1. Roger. Anomaly chief. AC is go. Range coordinator. Clear to proceed. Launch director. Launch director is go, and you have permission to launch. Proceeding with the count. Timer set count to start at 15:07:26 Zulu. T0 is planned for 15:11:26 Zulu. Roger. Count will start at 15:07:26 Zulu. T0 is set for 15:11:26 Zulu. All steps are complete prior to terminal count.
And we heard our go for launch from ULA Launch Director Bill Cullen. About a minute away from picking up the countdown at T-minus 4 minutes. Weather is go. We'll get a final go from the range at L-minus 1 minute. Fifteen seconds from coming out of the hold.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark.
T-minus 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Ground pyros enabled.
And for those just joining us, we are about 3 minutes away from takeoff. Stay tuned. We're watching the NASA launch of SS John Glenn. We know that 7,600 pounds of cargo will be launched to the International Space Station. That's right, 7,600 pounds of cargo being sent to the International Space Station.
That was thanks to flight. 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
FDS internal.
Securing L2 topping.
Gyro's going from manual to automatic at this point on the rocket. At 25 seconds, we'll get a final go from the launch team.
T-minus 1 minute, 59 seconds.
Vehicle internal.
55.
On sequencer start.
150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Countdown now on
140.
automatic.
Launch enabled.
137.
FDS armed.
130. 120.
OCUs armed.
SCS count started.
115. 110.
Vent valves locked.
T-minus 1 minute.
Rock, report range status.
Range green.
54.
Range is go, including weather. Final go, pulled at 25 seconds.
40.
Stable at step 3.
Minus 30 seconds.
28. 25.
Status check. Go Centaur. Go OA7.
20.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, go for main engine start, 1, 0, and liftoff of the Atlas V rocket with Cygnus and the SS John Glenn, extending the research legacy for living and working in space.
Speeds and trip compressions look good. Make sure our roll program has begun. Flight rates look good. Surrounding continues to look very good. Speeds and trip compressions and band. Well. Now requesting acceleration change. Booster has begun the zero angle attack phase of flight. Signatures look good. Body rates are right down the middle. Already 180 performance continues to be nominal. Mach 1.
Vehicle now going through the sound barrier.
Max Q. Body rates continue to look very good at this point in flight.
Vehicle hitting maximum dynamic
Booster has
pressure.
throttled back, right on schedule. Signatures look good.
Engine throttle
Current
back going through
altitude is
max
11
Q
miles.
as customary.
Range distance is 5.5 miles. Current velocity is 1,929 miles per hour. Range track shows good progress right down the middle of the corridor. Booster engine performance continues to look very good at this point. EU control is near nominal. Body rates look good. Steering has been enabled at this point. Body rates look good. Vehicle is now 1/2 of its liftoff weight.
Two and a half minutes into flight.
Steering has begun. Body rates look good. And we've fired the RCS pyro valve. That system is now pressurizing to flight levels. Signatures look good. Current altitude is 29 miles, downrange distance 39 miles, current velocity 4,325 miles per hour. Booster has begun to throttle to maintain 3.5 Gs. Closed loop steering has begun. Body rates look good. Vehicle is now 1/4 of its liftoff weight. RD-180 continues to perform well. Mixture ratio looks good. Boost phase chill down has begun. And boost phase chill down has completed. Went up on Pico momentarily. And we have Pico. Engine shutdown looks good. We have stage separation. We have LOX and fuel pre-start. We have ignition and full thrust on the RL-10. Payload fairing jettison has occurred. Looks like a clean step. Centaur steering has been enabled. Body rates look good.
Data now coming in from the New Hampshire tracking station.
Miles, downrange distance 317 miles, current velocity 10,050 miles per hour.
Still data coming in from the Cape as well.
Centaur PU is requesting an oxidizer-rich condition at this point. Chamber pressures, injector, LOX pump discharge, and venturi are within band. Hydrogen system line temperatures are warming towards bottle temperature.
Ready.
And we have a quick report of Atlas first stage performance. It was plus 106 pounds of PE or 0.33 sigma high. We have begun seeing our thermal conditioning fairings on the RCS. Now controlling near nominal mixture ratio also. Engine response looks good. Set MR.
Centaur now steering and powering the rocket.
Centaur is completing the dogleg maneuver. Body rates are now controlling down the middle. Dogleg is complete. And Centaur has begun to roll to optimize telemetry. All 10 chamber pressures, maximum discharge, and fuel venturi all look good.
7 minutes into the flight now.
Centaur currently is flying at an altitude of 191 miles. Downrange distance is 685 miles. Current velocity 10,538 miles per hour. First burn of Centaur is scheduled for 13 minutes and 42 seconds in duration. All systems continue to look very good at this point. Continuing to observe our thermal conditioning firings on the RCS. Signatures are normal. Centaur has completed the roll to optimize telemetry. Going right down the middle at this point. Range track shows good progress down the expected corridor.
About another 10 minutes on the Centaur burn. Centaur cuts off at 18 minutes into the flight. We're just over
Centaur
8.
fuel limiting has completed. Now actively controlling MR. Still near nominal at this point. Centaur tank pressures, throttle pressures are all stable. Battery voltages look good. Centaur currently is flying at an altitude of 219 miles. Downrange distance 1,024 miles. Current velocity 11,250 miles per hour.
All right, everyone, that concludes our NASA launch coverage. We're going to take you back live now to Texas for the Kia Kissing Contest. Some of you may be confused as to why you're watching. Well, we've been covering this since yesterday, this never-ending, well, eventually there will be an end, but this peculiar contest out of Texas. The person who kisses the vehicle the longest wins, unless there are multiple people standing still. Then it may come down to a drawing. We'll see what happens. This event has gone on for more than 30 hours now, and in the suburb of Austin, Round Rock, Texas.
Team Josh, your whole thing, good clock. Shout out to John from the family. Lots of hashtags going around. Makes full big topics. You can see EJ over there jamming out. Erica, this is actually the first time we've done this in a long time. Giving away cards is something that dealerships are kind of gotten away from. But that's what we're trying to bring back to Austin. So that's one of the things we love in Austin is the originality of the music and the people that provide it. So we
sun bother you at all? No? You good? All right. How's your wrist? All right.
Okay, for now. Thank you for asking.
Just because we love you guys so much, we want to make sure you're doing good. So if you can show me a thumbs up, that would be great. Everybody on the green card, we got everybody on the silver card as well.
From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for 2 weeks. We had winners every hour. We got about 130 winners.
Keeping your eyes open, helping? Said yes.
Only about 35 people actually showed up for us, which is why we did so much. So, we had 35 come in.
Megan, you good?
25 come in. Serious folks out here. These guys are not giving out. Good morning, Jacob.
You guys all just watching the feed.
Knowing when I was going somewhere bad. So we got a lot of
The sun is shining down on us now.
Alright everyone, so this was a quick look at the Kia kissing contest that's still going. We'll continue to dip in and out of this feed as we have it. We just want to give you periodic updates as to who is still left standing. We do want to show you this feed though from earlier today. Secretary of Homeland Security speaking in a discussion about American safety and the threat here in America.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the George Washington University. It's an honor to host the Secretary of Homeland Security, retired Marine Corps General John F. Kelly, to our campus. And we're looking forward to hearing his strategic vision for the Department of Homeland Security. This will be the first public address of its kind that Secretary Kelly will have given since his swearing in on January 20th. And we're honored that he chose George Washington as the venue for this major speech. We are frequently ranked as the most politically engaged student body in the nation, and what that means is that our students are actively involved in dialogue about the issues of the day all across the political spectrum, and I'm delighted a number of our students are able to be here today. We talk about giving our students a front row seat in the theater of history, and this is a very good example of what that means. We also are glad to say that we've been supporting veterans very actively in the Yellow Ribbon program for a number of years now, since that program was first initiated. Currently, we have 1,800 veterans and their dependents being educated here. But specifically on the topic of today's conversation, I also want to talk about our long-term involvement in Homeland Security issues. First of all, let me say that all four of Secretary Kelly's predecessors have visited our campus, as he is doing today, and the speeches from distinguished public services like Secretary Kelly really, I think, highlight the work that we do in this field. Faculty at George Washington have been working in the field since before the September 11th attacks in 2001, and we have unique efforts in homeland, cyber, and counterterrorism that put George Washington in the spotlight in this field. Key leaders of those efforts are with us today, and in particular, I want to mention Frank Salufo, the director of George Washington's Center for Cyber and Homeland Security, and I'd now like to invite Frank Salufo to the stage to introduce Secretary Kelly, thanks again for being here, and please enjoy, and I know you'll benefit from today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Knapp. And before I introduce Secretary Kelly, let me thank Steve Knapp for his 10 years as president of George Washington University. He's led it ably and has been an incredible proponent of research, academia, and also the marriage between policy and research and academia. So thank you, Dr. Knapp, who'll be stepping down at the end of July. It is a distinct privilege to be able to host General Kelly today. I mean, I see so many leaders in the Homeland Security space in the audience here. And as President Knapp had mentioned, we've had the opportunity to host all of his predecessors. But in this case, we have the first secretary with operational experience. I mean, all I have to say is he's a Marine, right? What else do you need? He served...
All right, everyone, we're going to go back to this feed in a little bit, but I do want to give you some live coverage of local news here in Arizona. This is a live feed of a crash, excuse me. This is a crash here in the greater Phoenix area. This is near 12th Street and Southern. Rick Davis is live on the scene. Rick Davis describing the scene of this crash as pretty bad. Again, this is a live feed of a crash, 12th Street and Southern. Again, you're looking at this crash scene here in Arizona, here in Phoenix. Police unit involved in a crash, 12th Street and Southern. You can't really see a lot from this angle, but I did want to go ahead and take you guys live to this scene. Since many of you guys in the YouTube chat room asked for this.
Use a stick knife and keep it down. Captain, just name, title, all that for the cruisers.
Rita, R-E-D-A, Bigler, B-I-G-L-A-R, Captain with Phoenix Fire.
It's just like a terrible accident. What happened there?
So crews responded out here to, it was originally just a car accident involving PD, and once they got out here, this has kind of been an evolving incident. We had one PD officer that we transported, airbags deployed in his vehicle, an adult male. He was transported with non-life-threatening injuries. But we also had a black car that was involved, and when that black car was involved in the accident, it veered off of the road, also striking a pedestrian, an adult female with a child in a stroller. So at that point, we've added 4 more patients to this scene. And so right now we've taken an adult male and an adult female also to the hospital, and we've got a 4-month-old and a 5-month-old child that we've taken listed in serious condition.
Wow. Hopefully everybody will be okay.
Yes, you hope. You know, we ask about the condition of the kids, and the thing is that their age is, they're really young, and their bodies aren't made to take these kind of impacts. So hopefully the outcome is good, and we'll follow up and check and see what their status is.
So a total of 4 patients, you said?
Total of 5 patients, yep.
And 2 are minors?
2 are minors, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the rest adults.
All right, thanks a lot.
You got it.
All right. I'm going to go down here just to get out of
your prime
spot. I don't want anybody to say, hey, he's down there, Thank you for that.
You are welcome.
We streamed that, so they already have it.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Again, this is the scene where this crash took place. Looks like our photographer, Rick Davis, who's live at the scene, is now moving his camera. The question is he moving to another area to get a better angle, or is he wrapping up at this scene? That is the question. Let's just watch for a moment, okay? Looks like he is just trying to get a better view of the crash. Again, a police unit was involved. We're going to take you back now to the Homeland Security event. Secretary Kelly speaking now.
Well, thanks very much, Frank. And President Knapp, thanks for the kind words as well, and to GW for hosting this event today. When I retired from the Marine Corps 45 years and more ago, my biggest fear, frankly, at the time was to be offered another full-time job, particularly in the government. I certainly didn't want to go up and down the Beltway every day like I did so many other times in various tours. Didn't like the bureaucracy, but here I am today. But when I make my way up 95 every day, the first thing I do is read the clips that are taken out of various publications around the country. And I read about, frankly, what I do, or what I've done, what I've said, and I most importantly read about my people. It's one of the first things I do every day. And the other one is to read the daily intelligence briefing. In one, as I say, I read about my people, my institution, and about me occasionally. But more importantly, I read in the intel what we're actually accomplishing in the course of a day. There's a big gap between the two. That is to say, what's reported in the press, in the media, and I mean no disrespect, and what we actually do. So I'm here to try to set that straight a little bit here this morning. I'll start with something that doesn't make headlines, which should. I could not be prouder to serve alongside the men and women of Homeland Security, and we as a nation owe them a gift, a debt of gratitude for taking on some of the toughest and most important jobs in our country. While you're having your morning coffee, the Coast Guard is typically pulling a fisherman out of his boat capsized in some pretty heavy seas. While you're deciding what you want for lunch, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in our Deep South is teaching law enforcement officers how to respond to an active shooter. While you're scrolling through Facebook, our Science and Technology Directorate is helping local bomb squads defeat IEDs. While you're zoning out on your commute home, Homeland Security professionals and investigators are closing in on a dangerous child predator. While you're binge watching Mad Men on Netflix, TSA is stopping an actual madman with a loaded gun from boarding a flight to Disney World. While some members of Congress, or state and local politicians, or members of advocacy groups read or listen to partial and oftentimes inaccurate media reporting on some, or ignore, that is to say, while my people are breaking and ignoring U.S. law, they make the assumption that my people are doing it wrong, as opposed to making the assumption that my people are doing it right, working within the law based on their training in just who they are as Americans. That's the ordinary day, and one that simply does not make the paper. Every day, in a million different ways, DHS employees are making our country more secure. They are standing guard against all the hazards we face as a nation. They're enforcing the laws the Congress has passed because we are lucky enough to live in a nation of laws. We do our jobs so you and your families can live a peaceful life, a safe life, in a free country. But make no mistake, we are in fact a nation under attack. We are under attack from criminals who think their greed justifies raping young girls at knife point, dealing poison to our youth, or just killing some of us for fun. We're under attack from people who hate us, hate our freedoms, hate our laws, hate our values, hate the way we simply live our lives. We are under attack from failed states, cyber terrorists, vicious smugglers, and sadistic radicals. And we are under attack every single day. The threats against us are relentless. When people think about DHS, they think about how we respond to terrorism, and that's fair. This is our foundation, given our origin story, and critical to what we do. But our jobs are to secure the nation from the many threats we face, from all hazards. But one of the greatest hazards is from transnational criminal organizations. Like terrorists, TCOs inflict unthinkable brutality and regularly behead their victims. They intimidate, kidnap, and torture those who try to bring law and order. They buy, sell, and exploit desperate people for their own sick purposes. They destroy their own communities and bring great shame on their countries of origin. They're utterly without laws, conscience, or respect for human life. They take the form of drug cartels or international gangs like MS-13, who share their business dealings and violent practices. The sophisticated networks move anything and everything across our borders, including human beings. And we have set out to stop that movement to the greatest degree that we can. Human smugglers take thousands of dollars from truly desperate people, people overwhelmingly trying to escape a lack of economic opportunity, in many cases, rates of violence in their home country. And they send them on a course north on a network that rivals Dante's journey into hell. Along the way, these desperate people are often beaten, raped, starved, and robbed of whatever possession they've carried with them. The smugglers make few guarantees, and they offer no refunds. Special interest aliens. Not every person moving along these networks is an economic refugee or trying to escape poverty. We face real threats from so-called special interest aliens that move at great expense from vast distances from outside the Western Hemisphere along a network into the United States. The special interests, if they are from parts of the world where terrorism is prevalent, or nations that are hostile to the United States. These individuals pay TCOs, transnational criminal organizations, huge sums of money to transport them from, for example, the Middle East or Asia, through South and Central America and into the United States. We don't get to vet them, is a critical point. We don't know their intentions. We don't know why they're here and why they're coming. They slip into our country unnoticed, living among us, and we're completely blind as to what they are capable of. But the damage TCOs do in violence and potential terror is only part of the story. It is also that they move vast tonnages of marijuana and hard drugs, cocaine, heroin, counterfeit opiates, fentanyl, and methamphetamines. They move these vast tonnages across our borders to feed both the recreational and the addictive U.S. drug demand. U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, U.S. Immigration, Customs Enforcement, ICE, and ICE's Homeland Security investigations, and the U.S. Coast Guard all bear witness to the massive quantity of drugs that these organizations traffic into the United States every day with devastating consequences. In 2015, which is the most recent data we have, there were over 52,000 deaths from these drugs in the United States caused by these drug overdoses. It's the highest number of drug-related deaths our country has ever seen. It's more deaths than the peak of the AIDS epidemic in 1995. It's in a single year, we've lost nearly as many Americans to drug overdoses as we lost in the entire World War I. It's almost as many as we lost in 12 years of fighting in Vietnam. And that's just overdose deaths. That number, as high as it is, says nothing about the long-term health damage to our citizens who survive. To say nothing about the human misery, the families ripped apart, and the extremes of crime and violence inherent in the illegal drug enterprise. And let me be clear about marijuana. It is a potentially dangerous gateway drug that frequently leads to the use of harder drugs. Additionally, science tells us it is not only psychologically addictive, but can have profound negative impacts on the still developing minds of teens and people up into their mid-20s. Beyond that, however, its use and possession is against federal law, and until the law is changed by the United States Congress, we in DHS, along with the rest of the federal government, are sworn to uphold all the laws that are on the books. DHS personnel will continue to investigate marijuana illegal pathways along the network into the United States, its distribution within the homeland, and will arrest those involved in the drug trade according to federal law. CVP, our customs professionals, will continue to search for marijuana at sea, air, and land ports of entry, and when found, take similar and appropriate actions. When marijuana is found at aviation checkpoints and baggage screening, TSA personnel will also take appropriate action. Finally, ICE will continue to use marijuana possession, distribution, and convictions as essential elements as they build their deportation, removal, apprehension packages for targeted operations against illegal aliens living in the United States. They have done this in the past, are doing it today, and will continue into the future. Now about terrorism. The TCOs have a devastating effect on our homeland, yet the other aspect of the threat, of course, is terrorism. For a brief moment after the 9/11 attacks, we all came together as a country and stood shoulder to shoulder against this horrible, horrible threat to our way of life. But the years have passed, we've grown somewhat accustomed to it, and now question all the security, all of the issues that we have put in place to secure the nation, because it's a little bit of an inconvenience at an airport, a little bit of an inconvenience as you pass onto an airplane. The threat to our nation, our American way of life, has not diminished. In fact, the threat has metastasized and decentralized, and the risk is threatening us today in a way that is worse than we experienced 16 years ago on 9/11. As I speak these words, the FBI has opened terrorism investigations in all of our 50 states. And since 2013, there have been 37 ISIS-linked plots to attack our country. This is all bad news, but it gets worse. Experts estimate that perhaps 10,000 citizens of Europe have joined the caliphate fight in Syria and in Iraq. Thousands more from nations in Asia, Africa, the Western Hemisphere, have also joined that fight. They have learned how to make IEDs, employ drones to drop ordnance, and acquired experience on the battlefield that by all reports they are beginning to increasingly bring home. And as the coalition we lead wins against what are best described as conventional terrorist formations in the caliphate, the expectation is that many of these holy warriors will survive, come back to their home countries where they will wreak murderous havoc in Europe, Asia, the Maghreb, the Caribbean, and the United States. And because many are citizens of countries in our visa waiver program countries, they can more easily travel to the United States, which makes us and continues to make us the prime terrorist target. Homegrown terrorism is a very, very difficult challenge. Few of the challenges we face from a terrorism point of view are even close to as difficult. Over the past few years, we've seen an unprecedented spike in homegrown terrorism. In the past 12 months alone, there have been 36 homegrown terrorist cases opened in 18 states. These are the cases we know about. Homegrown terrorism is notoriously difficult to predict, detect, and certainly almost impossible to control. And what's feeding the violence? Typically what feeds the violence is the internet. From anywhere across the world, terrorist organizations are sharing hateful propaganda with impressionable people. They publish revolting how-to manuals, teaching their followers how to build bombs and kill innocent people. They trade dehumanizing pictures with grotesque captions, headless bodies, innocent people being thrown from buildings, rape victims being stoned to death. If you're a terrorist with an innocent internet connection, like the one on your ever-present cell phone, you can recruit new soldiers, plan your attacks, and upload a video calling for jihad with just a few clicks. And thanks to new and ever-improving and proliferating encryption devices and secure communication techniques, these individuals are becoming harder and harder, and I predict eventually impossible to detect. Until community leaders, social service providers, teachers, local law enforcement, and more are more aware of their options to prevent that message of hate from taking hold, our nation's youth are prey to these predators. We are under attack from terrorism both within and outside of our borders. These men and women are without conscience, and they operate without rules. They despise the United States because we are a nation of rights, of laws, and of freedoms. They have a single mission, and that is our destruction. And I tell you without exaggeration, they tried to carry out this mission each and every day, each and every night. They are relentless. They cannot be stopped unless men and women like those that serve in DHS, our military, and our law enforcement are ever vigilant, and they are. Cyber for a minute. Not just bombs and guns are threatened against us. Another entire kind of conflict is taking place in the computer networks. We are under constant attack by a wide range of adversaries with an even wider range of capabilities in this realm. There are nation-state actors with extremely sophisticated tools. There are global criminal organizations that operate like a legitimate business right down to customer service support. There are even lone wolves, cyber terrorists that simply buy malware on the internet. Their motivations vary from military to espionage, from financial to political, and sometimes they just want to create havoc. They target our government networks, they target our critical infrastructure. Systems throughout America are being bombarded on a daily, even hourly basis. Our water treatment plants, our transportation systems, our electric grid, our financial sectors, and everything in between. These attackers steal intellectual property, personal data, and health information. They are thieves, vandals, saboteurs, enemies of democracy, and potentially much, much more. We live in an interconnected world. That's not a trend. That is, in fact, reality. We rely on technology for everything, from our coffee makers to running global corporations. But this reliance, and perhaps over-reliance, brings risks. What would happen to our country if the stock market couldn't process trades? What would happen to our transportation system if the navigation satellites suddenly went dead? What would happen if a major American city lost power? Cyber threats present a tremendous danger to our American way of life. The consequences of these digital threats are no less significant than threats from the physical world. And so every day we prepare to fight what many people can't even imagine. It's a big job, this department. We're up against criminal organizations, terrorists, cyber attacks, wannabe assassins, pandemics, hurricanes, and oil spills. The danger is real, but so is our dedication, our professionalism, and our expertise. These risks, these hazards, that's why we do what we do. 16 times in my life, I have raised my right hand and solemnly swore before my God that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Our nation is unique in that we swear our allegiance to a piece of paper, a constitution, to law, not to a king or to a president or to a party, but the supreme law of the land. Every single DHS employee has taken the same oath to the same constitution. We vow to uphold the law and to operate within it. We have a sacred duty, and that is the continuation of the United States as we know it, to protect our way of life and the exceptional people we are. Every day we take a stand against the forces that endeavor to take that exceptionalism away from us. I am proud to say that with help from our international, interagency, and private sector partners, state and local partners, we are standing strong and winning the battle. But we must win the battle 100% of the time, every day. Our adversaries only have to get one punch in occasionally to make their point. Back to talking about crime. No better argument for secure borders than the transnational criminal organizations we face. And since the first week of President Trump's administration, we have been actively securing our borders and enforcing our immigration laws. Not only is this our right as a sovereign nation, it is our responsibility to ensure the safety of the American people. People who illegally cross our borders do not respect the laws of our nation. We want to get the lawbreakers off our streets and out of our country for the good of our communities. But being serious about our borders and our laws is not just good for the American people, it will also save lives. In fiscal year 2016, Customs and Border Protection saved nearly 4,000 near-death individuals who had found themselves abandoned by the coyotes, the traffickers, in the desert and nearly died. 4,000 CBP saved. Much has been made of our efforts to discourage women from endangering themselves and their children at the hands of these human smugglers. But it's working. While more than 16,000 family units were apprehended at the border in December, only 1,100 were apprehended in March. This is a phenomenal drop in movement. And every one of them that didn't come didn't subject themselves to the dangers of the network and the abuse of that network. Fewer people are crossing the border illegally means fewer deaths in the desert, fewer people, as I say, submitting themselves to that terrible, terrible network experience. There is nothing more, and I know I speak for the Attorney General, nothing more that we would like to do than to put these human smugglers out of business. And we'll do anything, our departments, to do just that within the law. The drop in illegal immigration is really remarkable. The dramatic reduction is evident across the southwest border. In fact, March apprehensions were 30% lower than February and 64% lower than this time last year. These numbers are lower because we've shown that we're serious about border security and enforcing our immigration laws. We have ended catch and release and also focused on apprehending and prosecuting resources and this is a big one, they know they have an administration and a department and a secretary that have their back. While we've seen a drop in human smuggling, agencies across...
All right, guys, we are going to switch things up here on News Now. Here's a live look at the White House. I know I promised you the Kia kissing contest. Mary Kate will take you there in a little bit, in a few minutes, but in the meantime, I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. Mary Kate joining you in a few minutes. It's been fun hanging out with you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, but there is more News Now ahead.
All right, you guys, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. I want to take you back where Samia left you guys off with this political event here. Let's pull this up and take you back to where we left off. Here we go.
Flow and has already removed nearly 243,000 pounds that were headed to the United States. CVP has reported a 39% increase in cocaine seizures for a total of over 43,000 pounds. They've also seen an increase in heroin and methamphetamine seizures. And again, it's only halfway through the fiscal year. When you consider that CVP seized an average of 4 tons of drugs every single day in 2016, and that number is going up, you see our nation has a serious, serious drug problem. We need a national and a comprehensive drug demand strategy and a commitment to reduce drug demand in the United States. And I don't mean arresting our way out of this. I mean, it's a comprehensive plan to reduce drug demand. A focused effort that not only employs the full measures of the federal, state, and local governments, but also Hollywood, professional sports figures and teams, high school coaches, Boy and Girl Scout leaders, and community activists, as well as law enforcement like the FBI and DEA in their Chasing the Dragon program, as well as priests, pastors, rabbis, and imams to lead their flocks. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it all begins at home. Parents have got to be more engaged in what their children are doing, whether it's on the internet or taking drugs, experimenting with drugs. The time is now because this president has recognized this problem, and he has signed an executive order establishing the President's Commission on Combating Drug Addiction, of which I am part. One of the things we're certainly trying to do, and I will never point fingers at the source of the immigration, but we have deterred successfully a huge amount of immigration, illegal immigration coming up from the Central American countries. But for the most part, they leave because there is no economic opportunity there for them. So we're trying to get at that issue as well. We, along with the State Department and others,
Okay, you guys, we'll take you back to that Homeland Security event in just a few moments here, but I do want to bring up for you guys a live event that just came into the newsroom here. President Trump, Air Force One. Getting a live look here on Fox News Now. We're going to see President Trump shortly arriving in Air Force One, but want to alert you guys to some other political news here. A statement that was just released by the office of George H.W. Bush. Coming out of Houston, President George H.W. Bush was admitted to Houston Methodist Hospital on Friday for observation due to a persistent cough that prevented him from getting proper rest. It was determined that he had a mild case of pneumonia, which was treated and has been resolved. President Bush is in very good spirits and is being held for further observation while he regains his strength. Again, that's a statement coming from the office of George H.W. Bush. Just wanted to keep you guys updated here on all politics as we wait for President Trump to come out of Air Force One, everybody. You're watching live here on Fox News Now.
Do you feed that from here, Rodney?
Yeah, you can take it back with you.
You don't. There's no hurry to get that.
Yeah, we got to. That's
All right, you guys. Well, that was President Trump arriving home to D.C. today. Looks like the weather's pretty good there. You guys, it's springtime. It's the time when weather is starting to get pretty great all across the United States. I want to take you back now to this Homeland Security discussion. Let me update that lower third so you guys know, in fact, what we are watching right now. Let's take you back to John Kelly here. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're also going to have another news event here. I'll bring that up for you guys as soon as we get it here on the stream. But yeah, let's take you back to that Homeland Security event, everybody. Here we go.
This problem, and he has signed an executive order establishing the President's Commission on Combating Drug Addiction, of which I am part. One of the things we're certainly trying to do, and I will never point fingers at the source of the immigration, but we have deterred successfully a huge amount of immigration, illegal immigration coming up from the Central American countries. But for the most part, they leave because there is no economic opportunity there for them. So we're trying to get at that issue as well. We, along with the State Department and others, are hosting a conference in Miami in the middle of June. We'll have Mexico is helping us co-host. We'll have all 4 of the Central American countries in question attend there. The Inter-American Development Bank, Ambassador Luis Moreno is fully on board with us. We'll have European partners come in. The Canadians and the Colombians will come down, as well as Panama and Costa Rica will come in as observers. What we're going to try to do is have a conference to stimulate economic development and investment in the 3 countries, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala. And in that way, try to create an environment in those countries where people will stay there, where their families are, where their culture is, where their churches are, and not take that terrible trip up into the United States. They lack the economic opportunity. That's why the vast majority of them leave. And as I say, co-hosting with Mexico, we're going to try to make a difference. So we're not just trying to keep them away, we're trying to give them a reason to stay home. This conference on Central American prosperity and security is designed to help these countries in a way that we've never really attempted before. As I've mentioned a number of times in a number of hearings and whatnot, we have tried to push the borders of the United States as far away as possible. And we do this in various ways, partnering with countries like Colombia, in Mexico in particular, in the Caribbean nations, using the incredibly capable national security cutters of the United States Coast Guard that do unbelievable work in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific in interdicting loads of cocaine and other drugs by the ton, not by the gram, not by the kilo, but by the ton. We must use our relative geographic distance to our advantage. We've got to stop criminals and terrorists from threatening our homeland. We need to know who is coming into our country, where they've been, why they're coming here, before they ever arrive at our doorstep. The first step is improving our vetting processes, indeed increasing the reliability of our vetting procedures overseas. We'll use all the tools we have available, social media, new technology, biometrics, more investigators, and top-notch intelligence. Last year, DHS and our analysis folks developed 900 new intel leads. 500 of those were not previously known in the intel community. These were bad people that we identified and prevented from coming to our country. This work helped the intelligence community and DHS personnel keep people with terrorist ties out of the United States. We've operationalized intelligence. Everything we do is based on the intelligence we gain from a myriad of sources, and not just what we gain, what we develop, but intelligence provided us throughout the intel community. We have successfully, fairly successfully, been able to stop much terrorism from coming to our shores. And the same applies to what we do in the world of cyber, partnering with not only other aspects of the United States government, other agencies of the United States government, but as well as, and in a big way, the commercial and even international partners to help us prevent this destructive force as well. Employee morale, as I close out my remarks, employee morale. For too long, the men and women of my department have been political pawns. They've been asked to do more with less and less and less. In many ways, similar to the treatment suffered by our law enforcement over the past few years, they are often ridiculed and insulted by public officials and frequently convicted in the court of public opinion on unfounded allegations testified to by street lawyers and street spokespersons. If lawmakers do not like the laws that we enforce, that we are charged to enforce, that we are sworn to enforce, then they should have the courage and the skill to change those laws. Otherwise, they should shut up and support the men and women on the front lines. My people... My people have been discouraged from doing their jobs for nearly a decade, disabled by pointless bureaucracy and political meddling, and suffered disrespect and contempt by public officials who have no idea what it means to serve. During my confirmation process and in hearings, members of Congress, the press, and other public officials frequently asked me about the morale problems the department has experienced over the last few years. My response has simply been, when you discourage, when you disable, when you unjustly criticize, in default to believing the initial reports as opposed to defaulting to believing the stories told by my professionals, when you do all of those things and show disrespect to the individual who's risking his or her life to defend the country, when you do those things, what do you expect? All of this stopped on January 20th. It stopped with President Trump, and it stopped with me. My people, the men and women of this department, do a difficult and at times nearly impossible job in the service of the American people. They deserve our nation's thanks and respect. They deserve to be proud of the jobs that they do. We are moving in exactly the right direction. Why? Because the best way to improve morale is to let employees do the jobs they were hired and trained to do and recognize them for doing those jobs. We will never apologize for enforcing and upholding the laws of this country. We will never apologize for carrying out our mission. We will never apologize for making our country more secure. We ask nothing more than respect and support. We don't do this for the thank yous. We seldom get thank yous. We do this to keep America strong, secure, and free. We live in a dangerous world, ladies and gentlemen. Those dangers are increasing, not decreasing, in changing speed and direction every single day. But every day we are vigilant, every day we are prepared, every day we do our jobs. So with that, I will close and say thank you for the opportunity, GW, to come up here and make these few comments. But in particular, I want to thank the men and women, over nearly 250,000, that do the job at DHS every single day. You're all important. In my personal opinion, you're all heroic. You're all great public servants. And keep on charging. Thanks very much.
Well, since you mentioned you rarely get the thank yous, let me thank you for a phenomenal tour de force covering a whole range of issues that the department grapples with day in, day out. So thank you, Mr. Secretary. And let me also acknowledge we have a couple of your predecessors here. I see Secretary Chertoff in the front. I see Jane Lute sitting next to Judge Webster, one of my oldest mentors. We've got our newly confirmed Deputy Secretary Elaine Duke. Congratulations. Kirsten, one of our senior fellows. So we've got a great group of people here today. So I thought I'd start with a question that cuts at the actual title of today's event, the home and away. And you had mentioned in particular discussing cyber, the interconnected risk that we face today. Can you expound or expand a little bit upon sort of the home and away game? And obviously DHS has a very significant international role, but how do you see that coming together, especially since just before you came to the department, you're a combatant commander at U.S. Southern Command, which obviously shares a number of those risks. So how do you see the military component interact with DHS, and more generally, the risk that we're facing today?
I would just offer a story. A very, very good friend of mine, his name is Jay Johnson. And I was in Southern Command, and that particular part, that command is responsible for interacting with our great partners in Central America, South America, the Caribbean. And it was during the big UAC crisis, the unaccompanied child crisis, I think it was 14. Jay had just taken the job. He called me up one day and he said, and I'd been in my job at Southcom for a period of time, and he called and he said, Kel, you got to help me out here. What can you do to stop all of this illegal immigration and all of the drugs and all the rest of it that's coming up into the United States? And I said, Jay, where are you right now? And he said, well, I'm in Texas. I'm on the Rio Grande border. And I said, well, which way are you looking? And he said, well, I'm looking south. And I said, well, I tell you what, why don't you meet me in Guatemala on a river, and you and I can stand on that river and look north, and you will see an entirely different perspective as to the problems of drugs, violence, and illegal immigration. And to his great credit, he did that the next week, and we stood there on the river between Mexico and Guatemala. And that began a relationship that Jay and I, we tried to VTC weekly. We didn't pull it off weekly, but certainly a couple of times a month. We talked almost every week on various issues, sometimes more than that. By contrast, and this gets to the military piece, by contrast, with the exception of running detention ops at Guantanamo Bay, which was my responsibility, very, very proud of that mission that I accomplished with my people, very proud of the men and women that do a great job down there every single day in Guantanamo. But with the exception of Guantanamo, in 39 months I never had a conversation with the Secretary of Defense about Southcom. But I had weekly conversations, sometimes more often than that, with the Secretary of Homeland Security. So the reality in that part of the world where there is very, very little possibility for state-on-state violence, but a huge partnering responsibility, and very, very proud to say that that while I was there, my predecessor, certainly Admiral Kurt Tidd, who's there now, carries on that tradition of tremendous partnering. And Kurt Tidd and I, Admiral Tidd and I, now the commander of Southern Command, speak frequently. Again, the same relationship.
When we were in the green room prior to your remarks, we chatted very briefly about the Terror Screening Center and some of the capabilities that are being brought to there. And in your remarks, you talked about operationalizing intelligence. Could you expand a little bit in terms of how these pieces are coming together? Are we fully utilizing the capabilities that are there? And I mean, obviously, the intent is always to get there before the bomb goes off, and intelligence is the lifeblood for our campaign against terrorists or transnational criminal enterprises. So what sorts of steps do you see there from a terror travel perspective? And then speaking about our partners in Mexico, it started a little bumpy. Can you give us a sense of where that bilat is, U.S.-Mexico, right now?
Well, let me start with the Mexican relationship. I mean, Mexico, when I was in Southern Command, was not part of the Southern Command set of partners that I interacted with. However, I interacted with their military frequently, conferences, things like that. I have friends in the senior levels of the Mexican military. I knew a number of ministers within the Mexican government. So when I took this job, I made it a point to get to Mexico, Central America, then Mexico, very, very quickly to maintain the tremendous relationship that we do have. They're great partners along the southwest border with our CVP and local law enforcement. They're great partners in counterterrorism. They're great partners in working with our law enforcement and intelligence agencies, sharing information. We help them, they help us. Last year, they stopped, took into apprehended or detained and then sent back to their home countries 160,000 Central Americans before they ever got beyond 100 miles from the Guatemalan border. They're great partners. And I think that continues. I don't think there's a, I'm increasingly close to the new Mexican ambassador to the United States. I met him first in Mexico City when I was down there with Rex Tillerson. I don't think there's a Mexican, I hope, there's not a Mexican official that comes to Washington that doesn't drop by. I'm going to Mexico for a second visit here pretty quick. We are in good shape, in good coordination, in good partnership with the Mexican government, the Mexican military, Mexican law enforcement. And they're suffering, again, from our drug demand. And we have to recognize that. On the issue of terrorism, I'm comforted by what I now know are the capability of the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, I've been around a long, long time and been in a fair number of fights. But I take comfort in the fact that this organization, DHS, is so effective in what it does in terms of intel sharing, taking advantage of databases, as well as producing our own intel. I would tell you that when a person of interest, that is to say someone who's on a terrorist list, buys a plane ticket in Tokyo and is flying to Abu Dhabi, we know about it. And he's not even coming here. In the information sharing with our European partners, with everybody, it's really, really comforting. And I would just close on the topic by saying, when you hear a report of a family, an individual, whatever, at an airport being refused or being put into secondary screening or being refused entry into the United States, believe me, it's not because of the skin color. It's not because of part of the country or world they come from. It's not because of their religion. It's because someone, something, some indicator, some tipper brought the CVP professional there, and they are professionals, brought them to make a decision to put them into additional screening. It may have been something they said, their story didn't work out. It may have been something on their cell phone that brought the attention, but there's always, always, always more to the story. And I can't tell you the number of phone calls I get from members of Congress telling me about how we're refusing someone's entry at LAX or at JFK because they're Muslim or because they're Arab. It's absolutely not true. We do it for a reason, and you should applaud those men and women for doing what they do.
Awesome. So you mentioned transnational criminal organizations, which I might note has been elevated in your leadership at the Department of Homeland Security, and I think rightfully so. You've mentioned terrorist organizations, both FTOs, foreign terrorist organizations, as well as homegrown extremists. And you mentioned cyber. Anything, not that that's a short list, it's a very, very, very big list, but anything that's missing on that list that keeps you up at night in terms of risks and threats? That
I would say the only thing that would keep me up at night, again, when I was at Southcom, I talked about this a lot, oftentimes told not to talk about it, but I did anyways. This issue of the network that we have already slowed down. In 90 days, we have slowed down. I mean, a 70% reduction in illegal migrants into the United States in 90 days. And we haven't even done anything. I mean, we've done things, but we haven't done the big things yet. But partnering with DOJ, we've made a difference, to say the least, on the southwest border. But this network is so well developed and is so efficient, it can move anything. It moves hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tons of illegal drugs into the United States every year. Until recently, tens of thousands of illegal immigrants, and that included special interest aliens in unlimited numbers. But it could move other things too. You know, I was oftentimes in the last administration told that no terrorists, the cartels would not allow this incredible network, so efficient, so well developed, that the cartels would never let anyone in that was carrying, say, a pandemic type weapon or biological weapon or a dirty bomb or nuclear weapon, because it would be bad for business. And in a sense, they're right. But as I would always point out, there's a lot of subcontractors in this network. And these guys don't check passports. They don't do explosive residue testing. They don't look in anyone's bag to see what, If you got the money, you're in. And I said it a lot back then, and I'm trying to do something about it now, that if there is, when there is another terrorist attack in our country, if it comes from outside the country, up until 90 days ago, I would say that that individual, as we would do the forensics on it, that individual or individuals get into the United States through the southwest border. I'm staying up late at night, every night, to try to prevent that from happening. But that's what keeps me up awake at night.
I mean, the reality is smuggling is smuggling is smuggling.
Right.
And the old joke was, if you want to smuggle in a tactical nuclear weapon, just wrap it in a bale of marijuana,
right.
Given some of our drug seizure challenges. So I think that that's a right issue. And increasingly, you're seeing cartels engage in terrorist tactics, and terrorists are obviously engaged in criminal operations. And on top of whatever else it is, it's a criminal operation. Anything from the counterterrorism environment that you think can be brought to bear? Because when you think of criminal enterprises, and I think you referred to them as dark networks, which they are, if you, anything there to understand the business that you think we ought to be bringing to bear, and in the post 9/11 environment, so much in the terror finance, countering terrorism from a financial perspective. Is there anything unique there that can be brought to?
Yeah, you know, a few years ago when Bill McCraven, now retired, but not only a good friend of mine, but a phenomenal gunfighter and warrior, SEAL, he and I collaborated when he had Special Operations Command and I had the command of Miami on drilling down pretty hard on how the terrorists interact with criminal organizations. Once again, told repeatedly to let it go, that it was not a military issue, consequently, don't get involved in it. But what we learned, and we're learning more and more and more, is a nexus, a touching between criminal networks and terrorist networks. We know, as an example, that the money laundering of massive amounts of profit from the U.S. drug demand there are terrorist organizations that make money from that money laundering process. We know, as an example, when cocaine moves into the Maghreb, the terrorist organizations, Boko Haram, that kind of thing, they allow it to pass through into Europe, and they just take they charge I mean, it's an incredibly lucrative way to raise money. They're not doing it in huge amounts yet, I don't believe, but to me it would be a next step. But so the nexus between criminal networks and terrorist networks is real, and I would predict will get more sophisticated.
And takes networks to defeat networks.
That's right,
so
sure
that's
does,
pulling all the pieces together there. Well, let's turn to the cyber sets of issues a little bit. So if when you start looking at the mass and vast responsibility to protect all of our critical infrastructures, if everything is critical, nothing is critical. So where would you see, and I'm not suggesting, I think DHS has designated 17 infrastructures to be critical, and they all are. But when you start looking at limited resources, unlimited risk, and a thinking enemy, where are you going to prioritize your resources there? And anything from where you see NPPD going, and obviously some of the good congressional activity there, whether it should be NPPD should be reauthorized in different kinds of ways. So,
well, I think, as you know, the department is tasked with protecting the .gov nets, and we do that. But you know, not perfectly, but we do that, and we of course spend a great deal of time, energy, and attention to that. And then the other aspect is to partner to the greatest degree possible with commercial concerns. I was just out in Seattle and met with the leadership of Microsoft. They're very, very interested in partnering as we are. It's something that certainly President Trump has taken on and is organized and is very, very involved in outreaching to, the government, God knows, can't do it by itself. In fact, probably could do it less capably if it didn't employ, or couldn't do it as well if it didn't have these partnerships with the commercial realm that I think should get better and better and better and better. But it's nonstop, relentless, and as I say, President Trump has taken that on and is organizing certainly some internal, a commission kind of thing to look at it. I'm really, really impressed with the interest by the United States Congress. Congressman McCall from Texas, as an example, he and his staff extremely knowledgeable, very engaged, as is other aspects of the Congress. But I think it's a whole of government thing, and I think eventually, with the way the president is going, that it'll be a whole of government and a whole of the private realm as well. But as you say, Frank, you can't protect everything. Just before Jay left, he put the electoral system under critical infrastructure. That's controversial. I've tried to explain to people why he did it and what it really does mean. But it's another one of those. Hey, we're from the federal government. We're here to help. I generally, when I say that, by the way, most people head for the doors, and they should. But the reality is, we're from the federal government on this, and we're here to partner.
Any news on the executive order? Any idea when we can see that come out?
We're standing by with bated breath, rather. Can't wait.
And sort of another question along the lines of budget, and where I think you rightfully said the department is being tasked with more and more, and arguably getting fewer and fewer resources to be able to deliver on that vast mission. Yeah. Where do you see things standing there, and how do you see that playing out?
Well,
any concerns with where it?
Yeah, it's always concerns. You never have enough money. Yeah. One of the things that Elaine is going to do is get into an efficiency thing. Of course, we have a EO to do that very thing and report out in 6 months. We're going to look at what Jay started, and I'll certainly continue on steroids, and that is a unity of effort within the department to streamline it, to see where we duplicate efforts, acquisition, whatever. It's amazing, the maze that is DHS in terms of different pay scales, acquisition processes. But anyways, Elaine, the number 2, is going to fix all of that in 6 months or less. But I think we have to, in the world we live in today, up until through the Cold War and up until fairly recently, I think there was always this defense and non-defense spending, and defense and non-defense professionals. I think the world we live in today, it really, the away game, Department of Defense, CIA, NSA, has got to meld with the home game, and that is DHS. So I think in terms of going forward, we have to think in terms of the security and non-security, and as opposed to simply defense and over there. Absolutely. Because one of the things, we just had a great conference down at Special Operations Command last week, and Tony Thomas and I and others were there, and thinking in terms of as the caliphate is broken up, and we're having great success in Iraq and Syria doing just that. As that caliphate breaks up, the whole effort metastasizes more, decentralizes more, and our country, from a smaller point of view, but more from a domestic point of view, is at greater risk. So this idea that we think in terms of security and non-security as opposed to over there and back here. So I think we have to do that. And when we do that, I mean, you take like the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard today does a phenomenal number of missions. I mean, it is taking hundreds of tons of drugs out of the Caribbean flow and the Eastern, and it's wrapping itself around the Arctic. Not to mention just saving boaters' lives off of Florida or up on the Great Lake. A phenomenal, but everything they do has to do with the security of our nation. And so to not look at them as part of the security equation makes no sense. So I would say that we should think in terms of security, not defense.
And the tyranny of time requires just maybe one or two last very quick questions. But you mentioned Syria. So in your role as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, were you weighing in on some of the decisions, at least from what the implications could be to defend the homeland in terms of ramping up, which, quite honestly, we need to obviously accelerate the away game. But what sort of implications does that have from a Homeland Security perspective, and did you weigh in on some of the decisions?
Yeah, I mean, I was involved as a member of the cabinet and as a member of the national security part of the cabinet, I was involved in all of the discussions in the Situation Room with the president and all, sharing. I mean, he was, to say the least, I don't think he'd mind my saying this, he was very open to anyone at the table talking, giving their idea. Awesome. Clearly you had someone like Jim Mattis, Rex Tillerson, Joe Dunford, General Dunford, myself, and others. There was give and take, and he took all of that in and made, in my opinion, I don't think he'd mind my saying this, made exactly the right decision. The going forward from Syria, and who knows where that'll end, we had some opportunities in the past that we never seized, but going forward, the one thing that does concern me, and I know concerns our European friends and allies, is that as the caliphate goes away, and we're already seeing large numbers of the fighters go home because they're from Europe, they're passport holders, born and raised in most cases in Europe, and as they go into Europe, back into a continent that didn't know they'd left for 2 or 3 or 1 years to fight. Most of those countries, as I mentioned in my comments, are visa waiver countries. Yep. We have to start looking very hard at that program, not eliminating it and not doing anything excessive, but look very hard at that program and say, what do we need to do? Because the real intent in many cases is for these individuals to get to the United States. We are the Super Bowl in terms of terrorists, and that's what they want to do. That's where they want to come. Whether it's knocking down airplanes in flight, and I've taken some decisions about that we will likely expand. They want to get here. They want to do us harm. And that's my concern now that we're winning, if you will, in Iraq and soon to win in Syria, that those fighters go back to their homes in Europe and then very possibly make the trip to the United States.
Sobering, but I'm glad you're taking that foresight to the next level, because the returning foreign fighter issue is a vexing challenge, including some of our visa waiver programs. I might also note that other foreign terrorist organizations potentially have been biding their time. Al-Qaeda has, they're down but not out. And the reality is a direct concern of the United States. Let me just ask the final question. And I mean, you've had a very distinguished military career in all sorts of roles and capacities. Everyone I've spoken to will tell me this is a soldier's general. So that,
yeah. With all due respect to the soldiers.
Murray, sorry about that. But the reality is everyone will tell you that you're thinking about the men and women on the very front lines, on the pointy end of the spear. I mean, now that you're at the Department of Homeland Security, they don't bode overly well in surveys in terms of morale. And I'm glad you mentioned the unity of effort on steroids, by the way, which I think it needs. Not an illegal steroid, but where do you see things going there? And now that you have an opportunity to speak to that, and I know you do every day, that workforce, but what should we be thinking, the rest of us as citizens, in terms of the men and women? Well,
I mean, you should think about the fact that we haven't had an airliner crash into a skyscraper in New York in quite a while. You should think in terms of we haven't had an airliner that has been hijacked. You should think in terms of the number of bad people that are illegal in our country that are either not here anymore or are hiding because ICE is after them and they're going to get them. You can think about the number of terrorists that don't get through the CVP checkpoints, whether they're the land checkpoints, sea, or air. In 45 and a half years in the Marine Corps, it came to me that you can get human beings to do anything you want them to do. They will invade and take Iwo Jima, or they'll shine their shoes. You just have to teach them how to do it. You have to encourage them, you have to lead them, and you have to give them credit. The worst, I'm told, morale in the federal government is in this department. 90 days ago, I made a deal with the people in this department that I would protect them. I got their back, and I will encourage them to do their jobs, which they're doing each and every day. I suspect, not because of me, but because of the people they are, that their morale is already going in the right direction. Again, not because of Kelly, but because of what this administration has told them to do within the law. And they are really, really good people. They are remarkable in their dedication, and every American ought to be very, very, very happy that they have men and women like that fill out the ranks in DHS, looking out for them and their families.
General Kelly, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. Thank you for your leadership, and please know you're calling on all of us in whatever role we can play to help. So thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Secretary.
Yep. Appreciate it. Hope that went well. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Homeland Security Secretary John Kelly sitting down for an interview at the George Washington University, answering any and all questions on terrorism, immigration, Syria, anything you could possibly think of that you would want to hear from the Homeland Security Secretary was discussed today, and maybe even more than that. You're watching live here with us on Fox News Now. This event, though, did happen earlier today, but we do want to keep you updated on a live event that we can show you right now. Let me update that lower there before I take you there. Okay, here we go, everybody. So this live right now, it's just a shot outside of the Houston Methodist Hospital there, just keeping you guys updated on this George H.W. Bush news. Now, we do know he's okay. We did get a statement from his office today that the president, George H.W. Bush, former president, we should say, was admitted to Houston Methodist Hospital on Friday for observation because he had a very persistent cough that prevented him from sleeping, getting any proper rest. So they did determine eventually it was a mild case of pneumonia, which was treated and then resolved. So he's going to be okay, but we do know he's still there. The statement from his office says that he's in good spirits and he's just being held right now for further observation while he gains his strength. And that's a live look outside of the Houston Methodist Hospital there. We'll keep you guys updated on his health throughout the show here. Plugging in another live event that we have here locally. Give me one moment. We're watching live here on Fox News Now. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to have an event locally here out of Tempe, Arizona. David Shapiro will be there to announce the decision on race for Superintendent of Public Instruction. David Shapiro is the career educator and Tempe council member, and he again will be announcing his decision on a potential race for Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction. So we'll be taking you to that event. It's supposed to start here in just a few minutes, you guys. Also, I'll keep you updated on the George H.W. Bush situation. We do know he's okay right now, but hopefully nothing changes. We'll keep you updated on his health and any other breaking news here that we have on the show today. We did just show you that Homeland Security event here, and again, we should get this David Shapiro announcement in just a few moments here live on Fox News Now. In the meantime, I guess we can go and check out the KISS contest, right? Some of you that might not have seen it, this is still going on, you guys. Let me pull this up. You gotta give it up to these people that want a free car. If you're unaware of this contest, it's the Kia kissing contest where whoever leaves their lips on a Kia car the longest basically wins a brand new Kia Optima. So let me pull this up for you guys here. The things we do for free prizes. So I'll just take you guys to this for a little bit, keep you guys updated on anything live right now. And this is out of Austin, Texas, by the way. All right, let's see what's going on there.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I assume so, because it's only myself and Logan. Ask them when they get back. If that's the case, we're probably just going to do it on sticks, because my body's hurting. Man, like if they wanted me to do this tomorrow, I'd be like, nope.
You're watching live here on Fox News Now, the Kia Kissing Contest in Austin, Texas right now. You can see the contestants are currently on a break, but they will be back to kiss the car. And yes, they do clean it during the breaks. Got to keep it sanitary. Let me know in the chat, is this something you would do to get a free car? A lot of people have been asking that question. I mean, you know, if you can withstand it and you've got the time, you could get a whole new car. You could keep it, you could sell it, you could give it to your mom. Whatever you choose to do with it is up to you. Kind of an interesting event here. The last winners of the previous contest that was held, they had to go for 50 hours of kissing a car. Again, coming up in just a few moments, I'm going to take you to another live event here locally where the career educator and Tempe Council member David Shapiro will be announcing his decision on a potential race for Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction. This is going to be happening at Optimus Park, right near Fuller Elementary School in Tempe, Arizona. Should be starting any moment now. I'm just waiting for that feed to start up here. Now, Shapiro was elected to the Tempe City Council in 2014. I'll give you guys more information about that event as soon as we get it up, as soon as we get that shot up. But right now, we're still live out of Austin, Texas. The Kia Kissing Contest. Some of you love it, some of you hate it, some of you just don't know what to think. But it is good that they clean the car in between each kissing round. And some of them have really mastered this. Some of them, you know, get in the perfect position where they can still play with their phone while they keep their lips on a car for a full 60 minutes. Thanks for watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, that event I promised locally here, starting right now. Let's take you there.
Really? Which way? This way? Well, I have to read my speech because I'll look up a lot. I'll look up a lot, I promise you.
David needs to sign it.
Hi, Dad.
Thank you so much for coming. I did it at 6:28. Are we all standing behind you? A lot of people, especially anybody with a sign. Everybody with a sign.
Right, the sun is kind of strong here.
Yeah. Guys. Excuse me.
Are you going to hold it? Right up front. You do. I'm going to go around here. Look at this.
Let's call people in the front. Call people in the back. Let's call people in the front. Shorts up front. That would be you, sir. I like that.
You guys look great.
Do you want to hold this one? Let's see.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Well, we don't want that to happen. What'd you say? This? Okay, I'm moving over. You got it. I'm good.
Is this good? Am I in a good spot?
Do you want them quiet?
We're going to get started.
Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Jacobs, and I'm honored to be here today. I'm feeling very old when I say that David was a student in my junior English class about 20 years ago. It was a very high-level English class with great philosophical discussions about literature and life. I was always impressed with David's willingness to engage in those conversations, even though, to be honest, English probably wasn't his favorite subject. We've often joked about that since then because we've always kept in touch. He always credits me with helping him increase his vocabulary word bank, and I'll take that. As a private citizen and an educator, I am so impressed with David's accomplishments and passions. When David had the opportunity, he made a decision to become a public school teacher, to authentically learn the intricacies of the job. He's always been so appreciative of teachers and the work they do. Anytime I've asked him to speak to students, he does. I'm such a fan of David's. I'm truly in awe of all of his accomplishments. Member of the Tempe City Council, Arizona Legislative Senator and Representative, Assistant Superintendent of EVIT, one of Tempe's exemplary people, and not to forget, a wonderful husband and father. I have been an educator all my life, a profession I value. I know that as we move forward, the educational system in Arizona should be at the forefront of every citizen's agenda. Once again, speaking as a private citizen, we need a state educational leader who understands the profession, the serious issues we face in Arizona, and one who is willing to tackle those head on. We need a visionary superintendent of public instruction who believes that public schools provide opportunities for all children, and that the investment will pay huge dividends for our families and generations to come. We deserve a passionate leader who understands both education and government, one who will be a champion as we build a brighter future for our children and our state. In David, we get all of those qualities. That is why I am as proud to support him today as I was to teach him all those years ago. It is my honor to introduce Arizona's next Superintendent of Public Instruction, David Shapira.
Great job. Good afternoon. My name is David Shapira, and I'm running for Superintendent of Public Instruction. Parents and teachers across the state know our education system is in crisis. Billions of dollars in cuts have left us with crumbling schools and a dwindling number of qualified teachers. Our elected leaders are failing us. The recently enacted expansion of vouchers is another egregious attack on public education in Arizona. Our current Superintendent of Public Instruction, Arizona's Chief Public School Officer, supports this private school voucher expansion and actively advocated for its passage. As the Arizona Republic and other news agencies have already shown, not only are the existing school vouchers failing to live up to their hype of providing opportunities for disadvantaged kids in struggling schools, but reports received by the Republic also show that Diane Douglas is not properly accounting for the tens of millions of dollars of our tax money going to these private institutions. What are Diane Douglas, Doug Ducey, and the majority in the legislature doing for our neighborhood schools like this one? The small teacher pay increases they proposed of a few $100s is insufficient. I am tired of being betrayed by politicians who give lip service to public education in election years. I'm tired of public servants breaking their promises to our teachers and our students like those behind me. I've been the teacher who had to pay for school supplies for my classroom out of my own pocket because of those broken promises. I've been a school administrator and a school board member who had to make hard choices in my districts because of those broken promises. I've served in the legislature and worked with allies from across the aisle to mitigate the impacts from those broken promises. And I am a parent, like many parents, who feels betrayed by those broken promises. It's time for Arizona's leaders to keep their promises to our students, their families, and their teachers. I've spent my entire professional life, both as an educator and as a public education advocate, and I believe in the power of education to transform lives. Education is the bootstrap by which we pull ourselves up. Equal learning opportunities for all is a core American principle that has produced innovators, leaders, and visionaries who propel our nation forward. But for the past decade, education has not been a priority in Arizona. Those who put ideology over responsibility have slashed education funding by billions of dollars and now point to schools struggling under those cuts as a reason to privatize education. There is not a public school classroom in this state that hasn't suffered from the devastating cuts. And where has our Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction been during all of this? Diane Douglas sat on the sidelines during her campaign, and she has done the same while in public office, except when it comes to fighting for money for private schools. We need an Arizona school leader who will be an advocate for all of our students. As Superintendent of Public Instruction, I will evangelize the great work of our public schools like Fuller Elementary, where now both of our daughters will go to school in the fall. I'll defend every Arizona student's right to quality education and fight to make sure neighborhood schools have the resources needed to succeed. In poll after poll, the people of Arizona have said they want to see more invested in public schools and are willing to pay more to make that happen. Arizona children deserve to learn in schools that are modern and safe, with textbooks and technology that are up to date, and from teachers who are paid what they're worth. To Diane Douglas, education policy is about ideology. To me, it's about opportunities for our kids. To her, it's about scoring political points. To me, it's about classrooms and teachers. To her, it's about winning a fight. To me, it's about fighting for the future of Arizona.
Yeah.
Let me make it plain. Diane Douglas is not competent to lead Arizona's school system, and I am. Yeah. She does not fight for public schools, but I do. She won't give teachers the respect that they deserve, but I will.
Yeah.
Arizona families deserve a superintendent who will invest in strong neighborhood schools that create opportunities for the next generation. Please join us in this fight for a better future for Arizona. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Thank you, everybody.
There's some Republicans over there that want
Super exciting.
Still streaming.
Sorry about the sound, you guys. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. That was David Shapiro. He just announced his race. Let's see if we can hear from him.
All right, I guess first things first, you're going to have a D next to your name, and that's already an uphill climb. How do you push past that?
You know, when it comes to education in our state, frankly, we're one of the few states that elects a superintendent of public instruction in a partisan race. But when it comes to education, I think the voters are more interested in a candidate's plan for the schools and for the future of the state. And so I don't think it really matters what party a person's in, as long as they support public education. That is the role of the superintendent of public instruction, is to support our public schools in this state.
And you mentioned vouchers, and the governor just signed off, or the legislature just passed the voucher expansion bill a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
If you do get elected and you still have a Republican-controlled state legislature, how would you actually make inroads on that?
Yeah, so one of the jobs of the superintendent is to administer this ESA, the school voucher program. And unfortunately, our current superintendent of public instruction has completely failed so far in that administration of the existing school vouchers in the state. There's no accountability, there's no tracking of how our taxpayer dollars are being spent on these private institutions. And so I'll see it as my role as superintendent to bring some accountability to that system and ensure that our taxpayer money is being spent wisely.
And I know, you're probably paying attention to this, but it seems like, at least on the Republican side of this race, it's getting a little crowded over there. What does that say to you about how people feel about Douglas? Right?
I think people from across the political spectrum really understand the failures of this current superintendent. She has not been vocal on important issues related to education. She's not been an advocate for public schools at the state capitol. She's not spent time out in schools across this state getting to know what's actually going on in the education system. And I think that a little bit has to do with the fact that she's never really worked in the K-12 education system other than to serve as an elected board member. We need someone as superintendent who's been in the classroom, who's walked some miles in the shoes of a classroom teacher, and who understands what the needs of classrooms are. And unfortunately, Diane Douglas is not that kind of leader, does not have that kind of experience, but I do.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here, too. Good luck. Really appreciate it.
All right, you guys. Well, that was David Shapiro announcing his run for Superintendent of Instruction. As you just heard, he said Diane Douglas is not competent, and that he is. He sounds pretty confident that this is something he really wants to do, and he just announced his run today there. That was in Tempe, Arizona. We'll keep you guys updated on his future plans and what he's going to be doing coming up for for that run, again, for the Superintendent of Instruction here in Arizona, everybody. Okay, taking you to the next event here in the show. In the meantime, let me pull up a live look of the Capitol building for you. Thanks for watching live here on Fox News Now. Okay, everybody, let's give you a look of the Kia Kiss Cam while I pull up the next top story for you here in the show. They're still going strong, everybody. Take a look at it. That looks like a comfortable spot he found there. The guy in the red shirt there that you see laying on that Kia. They do clean the cars in between every break, because everyone has to change to a different spot every time they come back out there, and they have to switch on and off. So you sit for an hour, and then you stand for an hour, and then you sit again, and then you stand again. And so they have to pick a different spot every time. So yeah, they do clean the cars. I know a lot of you have been asking that. And some of them, you know, they try to find that perfect position where they can play with their cell phone. I saw a girl yesterday watching Netflix on her phone. Look at this guy. He's charging his phone. Oh, he just took his lips off.
For only $1 and get the rest of April free. That's a savings of up to $85 with 8 area locations, runners, exercise, and discounts on swim lessons, summer camp, and youth sports. Call 730.
Okay, you guys, you just watched it live. One more person has decided to give up. Kissing contest going on right now in Austin, Texas, the Kia kissing contest, where they have to keep their lips on a card, and whoever does it the longest wins. And we did just see one guy, he gave up. So we'll see who wants this Kia the most. Again, they'll win a Kia Optima if they keep their lips on the car the longest. You can do whatever you want with this car. You can keep it, you can sell it, you can give it to your mom. Whatever you choose to do with it is up to you. But we did just see one of the contestants walk away. We'll see who can last the longest. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. Chris Lee in the chat says his phone fell from the car and he came off the car for a second. Oh, so was it an accident? Other people saying he quit. But a lot of you saying no, he jumped up because he dropped his phone. I see. So maybe it was an accident. Maybe it was half and half. Maybe it was, my phone's dropping and you know what? I don't care. I'm done. It's all about how bad you want it. And so there he is, you guys. It looks like he Can't tell if he's in a bad mood about this. Again, some of you saying that he didn't mean to give up. Yeah, great idea. I'm going to see if we can get a replay. Hold on, let me come on camera here for a second so I can get this. Let me see if I can get a replay. 1 second here, you guys. Because I can't rewind it if it's live, but I think I can go back just a little bit here into our feed. All right. Yeah, let's do this replay and let's see what really happened, everybody. So let me pull this up. Okay, let's go to the replay for a second and see what truly happened to this Kia contestant. Here we go. Okay, this is the guy we are looking at here. Let's see what happens. Okay, it looks like he's holding his phone charger and his phone's up there, and then let's take a look. Does it drop? What's going on? See, that looked like that was on purpose to me. He just took his lips off. That to me looked like a deliberate taking the lips away from the car move. I didn't see the phone drop, but correct me if I'm wrong. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. We just did a replay. Let's see if we can do it one more time here, get a good look of it. Right here. Okay, everyone look closely. Does his phone drop or does he purposely give up? You're looking at the guy right there. Let's watch. One more time here. Looks like he's got his lips on it. He's holding a phone charger. Oh, okay. It looks like his charger sort of moves away from his face, but to me that looked deliberate. So I don't know, but let's take you back to the live feed where it did look like he was kind of upset. But I don't know if he's there anymore. Here's one of the contestants. It's still going strong. Ginger in the chat saying, yep, he gave up. Abraham saying maybe the wire fell. The wire could have fallen, but I don't know. I don't think that would make you take your face away from the car. But I don't know. It's up for debate. My co-host Mike Page sitting down here with me to analyze this situation right now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, okay, this guy that we're watching here live, what do you think he was thinking internally when he hears the commotion but can't look?
I know, you're probably thinking, yes, did someone give up? Yes, you know, all of a sudden your legs feel stronger again, your lips feel stronger, and you catch a second wind.
Are we down? When I started this morning, they had 11. I want to know how many are left here. I hopefully for their sake, it gets down maybe to the final 5 pretty soon.
Yeah, I know yesterday we had about 16, so they've really the number has dropped increasingly.
Well,
so yeah, we're going to get down to that winner soon.
Do they only have to go to the night and then they do the raffle? Because they're not going to be going all week with this.
Right, and they're certainly not going to go into the weekend.
No.
So I don't know if there's a strategy of how to get these guys to end quickly. Again, over 1,000 of you watching on our Facebook Live right now. We appreciate you joining us. We just saw somebody, I think he gave up. Other people saying, no, he dropped his phone.
Yeah, Chris Lee is really sticking to the point where he believes that that the phone on the hood slipped, and at the point he moved away for a split second. Chris Lee really...
But I did a replay.
I know.
And to
I
me,
watched those double replays, and I'm with you on that one, Mary Kay. I think he just flat out gave up.
Because I would think if I'm in this contest and my charger just sort of drops on my face, I would know to keep my face where it needs to. You just keep it there. I wouldn't move my face away because I would know that would mean I'm out of the contest. But maybe it shocked him. Maybe he was napping and it dropped on his face. I don't know, you guys. Either way, he's out of the contest. So
here's what I want to know. When I'm watching this, and I think a lot of people on our Facebook Live and even on here on Fox 10 Phoenix, when I watch this, and I've been watching this now for the last 2 days, okay? I'm thinking, how do they have all this time?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking too. Is maybe they have a flexible work schedule or something where they.
It has to be real flexible.
You know what I mean? Because they have to spend all day doing this.
You think they called in and said, "Hey, I'm going to be part of this contest. You might not see me for about 4 days."
Yeah, I mean, what if they called in sick and then their boss is saying, "Hey, I see you on Fox News Now. I watch that show every day because it's my favorite show."
Yeah, there you go.
And I see you there.
Well, that very well could happen.
Pretty interesting, though. This started out with 20 contestants, and now we're down
starting to dwindle, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but you can see, okay, we see this guy now. He's rubbing his temple area there. That is a good sign of a massive headache.
Yeah, that looks like he's struggling a little bit.
When you watch that, that's what I do a lot of the times, too. When I have a headache, I'll just rub the temple area to try to ease it up a little.
Ease it out, yeah. Let me pull up some more information on this. Thanks for watching with us live here on Fox News Now. Again, you guys are watching live with us here on Fox News Now. My co-host Mike Page up here with me. Yeah, that guy looks like he's got a headache, Mike.
Yeah, and I feel bad for him at that point where it's just like, you imagine, and he's not even kneeling down. That is more of a hunched over look. It's a awkward spot to be in right there.
You can kind of tell he's losing it, though, because he's starting to twiddle his fingers like, come on, any second now, give me my break.
Yeah, really. You're right.
I mean, this is sort of a form of torture. If you think about it, in a way, it's a form of torture, but also a form of excitement. You're going to win a car if you do it the longest, but it's really hard to stay in one place for 60 minutes.
And here's the problem. Here's how I feel bad for him. Now, say it gets down to 5 people, and they go into a drawing then.
Mm-hmm.
So, granted, you have a 1 in 5 shot of winning this car. But still, to go 48 hours plus and then to be put into a raffle and then still lose?
Oh my gosh, I would just be devastated because, it takes a lot of time and energy and everyone's filming you. Someone just went by and filmed him on a cell phone.
And you were talking earlier that every hour they rotate, right? So when you got to be standing one and then sitting down the other? Is that every other hour?
Yeah. So basically, because they have to keep it fair. Because imagine everyone would just be laying on the ground.
Yeah.
And why would you stand really?
Yeah.
But so far I'm reading, different candidates have left for, quote, different reasons. A representative said there.
Hopefully for a job or...
Yeah, to go to work or, you're getting tired.
Now, here's what a lot of people don't know. With contests like this, say you win the car, still got to pay the taxes on it.
Oh, really?
Now, not like that'll be a big deal, but maybe for some people it could be.
Could you sell the car, though? Right? That's what I've been saying.
You could still sell it, but you still probably have to pay the taxes on it before you can get it.
That's true. Well,
because that's like, you go into a dealership and you buy a car, you got to, do the taxes on it right there.
That's true. Yeah.
Sales tax.
What if you give it to somebody? Can't then just make them pay the taxes?
Yeah, that's true.
No, but then you don't have a car. What's the point?
Yeah, and you've done this for 2 days now.
Now, I'm reading some left, voluntarily, but others were called out for their lips coming off the car. So maybe that's what happened to that guy earlier. She was like, "Excuse me.
Yeah.
I don't see your lips on the car. You lose."
That'd be a hard way to go out on a technicality.
Yeah, I would be. I'd be like, because these people take naps. So I think sometimes they forget they have to keep their lips on that car the whole time. So if you fall asleep, you better make sure.
Yeah, see, I'm probably the worst. I can never get a good sleep when I'm at a hotel, and I would definitely not be able to get a good sleep hunched over a car.
Yeah.
At a dealership when there's like 12 people walking around you to make sure your lips are on this car.
I know, that would be really difficult. And, fortunately, though, they have 10-minute breaks each hour.
That's big.
To,
big.
Sort of stretch out their legs. Someone ordered a pizza yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's good.
Oh, here's your pizza. You got 8 minutes to eat it.
But you know how these contests can sometimes go wrong? So I think Kia wants to make sure that doesn't happen to them. They're like, no, we're going to give them a break every hour. We don't want to deal with any sort of,
Well, I'm sure they have to sign a boatload of paperwork.
Right, that's the way it...
You can't sue for any reason. You're doing this on your own accord, blah, blah, blah.
So one female contestant told a male competitor, quote, "Your nose is so red," as they came up for air during a quick break. He goes, "Yeah, that was miserable." I mean, it is sort of a form of, you have to.
This is dedication.
For
this
60 minutes every.
This is dedication at its finest here.
This is an interesting way to ground your kids, though. Send them out to your new car and just say, you know what, keep your lips on there for an hour. It's definitely not fun. If it was fun and easy, it wouldn't be a contest, right?
No.
But just kidding. Don't actually do that with your kids.
Now, is that the guy that we see walking around? Is he like with the radio station, just doing Facebook Live? I wonder. Probably.
I'm assuming so. Yeah. Let me get a clear shot.
Or the car dealership. Yeah. See that guy in the background? Yeah. He is just on his iPad there.
You got to admit, it's great exposure for Kiss FM and Kia.
Obviously, yeah. Everyone's talking about this. Everyone's raving about this, actually.
But, they have, people are saying, why do they get breaks every hour? That'll make the contest too easy. But think about these contests in the past that have gone really bad.
Yeah, you got to give them breaks.
And then the company has to come out and apologize. They don't want to have to do that.
No.
So.
And I've heard there are a couple contestants there that have diapers on, just in case. If it doesn't fit within the 10-minute, what happens if they had to go, during and they couldn't leave?
Oh, man. Now that's taking it to a whole new level. A diaper?
Yeah.
I'm going to update the title here on our YouTube stream so everyone knows they're watching the Kia Kissing Contest in Austin, Texas. Interesting, though. What if this was here in Phoenix and it was outside in 100-degree weather?
That'd be torture.
Your face starts slipping off the car because it's sweating.
Think how hot it'd be.
Yeah. Wow, though. Some people might be wearing diapers so that they don't have to go to the bathroom. Well, I guess that's one way to win.
Yeah.
You can see some people, though, really strategize this. You can see over in the background there, this one guy, he rolls the window down so he can rest his arms inside the car. There we go. Camera moving in now. A lot of times.
She's doing something very different with.
She's covering her eyes from the sun.
Yeah, the sun's right in her. That's interesting. Wow, that is a painful look right there. She is trying to block that sun, but it's still on the top of her forehead there, and she is not in a good spot here. She's shaking now.
Oh, see, this is not as easy as you might think. Oh, I just have to kiss a car for an hour? No problem.
Yeah.
Sun's in her eyes.
He's in a weird spot, too, I feel like, just because he's hunched over on that. Okay, he's grabbing for something. What's he grabbing for?
At first I thought, okay, that's smart. He rolls the window down so he can rest his arm, but really, his neck right now has to be so uncomfortable.
So stiff.
I love how, look at their hands. You can tell how antsy they are from their hands.
Yeah.
They're all just bouncing their hands up and down, twiddling their thumbs. They can't wait to take that break. Oh, yeah, there he is.
Oh, yeah, this is the guy I'm a little bit worried about.
It's almost worse too because you're being filmed, so you're trying to be normal while you're also going out of your mind trying to win this Kia.
Oh, now he's caressing it.
It's like you just don't know what else to do. Oh,
okay.
She's kissing a tire.
That's a weird spot. Well, you know what? I think that's the
best spot.
Yeah.
Look, she's basically just sleeping. But if she relaxes her mouth at all, she loses. So she still has to concentrate.
Yeah, that's why I think she has that one hand like pulling her into the tire.
Look, yep, there goes the hands again. It's just everyone's very antsy to go on that break. I mean, and then you only get 10 minutes, and through those 10 minutes, oh my gosh, I've got to do it all over again for an hour.
I couldn't. This is torture.
But you would think, okay, if you've already gone
For
what,
25, 30, 40 hours.
You would be so angry at yourself for giving up. You'd be like, come on, just push through. But, I mean, I don't know.
I wouldn't do this, Mary Kate.
I don't think I would do it either. I just don't think... I don't think I'd have the patience for it.
Do you think some people gave up their jobs for this?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm assuming we'll be able to hear from all of the contestants after this is over, or at least from the winner.
Because there's not going to be, I could just feel it right now, there's not going to be the last person standing. It's going to get down to the point where they're going to do the raffle.
And it's two on or one-on-one?
Yeah, it's going to get...
Two people left?
Yeah, well, or yeah, I mean, that would be the best case scenario for the people in the raffle, but what happens if there's 8 people left and they go in the raffle? You got a 1 in 8 chance. Granted, that's great odds to win a new car, but not for the amount of equity you put into it. Not for the amount of time and the sweat and the not eating, really, and you could barely grab some water when you get on that 10-minute break, and then you got to go to the bathroom.
And then you pick up somebody in your car, and they're saying, great car. I mean, did your parents get you this? No, I kissed it for 20 hours, and then I got it for free. Chris Lee tweeting me right now saying, I don't mean to bring up this point again. Okay, so Chris Lee still feels very strongly that one contestant didn't give up, that he... I think you might be right, Chris. He might have taken his lips off accidentally, and they asked him.
Chris is adamant
to walk away.
Chris is adamant
because someone did come up and talk to him. So I think maybe they said, "Hey, you just moved your lips away." So Chris, you might be right. I did a replay a couple times. Look at this guy again, Mike, with the headache.
I see. This is really at this point. This is when you know you have a full on migraine, probably.
And too, the sun's coming in pretty. Pretty tough here. What a crazy event, though. I mean, look at this. We've got somebody in a sort of a little costume there.
Yeah, that must be from the radio station. That has radio station written all over it.
Oh man. But I mean, what do you think about it? They clean the cars on all the breaks, but I don't know. What can they really clean? Because it has to be it can't be really strong cleaner because you're putting your mouth on it, And
Sure.
You don't have any germs, any sort of poisonous chemicals. So, I mean, give us one moment here while we pull up some more information on the Kia kissing contest in Austin, Texas. And we are back here on Fox News Now. My co-host Mike Page up here with me to discuss this crazy contest. Again, this guy looks like he is trying to be patient here, but...
If I had to gamble here, Mary Kate, I would say he's going to be the next to go.
He's going to be... Oh, really? You think so?
Yeah, just because of the headache.
Yeah, I don't know. It does look like he might be losing it a little bit. And I don't blame you. Hey, props to you for sticking it out this long, but... Imagine, too, if you were listening to the Fox News Now stream and you hear that. This is going to be the next go. He'd be so angry.
Maybe, well, you know what? Maybe
we're
that
rooting for you, but...
Maybe that would pump you up more, too, though. Give you a little bit extra motivation.
Yeah,
Now, do you think there's a point, Mary Kate, where, okay, so after about 40 hours with these people, do you think they're like, all right, I want to quit, but I've just been through so much and I'm not going to quit now because at this point, why? At this point, why?
Yeah, and I would think that it's you don't want to let yourself down after that many hours. I could see quitting after 2. You're like, okay, forget this.
Yes.
But if you've gone that far, I don't think you'd want to quit, which is exactly what he's probably thinking right now.
Oh,
don't you dare quit.
But look at that. I mean, he is really rubbing the temples now. I mean, that's a massive migraine.
I would think you would get a headache from that because you're not just like laying your lips down. You're pursing your lips for an hour.
Can someone please in the Austin area give him some Advil?
Yeah, we've got to get someone over there, give him some water. Luckily, he's gonna get his break, so hopefully, that'll make him feel better. But imagine if you're pursing your lips for an hour straight, that would give you a headache.
Now, can loved ones come during the break and like give them motivation and maybe like water or like I bet they got water, but like if they want like special things like Gatorade or
possibly
Pepsi or
I would think so. I don't think it's
7
like
Up.
jail, so I'm sure that they can have friends come. No, maybe not. Though maybe they're like, no, we want to keep everyone inside. Good question. I mean, we did see someone order pizza yesterday.
And you can't kiss the car from within, right? You got to be on the outside. You can't be like sitting down on the.
Oh, I was saying, why don't you just get inside the car and lay down? But I don't think you can.
Yeah.
I think it's all got to be outside of the car. That'd be awesome, though, if you could just get in the car and then just sort of let your lips sit on a seat. A lot of people asking, would we do this? I just don't think I would.
I wouldn't do it.
No, I don't think I would. I don't know what I would do that for. I guess it would depend on, you'd have to really want a certain type of car or really want something.
But is it worth losing your job over if you don't show up anymore?
I don't think so, no. But
Yeah.
I don't know if this was already worked out in their schedule, if they applied for this contest and then they got picked as one of the contestants
Yeah,
and they
maybe
called time off.
Maybe they had a week to kill and.
But even then, okay, you're on your vacation time. You better make it worth it, or else you just spent your whole vacation kissing a Kia.
Yeah, they're like, hey, what did you do on your week off? Well, I was kissing a Kia all week and I lost.
That would be disappointing, It wouldn't be fun for anyone that loses, Let's see. I'm still doing some research here on this. I want to see if I can find the set official rules.
I think there's one guy that I was watching. I don't know. Help me out, everyone in the chat. My pick to click, the guy that I think is going to win is the guy that had a tank top on. He seemed pretty motivated every time they went up to talk to him during the breaks. So let me know, everyone in the chat. Maybe he's at the other car right now. I just don't see it from this angle. But the guy that was rocking the tank top, that is my pick to click to win.
Oh, I don't think I've seen him in a bit.
Yeah, so I wonder if he's done because I thought he was going to be the guy that's going to do it.
I mean, because again, you're right. This guy could be the next one to go. He just is
It's not looking good. Someone needs Advil now for him.
And look, the sun is really coming in hot now on this guy. It's not a good time to be standing there. Let's see what people in the chat section are saying. Yeah, someone said you got to be in it to win it.
There's 2 cars, right? 2 cars.
Yeah, if you can see in the background that silver car, there are contestants on there as well.
Okay, we're getting a different look here. As that, okay. Still, that sun is right on that woman's face there, and she's not blocking it anymore, Mary Kate. She's not blocking it.
That does not look comfortable.
She's not blocking it. Now, during one of the breaks, they went and interviewed her. Okay, this guy.
Come on. Not right where the camera is.
Yep. They interviewed this woman, and they said, are you going to be here till the end? And she said, without a doubt, yes.
Oh, so is this the woman that said that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like, she's not even covering her eyes anymore.
No.
She looks like she has gone into a nice meditation.
Look at this. Now, he's watching his phone. Okay, he's putting the phone back, but he was watching it.
Oh, yeah, they've been watching
inside.
Netflix. They've been sort of... And this girl just... Let's see. Okay, looks like she's... it would be hard to watch all of them to make sure that they're not cheating. Because I don't see too many moderators walking around keeping a close eye. Oh, she's the moderator.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's pretty close right here.
So she's the one keeping an eye on everybody right now.
Not a good. Oof.
I wonder if they're allowed to sort of make it more intense and go up to them and whisper like, "Don't get tired. You could win this Kia." See, oh yeah, he is antsy to get out of there.
He's antsy.
Poor guy. And it's interesting that they put the name tags on their back, so we all know who we are watching.
Yeah, there you go, Mary Kay.
So Tyler, I believe that was his name, who just walked away a little bit ago. Abraham Miller in the chat saying, the guy in the hat doesn't seem phased at all. Yeah, the one that had his arm inside the window. Yeah, she doesn't seem phased at all. She's the lucky one here. Look at this.
I know.
She is just having a ball, just relaxing. She's got her lips on the tire.
And she has her one hand on tire, pulling her in so she doesn't jerk off, you know, get off there.
Yeah, doesn't like kind of lose herself.
Yes.
Because it's very easy for your head to nod off and you kind of lose your position. Okay, let's see if we've got another moderator walking around here. There she is. She's keeping a close eye on everybody.
Now here's the thing, everyone in the chat, let me know, is the tank top guy still there? Because he was my pick to click to win. I don't see it from this angle though. He could be on the other side of the car.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while, but hopefully, and that's the one you think is going to win.
I can't watch anymore.
Oh, this guy?
This is really...
It's starting to get down to the wire, you guys. This is the part that I think people really want to see, is when we start seeing people give up, lose their mind a little bit. This is the exciting part of the contest.
Oh, someone said in our chat that the lady on the floor should be disqualified.
Well, she was standing in the last round, so I think technically this time she's allowed to sit. So I believe the next time she'll have to stand, and anyone else can do that too. But you're right, that's easier.
Yeah. Yeah, you just don't want her head to come off that tire.
Well, until you guys, like, she only has an hour of that, and then when she gets her 10-minute break, when she comes back, she has to stand. So she won't get to do that the whole time. But maybe every time she sits, she does that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she's in a hard spot right there.
He is not enjoying the spot he picked, though. You can tell this guy here.
No,
He's not enjoying that. I mean, you'd lose your mind a little bit, I think. Just, I mean, you have to meditate or something to keep yourself calm. And two, if you want to rest your lips, then you're just pressing your nose against glass for an hour, and that hurts too.
Yeah, and Chad Smith saying the red shirt guy is breaking down mentally.
It does look like he is sort of having a tough time here. If we were moderators there live and they were listening to us, they'd be like, don't, let us win.
Yeah.
You're tripping us up. So yeah, he keeps moving his hands. Watching live here with us on Fox News Now, my co-host Mike Pace up here with me. The Kia kissing contest. Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, so we'll see how this is going to wrap up, folks. It's one of those where you just can't stop watching.
I know, I just want to see, I want to see how the red shirt guy reacts when he gets on break. He'll probably just be so happy.
Oh, wait.
Did you guys see that?
Wait, what did he...
He just tapped his wrists.
Oh, he wants to know how much longer till break, I wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just tapped his wrist. He can't take it.
Now, if that woman there on that ground jerks,
yeah,
it could be over.
Yeah, because you got to be careful not to sleep. People are saying, oh, just take a nap. But if you do that, that's exactly when you might mess up.
Yeah, now more people in the chat are calling to give some Advil and water to him.
Yeah. Well, Pete says don't underestimate him. That's true. You never know. This could all be a front. I would be moving my hands like that too, though. I would be getting so impatient. I wonder if he's thinking, is this Kia worth it?
Yeah, I wonder if they're thinking it's like, yeah, ones that they're looking at the car and they're like, I don't know.
After kissing it for 20 hours, I'm not sure I'm interested anymore. Yeah, I just don't know. But hey, I mean, clearly they want this car. They want to win. It's not just about getting the car. It's about being the winner of this contest. I'm sort of a germ freak, though, and even though they clean the car, I'm not sure I'd want to,
Do you see them clean it during the break?
Sometimes, yeah. Most of the time, I do see them wipe the cars down, I'm sure with the right cleaning products so that, no one gets sick from each other's germs, but that's an hour that your mouth is on there,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine, though. It's not swine flu season. It's okay.
Very interesting stuff here, everyone.
Looks like they are going on break. Let's turn up the sound, see what they're saying. I think they announced it's probably 5 minutes till break or something like that, so you can see the moderators over there. I keep calling them moderators like this is a big, debate or something. They've got the megaphones.
This is getting to be a point where
it's getting serious.
At
it's
any moment,
down to
anything can happen here.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting a different angle here. Or
looks like oh yeah.
Okay, now photographer.
Oh.
Okay, we're on break here.
My face is like numb. I'm excited.
You're excited.
I'm excited so far. Hopefully I don't have a mess up and slip too. Okay, let's see.
Does this car make you have to change your game plan?
Yes. Because every other I was getting to lay down on a tire. Now it's going to be more like every 4. So I'm going to have to up my game, get my energy up. Yeah.
One thing to say to everybody out there watching you, everybody out there supporting you, what do you want to say?
Did we just see someone kissing on their kissing break?
You know what? They just can't help themselves now. They've been so, they want to kiss something other than a car.
But we did just see Mike's tank top guy that he believes is going to be the winner.
He seems so motivated, and he doesn't even seem really sleep deprived at all.
Yeah, he definitely seems in for the win. He doesn't even seem tired or anything. Yeah,
no.
Like you said. Applejack's in the chat saying Bandana Man for the win. Yeah, definitely. He looks totally positive and ready to win.
Yeah, and he's even talking about different...
You saw him still just sort of standing there staring at the car. He could be drinking water, eating anything. He's just like, I'm getting ready for my next hour.
Yeah, he wanted to, I think, locate where he was going to go. So now we learned, okay, now we're in the final 10, everyone, and now we heard that they all have to move to the one car now. We're down to the final car.
That's going to be difficult because there's only a few comfortable places on the car that everybody wants. And didn't he say, the tank top guy, he said, you can only sit down now every 4th hour. I think is what he said.
Oh, yes. Yeah, because you'll be rotating around that car.
So you can't just sit an hour, stand an hour, sit an hour. It's every
now it's
4th
real.
hour.
Now I think this is when the contest, we're going to see people dropping real quick here.
Yeah. This is pretty exciting stuff. You guys are watching live here on Fox News Now. Coming up next, Mike Pace will be taking you into the next few hours of the show. Mike, what do you plan? What's going on in the show?
Well, here we go. We're expecting, hopefully, a little bit later in the show, maybe we'll get a town hall from a Republican congressman there in Michigan. Mm-hmm. We don't know if we'll get that stream, but a little bit later in the show, everyone, before I wrap up, my segments here. We're going to bring on Mary Kate around 6:40, around that's 9:40 Eastern, and we're going to talk about
Oh, a crazy story.
we're not even going to go into it. Here's how I'm going to tease it, everyone. It's a situation of what would you do? That's all I'm going to say. It's a what would you do? And boy, at this moment, I don't know how I would go. So we're going to talk about it. Mary Kate and I, 9:40 Eastern. 9:40 Eastern. You're not going to want to miss that.
Don't miss it, you guys. All right, taking you to a live shot of the White House. Mike Page coming up next.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours here on the stream, and then about 6:40, 9:40 Eastern, we will have Mary Kate come up here, and we'll do a transition topic as we get ready for Mary Kate's show. That'll be happening at 10 o'clock Eastern. Hope you are all having just a wonderful afternoon and early evening. It's been a great day so far, everyone. We've had lots of coverage. We had President Trump in Kenosha, Wisconsin, doing the Buy American initiative. Buy American, Hire American. You saw that happen in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We have it there on our YouTube page, just in case maybe you missed that today. All right, coming up here on the stream, I do want to show you new developments out in Atlanta, where the suspect of the that is accused of the I-85 bridge collapse made his first court appearance today. Let's take a look at that. You guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We're at fox10phoenix.com.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please do not pull your phones out for any reason. Please don't. Please don't. Ladies and gentlemen in the hallway, y'all got to make a decision. Either step in or step out. Y'all can't stand in the hallway. Either step in or step out. No, like out. Slide these two chairs down for me. Slide them down. That's two right there by your Court come to order. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, could you move into the gallery if you wouldn't mind, or should we have anybody along the wall? If you could please slide to the right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're at the door, please come and have a seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, all interested parties. We're here in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Basil Elby in 17 SC 150865. The parties would identify themselves for the purpose of the record.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, madam.
Connie Willis on behalf of the state of Georgia, accompanied by Brendan Daughtery and George Jenkins.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, for the defense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Milo Lee Davis on behalf of Mr. Ellerby, along with Mr. Lawrence Zimmerman, Gary Spencer, and Tiffany Roberts, Your Honor.
Hi, good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
All right. From some other pleadings that were filed, are you the four counsel that are representing Mr. Elby? Because Mr. Shive entered an appearance, and I wanted to make sure that we had all counsel accounted for.
We are the four counsel, Your Honor. We've been in the substitution of counsel for the public defender's office. So we're
okay. Mr. Elby, is that your desire to be represented by counsels Davis, Zimmerman, Roberts, and Spencer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Mr. Shive, then that, I think, make sure you should move at this point in time.
Okay. May I just put something on the record?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
You can have a seat.
Your Honor, my name is Dennis Shive, for the record. I was retained the weekend before the 3rd to do a preliminary and a bond only. I wasn't retained for the case. I went to see Mr. Ellerby on the 3rd and spoke to him and told him that I was retained by a person who wanted to be anonymous, didn't want to get involved in the case, but thought that he was getting messed over. So I indicated to him I was just going to do the bond and do the preliminary. I was not in the case at that point to do anything further. I spoke to him, and he indicated to me that Gerald Riggs, who's counsel right here, who had been there to see him earlier, and he said, could you work with Mr. Riggs? I said, yeah, I know him. He's a fine lawyer. He was very adamant, very adamant. He wanted Mr. Riggs to be involved in this case, and I said I could work with him. And so I left. I filed an entry of appearance on the 3rd, and then I went back to see him, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, and let him know I had pulled the first appearance package. And when I attempted to see him, Major Walker, had indicated to me that Liz Markowitz, who's with the Public Defender's Office, said that nobody was allowed to speak to him. And I said, it's the public defender. I'm a private lawyer. And said, Ms. Markowitz said, you can't talk to her. Can't talk to him. And so I left, and she called and indicated to me that, number one, this is the type of case I shouldn't be handling, and number two, I needed to give the money back. And I had a conversation with her, and I'm still trying to figure out, and maybe the bar can help me contact them, who appointed her to figure out how to handle the case and who could not handle the case.
Why is that relevant for my analysis at this point in time? It's the defendant's choice as to who he wants to be represented by counsel.
Okay.
If you were only hired for the purposes of the prelim and to seek him a bond, then your service is complete unless you have made other arrangements with Mr. Elby for his representation. That's why I asked you, are you representing him at this point in time? If you haven't, or your representation ceased at this point.
And I believe said something to the court, and you wanted me to be here. My only point.
That's because you filed a motion, and I want to make sure that Mr. Elby drives that decision as to who his lawyer is. So I think he's answered that question for me.
My only point is that Mr. Elby was very adamant he wanted Gerald Riggs to be involved in this case, and I believe the letter I got that Ms. Markowitz controlled and took these lawyers over, and they're fine lawyers. If they want to do it pro bono, whatever, he needs representation, but just to let the court know, I'm not on the case, number one, but number two, Mr. Elby was very adamant he wanted Gerald Riggs to be involved in this. And I understand that Ms. Markowitz has controlled it and told him to withdraw, and he's not part of the team, but Mr. Elby wanted him part of the team. So I just wanted the court to know that, and I understand they've controlled who could see him and not see him, but I don't think it's fair to him to say, hey, you can't be part of it because what Ms. Markowitz did. But I think they've spoken to him in such a way that they've convinced him, and they're fine lawyers, but they've convinced him for some reason Mr. Riggs shouldn't be involved in it. And he should be, but that's up to him. I just want to let the court know that.
Thank you, Mr. Shah.
May I be excused?
Yes, you may, sir. Thank you. All right. Mr. Griggs, do you have any, since your name's been brought up, do you want anything, do you want to make any statement, or do you have anything you wish to add at this point in time, or do you wish to be heard on the issue of representation?
Judge, I respect the decision of Mr. Elton. Fine attorneys, we've all had a discussion. I think my service would be better with the community and supporting Mr. Elton.
Okay, all right. Okay, so now that we've determined representation, counsels, do you wish to go ahead and formally arraign your client, or would you like to go ahead and waive arraignment, have 10 days to file motions, and be heard on the issue of bond?
Your Honor, we waive, file motion, ask for 10 days to file motions, and like to be heard on the issue of bond, which we have addressed with the district attorney's office, Your Honor.
All right, your motion is granted as to waiving arraignment. You'll get 10 days at least to file motions in this case. It is likely that my successor, the Honorable Constance Russell, will be handling this as I will be transitioning to the family division, and she will set the next dates for you. But I'll set you a date of 6/9 for status, and we'll see where you are at that point in time in terms of your discovery and any other motions you may have filed. So, Ms. Willis?
The only thing, do you have another date besides June 9th? I just know that I'm out on that particular day. So since I know that, I'd rather be proactive than reactive.
Madam, does the 16th work for you?
It's perfect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, 16th work for the rest of you, counsel for Mr. Elby?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a Friday. It's just a week beyond that. Okay, so we'll move that to the 16th of June. Okay, Ms. Willis, are you all ready for to respond to the issue of bond?
Your Honor, we are. I've been working with Mr. Davis and the legal team for Mr. Ellaby since last evening, and we were able to finish up first thing this morning of drafting a consent bond order.
Okay.
We have conditions that I think are acceptable to the defense team as well as the state of Georgia. However, of course, we need your blessing on them.
Yes,
if you'd like, I'll articulate them for purposes of the record.
That'd be fine.
Your Honor, we've agreed to a $10,000 signature bond through pretrial services. This signature bond will have some requirements on it. The first is the obvious requirement that he shall not violate the laws of this state or any political subdivision of this state, any municipality of this state, or of the United States, a standard term. The second is that this defendant shall have no contact with any witnesses for the state, either direct or indirect, to include third parties, whether by phone, mail, email, social, or any writing, sign, note, or message. Should the defendant encounter any witness, he must immediately leave the area and remain at least 200 yards away from any witness at all times. This condition shall not be interpreted to restrict this legal defense team, nor should it be interpreted to restrict any of their agents, should they have investigators or other people working with them. This provision obviously would not prevent that type of conduct. Finally, 5, Your Honor, is the defendant must appear before this court as you order. If he should fail to appear, obviously a warrant would issue for his arrest. He shall not threaten, endanger any person or property. He should remain 1,000 yards from the scene of I-85 bridge fire, except when accompanied by a member of his legal defense team to assist in the investigation and preparation of this. Defendant will remain enrolled in treatment with Michael Sling and Consulting LLC or program as outlined in Exhibit A. And Your Honor, we'll see that the defense has provided, the state has it is part of the record.
Do you have the written terms that you can share with Mr. Chamberlain?
I'll be able to provide it to him in 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay, no problem.
Defendant shall also have residential housing with this same Michael Consulting LLC. The address of said location will be maintained in confidence by the court, the district attorney's office, and counsel, and they provided me with it already. Okay. Defendant is randomly drug tested by this same Michael Counseling and Consulting LLC twice a week, and positive results will be reported to the court, the district attorney's office, and defense counsel within 24 hours of said result. Defendants shall also, though, submit to monthly drug screens, trial, or their agents that they designate. And finally, Your Honor, the defendant shall, within 60 days of release, seek legal and employment. The only restriction to that would be if it interferes with his drug treatment program. Those are the conditions of the bond. It's been signed off by me as a representative of the district attorney's office, as well as Mr. Davis, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Zimmerman, and Ms. Tiffany Roberts.
Okay, all right. If I could see that, please. All right, counsels, Mr. Zimmerman, Mr. Davis, Mr. Spencer, Ms. Roberts, anything you want to add in regards to the consent bond?
No, not at this time, Your Honor. We ask that you would just consider it, Your Honor, based on what we believe is a thought-out plan from Mr. Ellaby. Mr. Michael, original Michael, is present if the court needs to hear from him. He is the counselor that runs this program, Your Honor.
Mr. Michael, where are you? Or is that his name? I'm sorry.
Yes, you must be outside in the hallway, Your Honor, because you've been.
What's his name again, Mr.?
Original Michael, Your Honor.
Original.
Original.
Original?
Original.
Original Michael. Okay, all right. Mr. Elby, let me go ahead and just cover a couple of things with you at this point in time. Sir, you can remain seated. Sir, you can sit. You can sit. Okay. I'm going to set a total bond of $10,000 for you. You'll be able to sign it. It'll be a sign-on bond through pretrial. And let's just go through the conditions one more time. They're predicated on, one, that you not violate any of the laws of any political subdivision. You can do that, correct? All right, and you should have no contact with any witness for the state, directly or indirectly, as Ms. Willis indicated, through your attorneys as well. That means don't email them, don't phone them, don't text them, don't get third parties to kind of inquire about them. You know, if you have any questions, you can speak with one of your 4 lawyers and let them handle that for you, okay? All right, so, as well as you have to appear in court when I tell you to come back. So the next time you'll be back in court will be on the 16th of June at 9 o'clock, okay? All right. You shall not threaten or endanger any person or property. Understand that? You're to remain 1,000 yards from the scene of the I-85 bridge fire, except when you're accompanied by one of the 4 members of your defense team or any of their investigators or any other experts that they may have in support of their case, of your case. You understand that? Okay, all right. That you're going to remain enrolled in treatment with Michael and Michael Counseling. Is Mr. Michael here? Or is he still outside?
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Michael, good morning. I'm Judge Glanville.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I understand that Mr. Elby is going to be treated through your counseling and consulting company. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. As well as you have arranged to or secured housing for him. Is that correct?
Housing and treatment. Yes,
all right. So he's going to remain enrolled in your care and treatment through the duration of this particular case. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. And that the address of wherever we're going to leave that confidential will be provided to my case manager for us to put it for the purposes of the order in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. As I understand, he's still going to reside. He's going to reside at the housing provided by you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if he should leave or abscond himself from that, we'll need to, not only myself, but the district attorney's office as well, and law enforcement. You understand that, right?
Yes.
All right. And that you're going to also randomly drug test him twice a week?
Twice a week.
And any positive results would need to be reported to the court as well as the district attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your understanding?
Yes,
okay, all right. And Is there anything else that I have forgotten in regards to your responsibilities that you've agreed upon with the state as well as the defense team?
Just mandated treatment. People can get mental health treatment or
Okay, all right. Okay, sir, thank you very much. If you'll just stand fast, we'll go ahead and get the particulars from you in terms of the address, and then you'll be released. Okay?
Yes.
All right, okay. All right, Mr. Elby, you're also going to have to be subject to monthly drug screens through pretrial services. You understand that as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And, of course, any violation of that, pretrial will immediately contact the court, and you could be subject to being arrested and incarcerated. You understand that? Okay, all right. And that within 60 days after your release, that you're to seek gainful employment as part of the terms of this bond. You understand that? The only thing that would come, or you'd have to kind of modify, would be if your treatment interferes with that. But to the extent that both of them can coexist, it would be the court's desire that you not only get treatment, but you also go ahead and also get employment. Okay? All right. Do you have any questions about the bond or any of its conditions, sir?
I think everything makes sense.
All right. Counsel, is there anything that I have left out? Or you wish clarity on?
Nothing on behalf of the state of Georgia.
Okay, then. All right, then I'll go ahead and make that order that was provided by the state. I will adopt it. I've signed it, and I will call all parties to get a copy of that. Is there anything else I need to take up with you, counsel, before the 16th of June?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe so.
No, Your Honor.
All right, unless there's anything else, then that'll be the order of the court, okay? All right, we'll see you on the 16th of June.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, folks, you are taking a live look right now at the White House. Coming up next, we're going to take you back out to Austin. We're going to take a live look in at the Kia Kissing Contest. We are down to the final 10 people. Now they've moved all to one car, so it's getting a little tight there. We're going to see how much longer these 10 can hold on. And folks, we are continuing to watch live here in Austin, Texas for the Kia Kissing Contest. We're down to the final 10 people, final 10 contestants here, as they are now all moved onto one car that is going to be the car that they will be winning. Also, they are trying to hold on, trying to keep their best hour after hour. They know they have a 1 in 10 chance right now of winning it.
This song will make a Leslie girl's ears perk up. TI, whatever you want. For a while, what I like. For sure. You know, I don't think you listen to someone that's going to appreciate this or want to.
All right, folks, we are going to Fresno, California, where we are awaiting a press conference after Fresno police arrested a man accused of killing 3 people in a shooting rampage. So we're going to take that stream here as soon as we get it here live for you at the press conference.
Yeah, you gotta stand real close so you don't cut anybody else's view out.
Okay. Not right now. Okay.
Where at? You can do the laptop, right? And then just probably sit.
You'd be able to shoot past these guys.
Yeah. And we're, because
I save the camera location for my affiliate, ABC. Thank you.
Okay, just let me know.
It's gonna take you out. Feels vicious.
If there's a camera here, it won't be in your way, is there?
Probably not.
Okay.
It'll probably be.
Won't be in your way either, right?
If it's, I mean, if it's like,
yeah, closer to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's not, it's definitely gonna be.
It's gonna be in one of their shots.
Just let me know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There's no mic.
No, the camera's not here. Oh.
Not a good one.
Do you have a cell phone number that you
They should be doing intros. I mean, take press conference live. Be done with it.
That's what I'm saying.
This is excessive. Oh my god, when like 80 of us were there.
Yes. Did you drive up just now too? I was coming back from Modesto from town hall last night. Yeah.
Turn this off so bad. So we run out of
Should be good.
That would be pretty bad. I have more for you too. I'm sorry. I landed off today.
You're gonna make me change better.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I can hear you. She said that's not we are here at the city and we're Press Chief Jerry Dyer will be.
Probably the most
We don't know if he's going to be holding it. We don't know what time. No. I am. There's a lot of people in there. So I'm sure there's going to be doing the hum is back, she said. Just turn off whatever you just turned off. Whatever you just turned on, turn it off. She said that there's hum. Okay, she said perfect, much better. She said now it's back. I don't know. Can you have this here? Hold on 1 second.
They've had a hum from the PS box that set it off.
How's it going?
Change the battery.
Good.
Yes, no, maybe it's like.
Good.
So Terry, I'm calling you. So Terry, I'm calling you. Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear it? Hello? Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. We don't know. We don't know. He's not in here.
Hello, Sammy. Do you know Brandy's sandwiches?
Sounds perfect.
Because I'm saving the space. I forgot how I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad that you're taller. Stand right here.
Just don't jump.
So excited about this one.
Yeah.
This is Fresno. Oh, he has to do a 6. Oh, okay. You do have to do a 6.
Should have brought cute clothes today.
Okay. Right, of course.
Pretty good. I was supposed to go to Oakers.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. And they totally told me about it. Well, and then I was supposed to go to Visalia for
Totally
the Campfire Lab. So I was like, oh, perfect. I'll just stay
You meant like survive.
cheap.
Oh, you made
I have insurance and extra because of car. They're like, bring, take the view, take the live view, take the live view.
Okay, all right.
Okay. I wish I could keep
They had to do a 6 o'clock live shot.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. That's all I kept saying.
I did a 6 o'clock live shot on the news conference.
Okay, make check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Cool, thank you.
So do you have enough space for yourself to sit down when?
Yeah. A lot of my makeup and farm like that.
Is that your life right there? No. What do you need? I just wonder. No, I just wonder if it's coming on or not. Oh, it's on. Oh, it's on. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay, cool. That one in this one. Yeah. Oh. It's fine. I just wanted to make sure if somebody puts it on right before it started. No, it should be
Yeah. Oh, we had 7 orders on it. We have
Corey James. Where have you been on the weekends? Where have you been on the weekends? I haven't seen you.
I couldn't tell.
No, I haven't seen you even recording on the weekends. Have you been off? We miss you. Well, who else do I get to talk to? Yeah, they moved me back to Dayside. But I normally will see you even if it's like a 3 or whatever when I'm out. See She's all examining you.
Appreciate it.
For those of you just joining us here, waiting for this press conference there in Fresno, California, where a gunman who went by the nickname Black Jesus killed 3 white men in downtown Fresno earlier today and fired at another before he was taken into custody while shouting Allahu Akbar, police said. The suspect, 39-year-old, was also wanted in connection with the fatal shooting last week of an unarmed security guard at a Motel 6 in Fresno. Police say that the suspect fired at least 16 rounds from a large caliber handgun in less than a minute at 4 downtown Fresno locations at about 10:45 local time before he was spotted running down the streets by a police officer. Police say that he does not like white people, citing the suspect's statements after being arrested and his Facebook postings. The chief said that the suspect, who is African American, used the nickname Black Jesus. So we are waiting to hear from officials for some more updates.
Fresno is right smack in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Yeah. Did it hang up?
No, it's Brian called me right now.
I don't hear anything, do you?
No, but I'm on heard.
Okay.
Yeah, you got one.
Be dumb if I wore my jacket indoors. Huh? Be dumb if I wore my jacket indoors. Terry, with it or without it? What were you doing? Without it.
Hey guys, it's from Fresno.
Without it, it's fine. Turn it around.
I never really used it yet. That's not what I was talking about. It's you hold like this. It's got handles and that thing. Can you oh yeah, here.
I am the annex training room at the Fresno Police Headquarters.
Yes, I hear you now. Yes. Tommy?
What is it called?
Gotcha. You guys can take more
here or not. I still my packages like modified so that it goes by fast.
Gotcha, no problem. It's Dan Gallup. Alright. Cool, thanks man. How are you, buddy?
Saturday night here.
I need a just like the olden days.
About time.
Yeah,
thinking about you the other day.
Yeah, I wound up being in there. We went to one.
It's yeah.
Cool, man. It's a really nice thing to have.
It is nice.
Sure.
But you might be going to Contestants.
Oh, really?
Remember doing
Hello.
Yeah. I should all give you one.
It's Spanish.
That sounds so good.
Where's the camera? Is this the camera?
Yeah.
That one?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, this is the camera.
You can't hear me? Okay. No, he's not in here. No, he's not in here. Yeah. No. I'm sorry? Say that again?
They have to do live shots.
He said he should have mentioned he was waiting. Okay.
I know. What happened to him? I got a text from him. So I got a text from him. They called me. And then the only thing I could think of is the press. I don't know what, I pressed ABC. And then, I was kind of like somber. I was driving. I thought I was pressing like the phone number for him, but I don't know why. I was just Michael, so I said, we dial, and then I dialed him. I don't know. I never got it. Yeah, and who else did I find out from Roberts? Not much. I don't know.
What's your name?
Yeah, I did. I made a mistake. I tried to redial. Michael just called me.
I can hear you.
So I actually retired Robert and I, because I got my friends all the Yeah, because I thought Elsie found it. Stand by. Oh? Oh, I thought the neighbor found it first, right?
Can check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Can Catherine, as far as they know, the police shootings, they were all random. Now, as you said, I'm here at the end of the street.
Are you hearing me?
What do you want to do?
I had to get audio earlier, but
They've got the box turned off.
Well, Stephanie, we are here at the Annex Training Center at Police Headquarters, where we are waiting on a press conference with Chief Dyer to talk about today's incident. Now, let's go ahead and get into what happened earlier today. 39-year-old Corey Muhammad was arrested for going on a shooting spree in downtown Fresno.
Everyone's audio back.
It's not on. Yeah, it's not on. The lights are on.
Yeah, it sounded like you're going to get but it's okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're in great.
So they say what they do.
Does not matter. Scott.
So what?
Nothing. I was messing with Patty. She's so quick to.
So everyone's lost audio.
They're just switching the microphone. Dyer also says that Mohammed has a criminal history. I expect to be associated with you don't have right now. We will be here live when this press conference starts, so stick with us for now. I'll send it back to you guys in the
Stand by.
And again, police say Muhammad will face 4 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. And again, we are here live waiting for the press conference by Chief Dyer, and we will continue to update you with the very latest, continuing around 6:30. For now, we'll send it back to the studio. Stephanie?
Are you good?
I didn't know Evan was there because it was just Stephanie who introduced me.
Yeah. Well,
whatever.
Because was she the one that talked to you?
Yeah. I didn't know he was still there. I don't even know if I heard him in the 5. Was he in the 5? Was he in the 5? I don't know.
No, he was.
Oh.
Take this chair. Okay. Thank you.
Are they talking to us?
I remember one time I was on the as far as
Can you go up there and try to get
Okay. Hey, the micro light switch is not where it's supposed to be. I got it.
Yeah, it does sound like line low. You're right.
Switch the mic really low.
It sounds like it's
really, really low. Really low.
It's because it's on the line level. It should be on mic level. There you go. What was that? Do it again. Do it again. It just popped. I just came in and that mic the line.
Yeah. That switch is bad.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should have busted out when we do the beats. Good job, Angelica.
You gotta hold it down. Don't breathe on it.
Should have busted out some of the beats. I've had that song stuck in my head.
You guys used to work together like that? Talking.
I'll leave it up to you.
It's a cold one.
Hoping it holds up before it whips it.
Yeah.
Like I use it. It's like there.
Talk to the mayor.
I want to thank everybody for coming out to this news conference this afternoon as we recap some things that we have learned as a result of the shootings that occurred earlier today in the city of Fresno. And I want to begin by introducing the people that are standing with me. I have Rob Guyton from the FBI who's assisting us with this case. We have Bishop Ochoa, as well as the president for PG&E, Nick Stavropoulos, and then our district attorney, Lisa Smitkamp, and U.S. Attorney Kurt Sheriff. And also standing next to me is our mayor for the city of Fresno, Lee Brand, who will be speaking directly after me. I want to bring forth some information in terms of what transpired earlier today. At 10:45 a.m., we received a ShotSpotter activation alert for gunshot that occurred in the area 330 North Van Ness in central Fresno. We received the alert. It goes directly to the police car. Officer Frank Borrego, who was in the area, received that alert on his computer and immediately began to respond to the area. Before he could even respond to the area, there was a second activation that occurred in the 900 block of East Mildreda. Then a third activation shortly thereafter at 215 North Fulton. And then a fourth activation at 149 North Fulton. These are within about a block and a half of each other. And a total of 16 rounds were fired according to our gunshot detection system. And all of those occurred in approximately a minute to a minute and a half. And as a result, what we know is we had 3 people that were shot and killed and 1 person shot at in less than a 2-minute time frame in the city of Fresno. Immediately upon arriving, Officer Frank Borrego encountered the suspect in this case, who was known to us to be Corey Ali Mohammed. Corey was actually running southbound on Fulton after shooting his last victim, And upon seeing the patrol car, which was eastbound on Divisadero approaching Fulton, he immediately surrendered and dove onto the ground and gave up to Officer Borrego. As Officer Borrego was taking him into custody, he made some spontaneous statements. Those statements were, "I did it, I shot them." He identified himself to Officer Borrego as Corey Muhammad and said, "You guys are looking for me." He was referring to the fact that Corey Muhammad was listed as a wanted suspect in a murder that occurred on April 13th, Thursday evening, at a Motel 6 at Blackstone and Ashland. In that case, suspect Muhammad shot and killed a 25-year-old security guard by the name of Carl Williams, and he also attempted to shoot a second security guard but ran out of ammunition prior to being able to do so. Muhammad also stated that he had thrown the gun that he had utilized over by a pile of clothing, and we at this point have not been able to locate that firearm. We believe somebody may have picked it up in the area and left, and our detectives are tracking that down today. Also, after he was placed in the patrol car, he yelled out Ali Akbar as he was seated in the back seat of the patrol car, which obviously prompted some concerns in terms of what his motive may have been. We also learned during the course of the investigation that he may have made that same statement after he shot the PG&E employee at 330 North Van Ness. However, I do want to make this statement early on. We do not believe, based on the information we have today, that this is a terrorist-related crime. Based on the information that we have been provided and our investigation has shown, is that this is solely based on race. And it has nothing to do with terrorism, in spite of the statements that he made. He did clarify that the reason he had made that statement, in the event that anything did happen to him, that he was in fact pledging his allegiance to God for protection. We also know that Corey McDonald, our previous name was Corey McDonald, now it's Corey Muhammad. We know that he became aware of the fact that the Fresno Police Department was looking for him for murder, and he became aware of that today as a result of us sending out a media release. He saw that media release, and as a result, he made a decision to himself that he was not going to go to jail for shooting a security guard, that he was going to kill as many people as he could today, and that's what he set out to do. Corey Muhammad did shave his braids from his head 2 days ago, and also had shaved his face, and was a much different appearance than he was on the night of the April 13th. And would probably not have been recognizable based on the photo we had sent out. We have a total of more than 20 witnesses that we have interviewed today, and there are additional individuals that we will be attempting to locate, people that did not necessarily see the shooting but may have heard something. And again, we are in the process of attempting to locate them. We also learned that the reason that suspect Corey Muhammad was in the area in which he was prior to the shootings, he knew that there were several abandoned houses in that area, and that he was hoping to stay at one of the locations. Again, I'm not certain as to whether or not he did stay at those locations, but that's the information that he did have. Corey Ali Muhammad is 39 years of age. He has been arrested. He is being charged with 4 counts of murder by our district attorney, and at least 2 additional cases where there is an assault with a deadly weapon. A couple of things that I did not state. Number one was when Officer Borrego had taken Muhammad out of the vehicle and searched him for a second time and then placed him back in the car, is when I had arrived on scene. And immediately upon seeing me, he made a spontaneous statement, "I'm sorry, Chief," and then was placed back in the car. So we have no doubt that he had his mental faculties about him at that point in time. We also know that there was 2 other females that were contacted by Corey Muhammad. These were individuals that were parked in their car southbound on Fulton, just south of Mildreda. There was a mother and a daughter that were in this car, a 49-year-old mother and a 28-year-old daughter, as well as a 4-year-old. When they heard the gunfire in the area, they got back in the car very quickly and were attempting to drive away, had difficulty starting the car. When Corey Muhammad approached on the passenger side, pointed the gun directly at them, for whatever reason did not fire, and they drove away from the location. They did hear gunfire afterwards, which may have been the shooting that occurred directly after. So what we do know at this point in time, based on our investigation, that approximately 10:45 a.m. this morning, Corey Muhammad approached two individuals that were in a PG&E truck. The driver, a Hispanic male, passenger is a white male. He fired what appears to be 4 rounds into that vehicle, striking the passenger, and ultimately that passenger was driven to headquarters where an ambulance was called and he was taken to the hospital. He then immediately went onto Mildreda. A male came out of the house, he fired at him and missed, and then he went onto Fulton, encountered another victim, fired several rounds at him, striking him, and then the 4th victim he encountered at Catholic Charities, 149 North Fulton. And again, along the way, he encountered the 2 females. So as a result of this incident today, we have 3 people that have been killed. A 34-year-old white male who works for PG&E. He is deceased. He was shot in front of 330 North Van Ness. We have a 59-year-old white male who was not struck but was shot at coming out of 934 East Mildreda. We have a 37-year-old white male who was shot and killed on the sidewalk in front of 215 North Fulton. And we have a 58-year-old white male who was shot and killed as he was in the Catholic Charities parking lot at 149 North Fulton. And obviously the security guard, Carl Williams, 25-year-old white male that was shot and killed Thursday evening, April 13th. And with that, I want to have our mayor, Mayor Lee Brand, come up and say a few words. Then we're going to have Rob Guyton from the FBI, as well as probably after the mayor, though, I'm going to have the president for PG&E, Nick Stavropoulos, come up since he lost one of his guiding employees today. So, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Let me first thank the Fresno Police Department for their expeditious and professional handling of this affair. It was the spot shooter technology that pinpointed the shooter and may have prevented further tragedy. And this is indeed a sad day for the city of Fresno. It's hard for me to find the words to express my deep, profound sense of tragedy and sorrow in this event. Fresno stands united against violence and compassion for the victims. And for this one senseless act of violence, every day there are thousands of acts of compassion and goodwill in this community. And my hopes, my prayers go out to the families and the victims. And I hope that I never, as my tenure as mayor, have to come here again and stand in such tragic circumstances. God bless the families and their victims, and God bless the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I said earlier, we have the president from PG&E who, after hearing of this tragedy, immediately got onto a plane and flew to Fresno. And I had an opportunity to meet with him earlier, and also met with his employee's wife, who lost her husband, and they have two children, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old at home, over this senseless act of violence. So, maybe.
Thank you, Chief.
All of us at PG&E are devastated by this unbelievable act of violence today, this random act. We lost a member of our family. It's hit us all very hard. We're thankful for the support that we're receiving here in Fresno from the city, the quick reaction of the men and women of the Fresno Police Department that acted to prevent further carnage from happening. We're going to surround our people with lots of support and love. They're a tremendous group of people at PG&E. They're out during the coldest days, the hottest days, like storm 724, and to have something like this happen is just devastating to all of us. And we thank, again, we thank the chief and his department for acting so quickly to prevent further carnage from happening. So thank you.
Can you give us your name?
My name is Nick Stavrakis.
Can you spell it?
STAVROPOULS.
Thank you. And again, our thoughts and prayers go out to the family. Again, a terrible tragedy. And now I'd like to have our partner, law enforcement partner at the federal level, Rob Guyton, come forward. We rely heavily on the FBI, quite frankly, in our city. And so, Rob, if you please come forward.
Thanks, Chief. Good afternoon. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of all the families. Based on the Chief's statement earlier and the facts of the investigation, the Chief asked us to assist in the ongoing investigation. The FBI will assist in that investigation and will not rule out anything until there is a thorough investigation that has been completed. Although I am not at liberty to discuss what specific assistance has been provided by the FBI, we will provide Fresno PD whatever assistance they need due to their ongoing investigation. We stand ready to assist Fresno PD with whatever resources necessary from the federal government. Thank you.
I've also asked Bishop Ochoa to come forward. He'll be our last speaker, and then we'll load up the questions you might have. I also want you to know that not only do we have the photographs of Corey Muhammad up here, the one that we had sent out, as well as the most recent, but we are also going to play the shot spotter alerts for you today, so you get a pretty good feel of the gunfire that went off in that area in a brief period of time. Bishop.
Thank you, Chief. I too want to underscore really the quick response of our Fresno Police Department and the outreach not only to the victims but also to all concerned. We have two of our employees from Catholic Charity who were there this afternoon, and certainly the outreach and certainly the not only to them but certainly to all concerned was very, very soothing and certainly very, very important, very professional. So I really want to take my hat off again to Fresno PD for doing an exceptional job. My condolences go out to the family of these victims. Certainly they will be in our prayers, and especially the families during this particular time in our faith tradition. This is a time of celebration, a time that we anticipate not only during the 50 days after the Easter celebration, a time of lifting up our minds and hearts. But I too want to pledge our prayers from our faith community to the families and to all concerned that this will continue to be a very special area of concern in our prayers for all, especially those families who are affected, and especially the children. Thank you again, Chief, and thank you for the opportunity of giving my opportunity to extend this moment of gratitude to, once again, the Fresno PD and law enforcement in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop.
Is one of the victims related to Catholic Charity?
The victims, there are two victims that we believe had just come from Catholic Charities. One of those individuals that was shot in front of 215 North Fulton, he was actually carrying a paper grocery bag with him. He had just went to Catholic Charities and picked up food from that location, and he was walking away when he was shot and killed. We also know that there was an individual that was in the parking lot of Catholic Charities. He too he had either just come from Catholic Charities or was going to. We haven't determined that yet. But we do believe that both of those were clients. I'll open up to questions. I'm sure there's questions. Yes,
Chief, I have a question about terrorism. Because his last name is Muhammad, and he yelled out, "God is good," and you're ruling out terrorism, would it also be considered terrorism if he is lashing out at white people?
Well, if he is, if in fact he's lashing out at white people, or white males in this case, then that would constitute a hate crime. And I can't get into details of his statement, which causes me to say that we don't believe it's a terrorist act. We believe it is a hate crime, definitely a hate crime. But we don't believe it was necessarily terrorist related, nor at this time do we believe that he was acting with anyone else, although that can change as the investigation goes on, which is why we've asked the FBI to come out immediately and to partner with us to shadow this investigation, to take advantage of some of their tools. And we'll keep an open mind, but at this point in time, it does not appear to be necessarily terrorist related as we know that to be.
Do you think that he is a practicing Muslim, or is he just carrying that name?
Don't know what his religious status is, but we believe that he had changed his name at one point to Muhammad, and but there is no indication that he did so for that purpose. But we'll find out more as we go into the investigation.
Do you know what brought him to the Motel 6 last week? What provoked that shooting?
Yes, in the Motel 6 shooting happened April 13th. It was a Thursday evening. Just after 11 p.m., we had a female that went to the hotel. She had checked in, had a room upstairs, and shortly thereafter, she was visited by Corey Muhammad. They have a policy at the motel that if anyone comes onto the premises, they have to check in with the office first, which he did not. Two security guards, Carl Williams and a second individual, walked up the stairs into the motel room and explained to them the fact that he needed to show his identification at the office, which he did. Both the female and Muhammad walked down to the office, showed his identification, then they were allowed to go back up to the room. As he was walking up the stairs, both the male and the female, with the security guards, there was an argument that occurred. It was shortly thereafter that the security guard said that they needed to leave. Muhammad told him, "Okay, but I need to get my money back at the office." They went back to the office. The female was on the landing. She was arguing with the security guard who was standing below. And at some point in time, Corey Muhammad saw what was occurring, walked around him very casually, pulled out a revolver from his waistband, and fired multiple rounds from about 4 to 5 feet at the security guard, unarmed security guard, killing him. He then turned the weapon up on the stairwell landing where the second security guard was and attempted to fire, but was out of bullets.
Chief, before the shooting at Motel 6, was he on the radar with Fresno police? Because his criminal background goes back some 20 years to Sac County. I think he just got off, or he was placed on parole in September of last year.
He was actually on federal probation up until September of 2016. So he's been off for about 7 months. He has not been on our radar in terms of being involved in recent criminal activity, although he had a misdemeanor drug charge, I believe, in 2016. But his original offense, I believe, was back in 2004, and he was prosecuted on that case federally, actually by U.S. Attorney Kim Sanchez, who was here with us today.
In the Motel 6 incident, is that a prostitute you're describing, the female, or?
No, the female was in her mid-40s, I believe, and she was in the room, but no indication that, based on what I know, that she's involved in prostitution activity.
With the name of Mohammed, we think about Muslim Islamic terrorism, but we also, in Fresno, think about a gang. Is he related in any way to that gang?
We still have some investigative work to do to determine whether or not he is related to the gang in Fresno called Mohammed. Does not appear to be because of their last names, and the family has reached out to us. Actually, the Mohammed family has reached out to us to let us know that in fact he was not part of their family or part of any gang in West Fresno. And based on the information we have, that most people have tried to disassociate themselves with Corey Mohammed. Answer to your question, you were asking the race of the females that were in the vehicle in the area of Mildred and Fulton. Those were Hispanic females.
Any idea why he chose to spare them?
Do not know why. We do know that he got close enough to shoot into that car. He did point the gun at the female passenger. For whatever reason, they were able to drive away, and he did not at least shoot at him at that point. They drove away. They did hear gunfire. That gunfire was possibly shooting at the next victim.
Chief, has that gun been recovered, and do you believe that gun is the same gun that was used in the motel?
We have not recovered the gun, but the caliber of weapon is the same as what occurred at the Motel 6. It's a .357 caliber. We have recovered speed loaders at the scene where he had emptied his shell casing on 2 different occasions and reloaded with those speed loaders and then dropped the speed loaders at that location. We also had recovered 4 speed loaders at the hotel on Thursday night after he had fled.
Chief, what was the race of the woman at the Motel 6 on the first day?
The race of the female that was not shot was African American, and obviously Corey Mohammed is African American. The security guard was a white man.
I'm sorry, the security guard was
White male.
So it sounds like he was targeting a certain race. Was he also targeting a certain religion? Just because he did target those 2 people coming out from Catholic Charity?
It does not appear that he was targeting anyone based on religion, but we do know that we have 4 males that are deceased. They are all white males, and that includes 3 that were killed today, and the security guard that was killed Thursday night. And we also know that a white male was also shot at today, coming out of his residence.
Chief, real quickly, in some of his messages and photos on social media, he's pictured with some sort of religious type cross. It appears that some of those may have been left behind at the scene over at Fulton and Divisadero. Do you know anything about that? Was that left behind by the suspect?
Yes. When Officer Borrego encountered Mohammed running and he dove onto the ground, he did drop 2 items that he had in his possession. Both of those were objects that were approximately 8 to 10 inches in length. One of them somewhat resembled a cross, but both of those were wrapped with copper wire. We've yet to determine what in fact that is or what it symbolizes.
What exactly was his living situation? Was he living alone, with parents, was he homeless?
At the present time, he was living on the streets.
So he was homeless?
I don't know if he was homeless, but we know that he was living on the streets. He was over at the Motel 6. He may have been staying at motels, but we do know the last few days he had been staying out on the streets. He may have been in abandoned houses. We don't know. That's information we've got earlier today from him.
What's the last residence or address you have him actually residing?
I do not want to reveal what his past address is or any other location he may have frequented. There's some reason behind that, but primarily for the safety of our officers that are out there today attempting to locate additional evidence and weapons and determine if in fact anybody else is involved in this. And I do not want to disclose those locations yet.
So Chief has more about his anger. Was he out of his home recently, or did he lose a job, or lose someone? What could motivate or spark this?
Some of those things we may not know what sparked the hatred, and some of those things we probably will not be releasing at this time. But we do know that obviously what motivated these crimes today was hatred. Yes.
Chief, have your investigators spoken with friends and family of Mr. Muhammad? And if so, are they getting any information into his mindset or anything else?
The mindset that we know it to be is based on the interview we had of him, but also based on some other information that was provided to us. And I can't get into who disclosed that, whether it was family or friends, but all of that information is very consistent with when I say this is a hate crime.
But you have spoken with members of the family?
Family and friends.
Have you interrogated the victim? I mean, the suspect. Did he say anything?
We have interviewed him today at length, and some of the information I provided you today was based on that interview and based on some additional investigative leads that we've developed.
I asked at the last press conference whether you would be looking at him as a possible suspect in any other cases, and I know you've had more time to consider that at this point, so is that the case?
We're not aware at the present time of any other shootings or murders that he has been involved in the city of Fresno, and we will continue to look through our cases to see if in fact any of them did occur. Based on the interview today with him, we have no reason to believe that that's the case.
This is going in a slightly different direction, but I know his Facebook page appears to be taken down. Have you been in touch with Facebook? Did you prompt that, or was that the company's decision to remove that?
I do not know at the present time why Facebook was taken down. We have accessed his Facebook. We have information from that. We are working with the FBI regarding that.
Chief, with the gun missing, the 357, any reason to believe that someone may have been working with them, an associate that might be helping them out? And why do you think the apology after this shooting?
Well, I'll answer the first question. We do not have any reason to believe that he was with anyone, but that certainly could be the case. Based on witness information that we have, he was by himself when he did the shootings. And that's not to say that someone in the area may have known him or that someone in the area who didn't know him picked up that firearm and left. We are asking that whoever found that firearm to turn it in to us, because we are actively searching for it today.
Did he mention at all why he put the gun down at that point? He'd already shot 3, he wanted to shoot a lot of people.
We do not know why he tossed the gun, but he did tell us that he tossed it by some clothing. In terms of your question, why the apology? I do not know, but I do believe it speaks clearly to his mental state and the fact that he was alert and understood what he did and was very aware of the fact that he had shot these people just prior to that.
And Chief, to follow up on that, on his mental faculties, do you have any indication that he was taking any mental health prescription drugs or should have been, had been prescribed such drugs?
I have absolutely no information regarding his mental status, even other than he appeared to be alert when he was interviewed. His statements were very, very coherent.
Was this in planning? Did he plan this attack for some time?
It appears, based on what we know, the shooting that occurred at Motel 6 was spontaneous, unprovoked. He had a firearm on him. At some point became angry and shot the security guard. The shootings that occurred today, based on information we had, he made that decision earlier today when he saw his name being released and being wanted, and made the decision to do what he did today. That was based on this point.
Chief, the family indicated how long they've been estranged from Muhammad and also why?
You're asking who now?
The family, if they indicate how long they've been estranged from him and why?
No, I do not know that.
Living on the streets, how did he know that he watched it?
He was able to access some streaming video, I believe, of the fact that on one of the local news stations that had put out a flyer that we had disseminated, letting the public know that he was wanted for murder.
Is there any regret, or in hindsight 2020, had you known you had a mental illness, would you have handled the situation differently, not had a custody?
We quite frankly wrestled with whether or not to send out the press release that he was wanted for murder. This murder occurred April 13th at 11 p.m. Shortly thereafter, we had developed information that it was him based on video. We knew he was the one responsible for the murder. We had active ongoing investigative leads that allowed us to pursue him to various locations that we thought he might be. We were hesitant at that time that if we put his information out, that he either would change his identity or flee Fresno or maybe flee the state, and we still had active investigative leads to pursue. We exhausted those investigative leads last night, and we're relying upon the public to provide us with information. And secondly, we felt we had an obligation to let the public know that this individual was out there. I wrestled with this early on in terms of what the timing should be, not knowing that if we did release it, that it might trigger this. But having waited almost 4.5, 5 days, I think this was the right move at this time.
You mentioned a pile of clothes that he threw a gun to. What was the pile of clothes? Did he take some clothes off?
No, he just pointed as a point of reference nearby. There was a pile of clothing. He had told the officer that's where he discarded the gun. That may or may not be true. And but we have searched the entire area. We utilized canines to do a article search, but we have not been able to locate that firearm.
What did he say during the interview that prompted you to think that this is a hate crime more than a terrorist-related crime?
He provided some very specific, detailed information that caused our detectives to believe this was motivated based on hate and not based on any type of terrorist act. And I can't get into those statements at this time, but that's the information we have.
Chief, you did say something about the Muhammad family, and I didn't quite catch it. Were they saying that they no longer have a relationship with him? Or I didn't understand what you said.
Shortly after this incident occurred, we began providing information to certain people to help us locate Fort Muhammad. A family in West Fresno is named the Muhammads. They have individuals in that family that are part of the gang. They wanted us to know early on that they were not associated with this individual. He was not part of that family for good reason. And they did not condone the shooting that occurred at the security guard. And they expressed that to us. So that's why we don't believe that there's any affiliation with them, but we're still checking.
You mentioned you got in touch with the family of a PG&E worker victim. Have you reached the 37-year-old and 58-year-old victims' families?
We have reached immediate family with all of the victims at this point in time, but we are not certain, especially with how broad this news is going to travel, whether or not there's some other family members that need to be contacted. And so we are today trying to be somewhat conservative and not releasing the name of the victims yet, out of respect for their families, but we plan to do so in the morning.
Were the other two victims living on the streets as well, or?
We do not know necessarily where they were living, but we do know that they frequented Catholic churches.
Chief, could you tell us what he was prosecuted for back in 2004 for him to be on probation?
It was guns and drugs.
Was there convictions, or?
There was a conviction. Do you want to speak to it? Since it's a past case. Kim Sanchez, U.S. Attorney's Office.
There was a conviction for possession with intent to distribute cocaine base or crack cocaine and felon in possession of a firearm.
Do we know when he'll be removed?
Do we? It would, under our law, it's within 48 hours. So I would imagine once all the paper, there's a significant amount of paperwork that has to be put together in the next 24 to 48 hours. We have about 40 to 50 detectives that are now actively working this case, along with another 40 to 50 police officers that are involved in searching for the gun, searching for additional evidence, and involved in this case. So about 80 to 90 of our officers right now are involved in this case.
Chief, can you wrap your head around this whole situation for your city, for your officers, for the people standing here?
Well, what I do know is that this is an absolute tragedy that no one will probably be able to make sense of, because it stems from an individual who is filled with hate. filled with anger, and set out to shoot some individuals in our city today for no reason at all, other than what we believe to be individual filled with hate. This is not indicative of Fresno. We have a community that is filled with good people that are compassionate, loving, caring, and this is not indicative of Fresno. In fact, I can't think of an incident we've had for a long period of time that even got close to what we saw today. And so the actions of one individual is not reflective of the community of Fresno.
Chief, the PG&E man that was driven here for help, one of your officers told me that he was actually on a ride-along. That's why he was in the passenger seat, excited at the prospect of being a PG&E worker. Can you share a little bit more what you know about that victim?
The employee for PG&E is 34 years of age, been married 8 years, has 2 children, ages 3 and 4. He was hired by PG&E, as I understand it, in early March of this year. And he is hired to be part of the customer service unit. And as part of that, they ask that their employees go out and ride along with some of the field technicians so that they can experience firsthand what these technicians do out in the field. And today was his riding. And he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And was killed.
More of a technical question. Can you go more into the shot spotter? When did you first hear the indication? What was the response time, and how long did it take to figure out that these were all interconnected?
Well, it was a brief period of time where we were able to determine that all of these were perhaps fired by the same individual or individuals within that area. The reason I say that is because the initial shot spotter activation alerted at 10:45 a.m. and in about a 1-minute time frame, we had 16 rounds that were fired. Now, we know there's a slight delay from the time the shots are fired till the alert occurs, but generally that's well under 30 seconds.
Yes,
and so we knew at that point in time that these were related. And again, immediately we had the suspect in custody, and he made a spontaneous statement that he was responsible for the shooting. There was a little bit of uncertainty at that time because within about a minute of that, he had a vehicle, a PG&E pickup, arrived at the headquarters on the west side on Main Street and made contact with the PG&E employee right from the passenger side who had been shot. And the driver was, as one would be expected, was hysterical. And trying to get information about what happened, where it occurred, was it related, was it not related. It took us about 20 minutes to realize what had truly occurred in our city.
Did he make any threats against the current administration and with everything that's going on in the United States and the upheaval?
Well, when the president of PG&E spoke, he just mentioned, like I said, that they are just supporting.
To my knowledge, he did not make any comments or statements about our president. He didn't make any statements about the administration, federal, state, or local level. I do know on Facebook that he had some anti-government sentiments. Sometimes not uncommon for people to express those over social media, but nothing that would indicate anything as you're asking. Okay, I am certain that we're going to have some follow-up questions. I did want to show you right here the shot spotter activation so you could hear firsthand what occurred, and perhaps I'll be able to guide you through it again. The first activation that occurred at 330 North Van Ness at 10:45 a.m. And we may need to turn some lights on behind us. Another one.
Is there audio also?
And there is audio. First activation, 2 rounds. That was another set of rounds, and we're still trying to determine what the volley was and how that occurred. So again, click up the one of those, any one of those, and you can see it pinpoints within, ShotSpotter pinpoints within a few feet of where the rounds were fired from, and provides us with an address. In that case, it was actually, that one was 307 North Van Ness, but we knew it occurred right in front of 330. 307 would have been directly across the street. Okay. Just gives you an indication, and our officers are able, in their patrol cars, to pull up that map, as well as listen to the sequence of gunshots being fired, which is why our officers were able to see the sequence of shots fired going from Van Ness on Mildreda to Fulton, going westbound and then southbound. And again, the suspect ran right into the path.
I'm not sure if this question has been asked already, but how many rounds do you have left? I mean, if police hadn't approached him?
Well, we don't have the gun recovered, but based on the sequence of events and knowing where he had loaded his weapon with these speed loaders, we believe that he would have had 2 rounds left in that handgun at the time he discarded. Okay? And I'm sure we'll be having some additional information provided to the media at some point tomorrow, which could include or should include the name of the victim. So thank you again. I appreciate it. We will probably do something in the morning, late in the morning, in terms of sending out some information to you. But I would anticipate late morning. If there's any information that develops overnight, we'll certainly get that to you as well, either in a written statement or holding another news conference. All right? Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
And there we go, getting an update from Fresno, the officials of the shooting rampage that killed 3 people. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, we are now going to go back out to Austin, Texas, where we have the final 10 people all huddled around that car. Kissing contest still going on. You're watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
12 hours at this point. It's 9 o'clock.
It's been 30 something, so.
Yeah, you might as well do 12 more. I just got back.
Oh, okay.
Just got back. Good. That's what I'm wondering. The people dropping? I know one of them. Down to 10? We're down to 10, right? 10, right? That's what I last heard like 3 hours ago. Okay. I know Tyler was the one who dropped out. Right when I left. Like 10 minutes after I heard on the radio they were down to 10. Down to 10 people. Yeah.
6 minutes left on your break.
You guys need a mic check or anything? Yes, I hear you.
Hey everybody, so it's about that time, 7 o'clock here. It's 10 o'clock out on that East Coast. That means Mary Kate coming up next. She's going to be here with you for the next 2 hours. I know, folks, we just couldn't get that talk in that we were going to have at 9:40 Eastern. But you know what? We're going to try again tomorrow. Me and Mary Kate, we're going to have a discussion. Okay. We're going to talk about some stuff, okay? Mary Kate coming up next.
All right, you guys. Oh, let's fix that camera. See, Mike's so much taller than me, so he needs the better camera angle. Let me fix that. We're streaming live here on Fox News Now, everybody. Thanks for joining me tonight. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours of the show here, you guys. A lot going on this evening. We've been having this Kia Kiss contest for the last few days now. Some of you love it. Some of you are, hating on it. Some of you are just wondering what the heck is going on. You have to admit, it's kind of hard to take your eyes away from it sometimes. And I have to tell you, it's getting down to the wire. We have about 10 people left, I believe. And now they all have to kiss one car now. They separated with 2 earlier when it was 20 people. Now it's 1 car, and they've kind of made the rules a little bit harder, so people are starting to give up one by one. And that, I think, is becoming the most entertaining part about this whole kissing cam contest. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Kia has come up with this contest where you have to kiss a Kia car, and whoever kisses it the longest wins a free Kia Optima. So they've been going for a few days now, and they get a break every hour for 10 minutes, to get a water or pizza or something, and it's been really interesting. I haven't seen anything like it. A lot of people were asking, would I do this? Would Mike do this? Mike and I agreed. I wouldn't personally do it. I'm not a big contest person in general, though. It's nothing against the specific contest. Just in general, I don't think I would go out and do it, just because I would get so antsy being there. I would get, I would want to move around. You have to stay in the same place for an hour, and then you get a 10-minute break and you're back again. To me, it's like some form of torture where you can't move for a whole hour. And yeah, you can bring your phone. Yeah, you can, watch Netflix, but it's uncomfortable. I mean, you could see some people, their necks were getting, strained, and it's a tough life, you guys. The things we do for a free car, All right, let me pull up the stories I have planned for you guys tonight. Yeah, Timothy saying I have 0 patience. I totally feel you. Let me scroll up. I want to hear from you guys about this too. A lot of you, some of you are mad when we show it. I think the other day I was saying, oh, everybody's talking about this right now, and someone said, no, Mary Kate, no one's talking about this. But people are talking about it simply just because it's a strange contest, Whether you love it or hate it, that's what we've been showing lately, and I think it's pretty entertaining. Let me pull up a few events that I have for you guys here. Let me see if this came through yet, that I've got planned for you guys. Okay, so I'm still waiting for that to come through. In the meantime, I'll pull up the next top stories that I've got planned for you guys here. I want to take you to this event here. Let me pull this up. Make sure this is down. Got this over here. Okay. Bear with me, guys, as I'm pulling this content up for you here that I want to take you to. I appreciate you joining me tonight on the show. This is from our sister station at Fox in LA, where they are talking to TMZ about all entertainment news. It's about 10 minutes here. I just want to keep you guys caught up on what is going on in Hollywood. Let me make sure that there's some... Okay, good. Sound is working. All right, everybody. Here we go.
Lounge. I am here with Van from TMZ. Van, how's it going?
It's going good, man. I'm enjoying the social lounge. It's very clean in here. Look at the colors.
It's all spiffed out, and you got TMZ logo up behind you, and And for people joining in, start writing your questions. We're going to be asking Van questions live, so if you have anything you want to ask him, please write it in, and we're going to be talking about crazy stuff
No
that's been
X's,
happening.
though. Any X's that are watching this, don't ask any questions. Don't try to get stuck.
Or you can ask as a surname, and he'll never know. So a lot of things have been happening. First, let's talk about Charlie Murphy.
Yeah.
Some sad news today.
Yeah, Charlie Murphy passed away today. He was 57. He had been fighting a battle with leukemia that a lot of the public didn't know about, but his friends and close family all knew. And if you had seen Charlie recently, you had noticed that maybe he had lost a little bit of weight. We got this news sort of right as we were finishing up TMZ on television. I made a bunch of calls to make sure we could confirm it. But yeah, I spoke to some people close to him, and they said that even though they knew he was sick, he was going through chemotherapy, and it was still a shock to them. They thought that he was doing better. And of course, Charlie Murphy, big deal. The Chappelle Show as well, like we know him from.
Eddie Murphy's brother.
Eddie Murphy's brother. But he had a really long career. He had written the polishes on a bunch of movies. He was having a thriving stand-up career. And since he's passed away, since the news broke this morning, pretty much every sector of pop culture has
talking about it.
Yeah, taking the time out to tell just how much he meant to them. We've seen athletes, we've seen actors, we've seen rappers. So very sad what happened.
And he was also in the Boondocks.
Yeah, the Boondocks, man. Yeah, he was just like a
Adult Swim
talented guy. Of course, we all remember the Chappelle Show skits.
Yeah, the Rick James skit.
The Rick
he was
James
in
skit,
it, so.
the Prince skit, all that stuff was great. It's just sad to see him go, but like like I said, it was a tough battle that he fought. His family is kind of looking around what they're going to do now.
And other big news, United Airlines, it seems like we've been talking about it for like the last, 3 or 4 days?
Yeah.
You guys got I saw on TMZ some new video about, the confrontation, before the confrontation, of things escalating a little bit.
Yeah, so what happens typically is when you get a piece of video like that, that's as indicting as sort of that video is, you start to hear more trickle out as the days pass about what precipitated the event. And because everyone now, there's consequences out there. This guy might lawyer up and stuff like that. And it looks like that there was a little bit more back and forth before we saw what we saw happen than what we thought before. Now, there are a lot of people right away, they're going to say no matter what the back and forth was.
I mean, they still dragged him out.
It was too much. Okay? This is just me editorializing now. It was too much.
Yeah.
But United has a gigantic dog in this fight, right? Because financially, and from a standpoint of their future serving as many customers as they do, they don't want to look like you can get the hell beat out of you on a United flight. You know what I mean?
And there's actually all over the internet right now. People are posting all these pictures. Have you seen some of them? Like, this is United's crew. There's one with Darth Vader.
There's one with Negan from The Walking Dead.
Lucille.
Yeah,
and they're just like,
yeah, it's funny. The internet's undefeated, but in a very serious way. Everyone here, from Dr. Dow to from the airport to the law enforcement that were involved as well, they want to come out looking as clean as possible. So you're going to hear a lot more information about that story as well.
And going off of what I was talking about, this is one of the photos. Like they're showing it's like Darth Vader. Like that they're saying that's like this is United's crew, and there's like, oh, this is United's response team, and they're showing like SWAT. So people are people are actually scared to fly on United now, so it's going to hurt them.
Well, yeah, we talked to Dion Cole from Blackish, and we got him, and he said that he just flew United, and he said he was very nervous at first, but he says that the flight attendants were over-accommodated.
They kind of have to be. I mean,
they were
at this
offering
point.
mani-pedis in all kinds of situations. So it was pretty funny.
And, unfortunately for the guy out in this situation, since he's in the spotlight, people did, background checks, and they found things on him, and it turns out he has kind of a past.
Yeah, he had some pretty serious issues in the mid-late 2000s. He was arrested for, I think it was like 98 counts.
Yeah, 90 counts of felony
drug trafficking. And then in another situation, he was actually convicted of, I think, writing prescriptions in exchange for sex. Yeah. So he had some issues. Now, the reason people always ask the question, why is that important? What does that have to do with anything? The reality is that it doesn't, right? Because if you look at a situation, the guy wasn't wearing a shirt saying, back in 2004, I got arrested for 90 years. So there's no way for them to know that, right? But at the same time, if the United's position is that he was acting inappropriately on the flight prior to what we saw. Then any character issues that he might have had in his past, they use as ammunition to paint a picture of him. So
exactly, in the future, so it could harm him.
Sure.
Again, send in questions if you have any questions. I know some people will send in questions ahead of time.
Sure.
One of them, Rob, who's the hardest celebrity for TMZ to get to talk?
Well, I used to be a cameraman.
So how was that?
I enjoyed it. There's this weird space of inappropriateness. Like, we're always appropriate, but there's this weirdness that everybody else in the world hates, but I thrive on it. like this weird thing. So I liked it. But hardest person for me to get taught. Oh, Jessica Alba. You know what my crowning achievement? This is a good story. My crowning achievement at TMZ was not getting her to talk because she never talked to me, but it was getting her to smile. I'll tell you how I did it. So Jessica Alba is walking into a parking lot. She's pregnant. I know that Cash Warren, I think they were married at the time. I'm not sure if they were married or engaged. He went to Yale. I just have this kind of knowledge floating around in my head. He went to Yale. So everybody else is like, Jessica, blah, 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 blah. And I look at her and I say, hey, Jessica, is that baby in your stomach going to Yale like it's super smart dad? And she turned around and she, ah! Because if you say somebody's kid's going to Yale, they're going to smile. You know what I mean? I got the smile, I got the shot, and that's the kind of stuff that I like to do.
And that was better than any response you could have gotten, probably.
Yeah, because she's so lovely and so talented, but she is stone-faced with the paparazzi, but I broke her.
Looks like we've got a question
Yeah,
that came
Mark
in.
wanted to know who was the best celebrity that you've interviewed?
Billy Bob Thornton.
And why?
A couple of reasons. Number one, he talked football with me. And number two is I saw him in Beverly Hills one day. I was walking with my mother, and he remembered me. And when he saw me walking with my mom, he said, your boy's real good at his job. My mother has never forgot this. And she will never forget it. So Billy Bob Thornton is an awesome guy.
Also, another question about, you guys often beat networks and TV stations for really, the big stories. You break the big stories. How do you get that access? How do you get, really in front of TV stations and kind of nailing these stories?
How did Michael Jordan consistently win in the NBA? He was the best.
That's the analogy. He goes right. We're going to the best basketball player. We're doing the Jordan.
He was the best, and not only was he the best, but he worked the hardest. So it's amazing what you can do with a handful of really, really motivated, talented people in a room who are desperate and, frankly, a little scared not to succeed.
Nick, that's for you.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about some more celebrity news, and then we can take, again, more of your questions coming in. Nicole Richie, it looked like she was doing an interview. Again, she was on Simple Life with Paris Hilton. Actually, back on Fox back in the day. But it was a really awkward kind of situation where the person interviewing her
got smacked in the face. Yeah, she was doing this. Yeah, she was doing this show called Talk Stoop, and I wasn't really familiar with the show prior to this, so it makes you wonder if any of this was planned. But they were going to give a high five, and they misread the high five, and Nicole got smacked right in her face. Now, she did.
And you can see the video on TMZ.
You see the video on TMZ. Her glasses flew off. They completely flew off. Now, do you guys know how to make sure that this never happens? Do you know how to give a perfect high five? Chairman, he directed Avatar, Terminator, all that stuff like that. And the cop goes, I don't care. I'm the director now. Move it. And then James Cameron broke down because he had been thoroughly defeated by this cop and talked and signed autographs and stuff like that. It was a very, very funny video from a huge, huge star.
And I also noticed that video that you guys got there was like a 360 kind of cam view. Which
yeah,
is
we're
really
doing
cool.
that. Yeah, we're doing some new stuff. We're trying some new stuff.
So what does that look like? Is it just like a ball with cameras all around it that you guys are running around with? And
I don't know how to do it.
I think you got it right.
Yeah.
It was getting really clunky.
I have no clue how to do it.
It was getting clunky for them just to kind of hold that, run it around.
I think it's something that they do, like, I really don't have any clue.
It's the newest technology that you guys are implementing and sending out.
Another question. Fan wants to know, what is in Harvey's sippy cup that he needs to have a straw?
You know what? I don't really know what's in the cup. To be real.
Okay, you guys, we can take you back to that, but it looks like the feed has gotten a little blurry with that segment, so I'll try to work out that issue. But we do have a live event, the Georgia special election going on right now, so let's take you there and see what's going on, everybody.
That after years of Newt and Tom, they were ready for John. He believed that the national conversation was heading the wrong way. It was about fighting and anger and not about the people who needed a voice. And he understood that in Georgia, in the 6th district, there were people ready to lift their voices loud and proud and demand change. So John Ossoff put together a little campaign. He asked a few people for a few dollars, and people responded. They responded in Georgia, they responded in California, but most importantly, they responded in Cobb County, in DeKalb County, in Fulton County. Because John understands what we all understand, that change begins at home. That the America we want to see is going to begin in the 6th district. That we are going to flip the 6th and we are going to flip the script. That we are going to change the way America sees us, because we know who we are. We are proud Democrats. We are people who believe in people. We believe that we will be the Silicon Valley of the South. That we will be friendly and favorable to immigrants. That women's rights are human rights and human rights live in Georgia. Now, we're watching the numbers come in and the numbers are close. But I want to remind folks of something. 4 months ago, John Ossoff was supposed to not even register on anyone's ballot. 3 months ago, he was going to be lucky to get 30%. And as of tonight, they're sweating it out because we are way close to 50%. Because regardless of what the numbers say tonight, whether we declare victory tonight or declare victory on June 20th, the truth is out there. The truth is out there that Georgia has changed, that the 6th district has changed, that change is here. And that change, John's going to be down in a few minutes and he's going to thank you. And we're going to thank him, but I want to take a moment to say what I know he believes, that this was not about John Ossoff. This was not about an election. It was not about a tweet storm or a tweet tantrum. That this was not about anything other than believing in the souls and the values of Georgia. Believing that the 6th district could be a lodestar and a bellwether and a path forward. And that is because of you. That is because of the men and the women and the young people and the elderly people and the Republicans who found their way to the other side of the aisle. That this is an election about Georgia. And so I'm here to say thank you on behalf of John Ossoff, on behalf of Democrats, on behalf of Georgians of every stripe. I'm here to say thank you to all of you for filling a ballroom, but also filling our hearts and our minds with the belief that change will come, and we're going to vote our asses off until we get John into Congress. Thank you so much.
If you're carrying a bag or anything of that sort, please keep it on your belonging. We cannot have any bags on the floor. We cannot have any bags in the corner, on the table, things of that sort. Okay? And we have some of our Latinos that came a little late this evening. And they have bum rush tea over here. So I'm going to play a little bit of music for them. All right? Let's go, y'all.
Hey you guys, this is the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching with me tonight. I'm your host, Mary Kate. As you can see, a lot of people here are pretty passionate about John Ossoff. I keep wanting to say Ossoff. I'm sorry. John Ossoff. Or Ossoff. I guess I got to figure out how to pronounce that correctly, but it's not Ossoff is what I keep saying tonight. Sorry about that, you guys. You're watching live here. It's the Georgia special election rally for this Democratic candidate. Voters in Georgia's 6th congressional district will have 18 candidates to choose from Tuesday. And when they decide who should fill the seat vacated by former Representative Tom Price, a Republican who was tapped to become President Trump's Health and Human Services Secretary. But none have earned more press or raised more money than John, who's 30 years old and a Democrat and documentary filmmaker who bills his campaign as a way to make Trump furious. That's a quote coming from him. Now, in one of the first political tests of the Trump presidency, the question is whether he can turn anti-Trump anger and energy into enough votes to send him to Congress from a wealthy suburban district that has not sent a Democrat to Washington in decades. We'll see what happens tonight as you guys watch this live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, we will take you back to that, but right now I want to show you this breaking news event. Remains of a child might have been found. Let's take you to the scene here. I'm working to get more information about this for you guys. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, no audio on this right now, but we do know a child's remains have been found. This is at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona. You can see police officers and investigators on the scene, the crimes unit there as well, trying to figure out what exactly is going on right now. Again, you guys are watching live with us here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. A child's remains have been found at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road tonight in Phoenix, Arizona. We just got this footage into the newsroom. This is live from our photographer's camera right now. No sound at the moment, but they are investigating whose remains these might belong to. I'm working to get more details about this for you guys. We appreciate you watching with us live here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Want to keep you guys updated. We're going to send Skyfox up in the air for the scene here to show you guys aerials of this situation. Again, Skyfox going up in the air to show you aerials of the remains found. You're watching this live here on Fox News Now. A child's remains found tonight at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix. We're keeping you guys updated on all of the information that we get it, as we get it into the newsroom, I should say. No audio on this right now, everybody, but we're going to keep you updated as much as we can, and you obviously are able to see the pictures from the ground there. We appreciate you guys watching with us here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Keeping you guys updated as we get more information into the newsroom here on this story we're covering for you right now. This is live from our photographer. Right now, a child's remains found. Again, this is at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona. Police say they are investigating this after what appears to be remains of a child that were found during construction of a new home in Phoenix. Now, investigators were seen at the home near 87th Avenue and Indian School Road tonight. As you can see, it's still going on right now. Police say the remains were first found around 1:30 today. Police say homicide detectives are now investigating the remains, as you guys can see live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. No ID yet, you guys, has been found for this child, and no age range has been given. But the police spokesman, Vince Lewis, said the remains appeared to be much younger than recent high-profile missing people cases, or missing person cases, I should say, in the West Valley. He said it's too soon to determine whether the remains belong to a specific individual, saying a lot of work will have to go into making an identification. He also said, quote, "There are thousands of open missing persons cases as well as unidentified bodies in Arizona. Each new find has potential for closing one of those open cases," end quote. He also went on to say, "It's definitely on our minds, but it will likely take time to make any such connections." Stick with us here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as I bring you the latest information on this live scene you're seeing here. A child's remains found at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona.
talk to you real quick for literally like 2 minutes about what this is? Nothing specific. Nothing terribly specific to this, but just
Like, what are you gonna?
how shocked are you? How in this area, that's all. It won't take too much time.
What channel is it?
Channel 10, yeah. 1 2 1 2. God, can you say and spell your name for me?
Veronica.
Okay. Last name?
Reese, R-U-I-Z.
Hold on, buddy. How long have you lived here?
For over 10 years.
Okay. So what you see the scene? What were your first thoughts?
I was like, what's going on? I was shocked. I was driving from my school and I saw news and everything here, and I was shocked. I don't know what was going on.
Well, what have you, in terms of, you've seen a lot of construction here lately? Does this
Yes, it's been construction going on. So I thought it was part of the construction, but I found out by my parents that it was some breast of some baby or something like that.
Yeah, they're saying it's a small child. How heartbreaking
Yeah,
is that?
it's saying it's sad because we never know what's going on, and I don't know.
Sorry,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks for about you.
That's okay.
That was our photographer interviewing someone at the scene there, just getting everyone's reactions to this situation you're watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Also want to show you we have a live look at this situation from the news chopper as well. Let me pull that up for you guys. Give me 1 second here. This is Sky Fox over the scene. Let's show you this. So that kind of gives you a better look as well of what they actually have to do here when they find something like this. And it's going to take a lot of work. They're going to be investigating this for quite a while. You know, it's not something where you can just find, a piece of the remains and say, oh, this is what it is. It takes a lot of time and energy for these teams to try and piece together the evidence. Again, if you guys are just joining us here tonight, police say they are investigating after what appears to be the remains of a child that were found during a construction of a new home in Phoenix. Investigators were seen at the home near 87th Avenue and Indian School Road tonight. Police say the remains were found just around 1:30 p.m. Now, police say homicide detectives are now investigating the remains, and you guys can see that right now from the news chopper. Now, no identification has been given for the child and no age range has been released either. The police spokesman, Vince Lewis, said the remains appeared to be much younger than recent high-profile missing persons cases in the West Valley. It's too soon to determine whether remains belong to a specific individual. He says it takes a lot of work, and they're going to do some investigating into who this could be. He also said, quote, there are thousands of open missing persons cases as well as unidentified bodies in Arizona. Each new find has potential for closing one of those open cases. It is definitely on our minds, but it will likely take time to make any such connections. Stick with us here live on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. I'll switch between shots here. We've got the shot from the news chopper as well as our reporter Matt here. You see in the white shirt on the ground. He's going around interviewing people. Let's see if we can turn up the sound whenever he gets a chance to talk to somebody.
Have you been by here earlier? Well, I live here. Where do you live at? Where do you live over here? Can we just talk to you about what you're seeing and stuff?
Oh, I just come out. I seen all the cars.
Yeah. Very basic. Very basic. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Good. Can you say and spell your name for me real quick?
Tom McDaniel.
Okay. And you lived here how long?
Since 92.
Yeah. Long time. So you've never seen anything like this?
No, it's been at a soccer field as long as I've lived here.
So you see all the forensics going on, the
Yeah.
detail, and you hear what's happened. How heartbreaking is it to hear about what's going on?
It had to happen a long time ago.
Yeah.
They don't have any idea who or what or.
No, I mean it's too early to that.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of construction here. What you see a lot of
They
activity?
just started digging this up a couple days ago, and we seen them putting in the sprinkler system yesterday or the day before, and they weren't out here yesterday. I said, then I saw the police when we come home tonight. I said, wonder if they dug up some bodies.
They say it's the remains of a small child. They don't know much more than that, or they haven't shared much more than that at this point. So when you hear that, what does that say to you?
Hope somebody gets some closure out of this, because their child's been missing for a long time. And this has been church property as long as we've been here. I don't know how you'd get in there and bury anybody.
Right.
It's a shame.
Perfect. That's all I need. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he made a great point. You know, maybe this will bring closure to one family whose child has been missing. We'll keep you guys updated on all of the latest information about this breaking news event here tonight in Phoenix, Arizona, at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, where a child's remains were found tonight. Let's take you back to a shot now from the news chopper. As you can see, investigators there on the scene still working to get every piece of evidence that they can. And you can just see people standing on the streets to watch this all happen. Everybody out tonight, coming out of their houses to see what exactly is going on, as they can hear the news chopper up in the air, and you know they're looking as all of these police officers, investigators are here on the scene right now. Well, you can see that the investigators are there right now, looking at these remains of a child, and the spokesperson said it could take a very long time to identify the remains of this child. But as you heard from the man that was watching from the street, you know, he said hopefully this will bring closure to one family whose child has been missing for a long time. Let us know what you guys think in the comment section on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live page or Fox News Now YouTube stream. The spokesperson said that there are thousands of missing persons cases and unidentified bodies here in Arizona, and they hope that this will bring closure to one case. Take a look at their setup here again from the news chopper. All of the lighting that they use so that they can see every detail that they need in order to complete this investigation. The process for doing something like this, I'm doing a little bit of research, is, they have to be extremely delicate throughout this whole procedure not to take out soil from places in the bones, specifically the portions of the face, because they could be easily damaged if they just try to remove soil there in the field. They have to take everything back as is and very delicately remove the soil in hopes of not damaging anything, as well as taking a look at exactly how the body was buried. Not to be too gruesome, but don't want to go too far into the details here, but there's a lot of time and patience that goes into what happens when remains are found, and the way that they have to look at it and get it out safely so that they can make a proper investigation. Again, this is at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road. No identification has been made yet. We don't know if it's a male or a female, but we do know it's slightly younger than most of the missing persons cases that they've seen here in the Valley. We'll keep you guys updated here on the Fox News Now stream. Give me one moment, you guys, as I work out the feed situation here. Again, a story you don't hear every day. A child's remains found tonight in Phoenix, Arizona. People are coming out of their houses there at the scene just to watch as investigators research this situation here. Let me pull this up for you guys, get this footage back up for you here. Appreciate your patience. Okay, here we go. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. The child's remains have been found tonight at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona. We are working to get you guys more information, but the spokesperson for the police department there said that this could take a very long time to identify the remains of this child. So no identification yet, and we do not know if it's a male or a female, but hopefully this will bring closure to one family whose child has been missing. You can see they are investigating right now. We'll bring you all the latest updates here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox and Phoenix Facebook Live. Again, you guys are watching live with us here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. A child's remains found tonight, and we are working to get all of the latest information for you guys here. Phoenix police say it could be some time before the remains found at this construction site are identified. We'll keep you updated here as you watch live on Fox News Now.
Reese, are you Isaac?
Hold on. Buddy. How long have you lived here?
For over 10 years.
Okay, so what you see the scene, what were your first thoughts?
I was like, what's going on? I was shocked. I was driving from my school and I saw news and everything here, and I was shocked. I don't know what was going on.
What have you, in terms of, you've seen a lot of construction here lately?
Yes, it's been construction going on. So I thought it was part of the construction, but I found out by my parents that it was some breast of some baby or something like that.
Yeah, they're saying it's a small child. How heartbreaking
Yeah,
is that?
it's saying it's sad because we never know what's going on, and I don't know.
Sorry,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks for talking about you.
That was our photographer interviewing someone at the scene there, just getting everyone's reactions to this situation you're watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Also want to show you we have a live look at this situation from the news chopper as well. Let me pull that up for you guys. Give me 1 second here. This is Sky Fox over the scene. Let's show you this. So that kind of gives you a better look as well of what they actually have to do here when they find something like this. And it's going to take a lot of work. They're going to be investigating this for quite a while. You know, it's not something where you can just find, you know, a piece of the remains and say, oh, you know, this is what it is. You know, it takes a lot of time and energy for these teams to try and piece together the evidence. Again, if you guys are just joining us here tonight, police say they are investigating after what appears to be the remains of a child that were found during a construction of a new home in Phoenix. Investigators were seen at the home near 87th Avenue and Indian School Road tonight. Police say the remains were found just around 1:30 p.m. Now, police say homicide detectives are now investigating the remains, and you guys can see that right now from the news chopper. Now, no identification has been given for the child and no age range has been released either. The police spokesman, Vince Lewis, said the remains appeared to be much younger than recent high-profile missing persons cases in the West Valley. It's too soon to determine whether remains belong to a specific individual. He says it takes a lot of work, and they're going to do some investigating into who this could be. He also said, quote, there are thousands of open missing persons cases as well as unidentified bodies in Arizona. Each new find has potential for closing one of those open cases. It is definitely on our minds, but it will likely take time to make any such connections. Stick with us here live on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. I'll switch between shots here. We've got the shot from the news chopper as well as our reporter Matt here. You see in the white shirt on the ground. He's going around interviewing people. Let's see if we can turn up the sound whenever he gets a chance to talk to somebody.
Have you been by here earlier, or?
Well, I live here and I get
Where do you live at? Where do you live over here? Can we just talk to you about what you're seeing and stuff?
Oh, I just come out and I seen all the cars. And
Yeah, very basic, very basic. Okay. 1 2 1 2. Good. Can you say and spell your name for me real quick?
Tom McDaniel.
Okay. And you lived here how long?
Since 92.
Yeah, long time. So you've never seen anything like this?
No, it's been at a soccer field as long as I've lived here.
So you see all the forensics going on, the
Yeah.
detail, and you hear what's happened. How heartbreaking is it to hear about what's going on?
It had to happen a long time ago.
Yeah.
They don't have any idea who or what or.
No, I mean it's too early to that.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of construction here. What you see a lot of
They
activity?
just started digging this up a couple of days ago, and we seen them putting in the sprinkler system yesterday or the day before, and they weren't out here yesterday. I said, then I saw the police when we come home tonight. I said, wonder if they dug up some bodies.
Yeah. They say it's the remains of a small child. They don't know much more than that, or they haven't shared much more than that at this point. So when you hear that, what does that say to you?
Hope somebody gets some closure out of this because their child's been missing for a long time. And this has been church property as long as we've been here. I don't know how you'd get in there and bury anybody.
Right.
It's a shame.
Perfect. That's all I need. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he made a great point. You know, maybe this will bring closure to one family whose child has been missing. We'll keep you guys updated on all of the latest information about this breaking news event here tonight in Phoenix, Arizona, at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, where a child's remains were found tonight. Let's take you back to a shot now from the news chopper. You can see investigators there on the scene still working to get every piece of evidence that they can. And you can just see people standing on the streets to watch this all happen. Everybody out tonight, coming out of their houses to see what exactly is going on, as they can hear the news chopper up in the air, and you know they're looking as all of these police officers, investigators are here on the scene right now. Well, you can see that the investigators are there right now, looking at these remains. of a child, and the spokesperson said it could take a very long time to identify the remains of this child. But as you heard from the man that was watching from the street, you know, he said hopefully this will bring closure to one family whose child has been missing for a long time. Let us know what you guys think in the comment section on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live page or Fox News Now YouTube stream. The spokesperson said that there are thousands of missing persons cases and unidentified bodies here in Arizona, and they hope that this will bring closure to one case. Take a look at their setup here again from the News Shopper. All of the lighting that they use so that they can see every detail that they need in order to complete this investigation. Let me just bring up another look here for you guys of another shot we have of this scene here. Here we go. Let's bring this up. All right, you guys, no audio on this right now, but we do know a child's remains have been found. This is at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona. You can see police officers and investigators on the scene, the crimes unit there as well, trying to figure out what exactly is going on right now. Again, you guys are watching live with us here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. A child's remains have been found at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road tonight in Phoenix, Arizona. We just got this footage into the newsroom. This is live from our photographer's camera right now. No sound at the moment, but they are investigating whose remains these might belong to. I'm working to get more details about this for you guys. We appreciate you watching with us live here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. want to keep you guys updated. We're going to send Skyfox up in the air for the scene here to show you guys aerials of this situation. Again, Skyfox going up in the air to show you aerials of the remains found. You're watching this live here on Fox News Now. A child's remains found tonight at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix. We're keeping you guys updated on all of the information that we get it, as we get it into the newsroom, I should say. No audio on this right now, everybody, but we're going to keep you updated as much as we can, and you obviously are able to see the pictures from the ground there. We appreciate you guys watching with us here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Keeping you guys updated as we get more information into the newsroom here on this story we're covering for you right now. This is live from our photographer. Right now, a child's remains found. Again, this is at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona. Police say they are investigating this after what appears to be remains of a child that were found during construction of a new home in Phoenix. Now, investigators were seen at the home near 87th Avenue and Indian School Road tonight. As you can see, it's still going on right now. Police say the remains were first found around 1:30 today. Police say homicide detectives are now investigating the remains, as you guys can see live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. No ID yet, you guys, has been found for this child, and no age range has been given. But the police spokesman, Vince Lewis, said the remains appeared to be much younger than recent high-profile missing people cases, or missing person cases, I should say, in the West Valley. He said it's too soon to determine whether the remains belong to a specific individual, saying a lot of work will have to go into making an identification. He also said, quote, "There are thousands of open missing persons cases as well as unidentified bodies in Arizona. Each new find has potential for closing one of those open cases," end quote. He also went on to say, "It's definitely on our minds, but it will likely take time to make any such connections." Stick with us here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as I bring you the latest information on this live scene you're seeing here. A child's remains found at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona.
talk to you real quick for literally like 2 minutes about what this is? Nothing specific. Nothing terribly specific to this, but just
Like, what are you gonna?
how shocked are you? How in this area, you know. That's all. It won't take too much time.
What channel is it?
Channel 10, yeah. 1 2 1 2. God, can you say and spell your name for me?
Veronica.
Okay. Last name?
Reese, R-U-I-Z.
Hold on, buddy. How long have you lived here? in this area?
For over 10 years.
Okay. So what you see the scene? What were your first thoughts?
I was like, what's going on? I was shocked. I was driving from my school and I saw news and everything here, and I was shocked. I don't know what was going on.
What have you, in terms of, you've seen a lot of construction here lately? Does this?
Yes, it's been construction going on. So I thought it was part of the construction, but I found out by my parents that it was some breast of some baby or something like that.
Yeah, they're saying it's a small child. How heartbreaking
Yeah,
is that?
it's saying it's sad because we never know what's going on, and I don't know.
Sorry,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks for worrying about you.
That was our photographer interviewing someone at the scene there, just getting everyone's reactions to this situation you're watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Also want to show you we have a live look at this situation. Okay, you guys, we're going to see if we can take another shot here for you of this live breaking news situation where a child's remains have been found tonight in Phoenix, Arizona. Let me plug in the next camera shot for you here. Okay, we do have another live shot. Let's take you to this right now. You can see investigators still there on the ground where this child's remains were found tonight at 87th Avenue and Indian School Road in Phoenix, Arizona tonight. You guys, we are keeping you updated on all of the latest information. Here's what we know so far. Police say they're investigating this after what appears to be the remains of a child that were found during a construction site of a new home in Phoenix. At a construction site, I should say. Investigators were seen at the home near 87th Avenue and Indian School Road tonight. Police say the remains were first found around 1:30 today. Now, police say homicide detectives are there now investigating the remains, as you guys can clearly see here live on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. No identification has been given for the child yet, and no age range has been given either. But the police spokesperson Vince Lewis said the remains appeared to be much younger than recent high-profile missing persons cases in the West Valley. He also said it's too soon to determine whether the remains belong to a specific individual. He said there's a lot of work that goes into making the identification. He also went on to say there are thousands of open missing persons cases as well as unidentified bodies in Arizona. Each new find has potential for closing one of those open cases. It is definitely on our minds, but it will likely take time to make any such connections. Again, that's coming from a quote from the police spokesperson there tonight. Stick with us here as we watch live on Fox News Now as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Again, I want to remind anybody that's just now coming into the show, this was reported at about 1:30 today, and they've been working on this for several hours, and this could take weeks, if not months, to figure out the identification of this child. And they were talking to one of the residents on the street that came out of his house to watch all of this happen. Actually, several residents have come out of their houses tonight to watch this happen. And he said, hopefully, this brings closure to one family whose child has been missing for quite some time. And there's a lot of detail and patience that goes into work like this when they find the remains of anybody. They have to be extremely delicate with the remains as far as, wiping out any of the soil, especially in the face area, because they need to be delicate enough not to break anything. They want to be able to figure out the identification of this person, as well as try to investigate what exactly happened to this child. So it takes a lot of work for investigators here on the scene to do this job tonight. Thanks for watching with us live here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We'll continue this coverage throughout the evening and bring you all of the latest details. For those of you asking, why is the investigator there taking photos? She's taking photos so that they can get a clear image of how exactly the remains looked when they found them originally, without pulling them out and investigating them piece by piece. They want to take original photos of the way the remains looked in the grounds before they take out each separate piece. Again, this is, and I'm not an expert on what these guys have to do here, but they have to be extremely delicate when they find the remains, in hopes of being able to identify this child tonight. Hopefully it brings closure to somebody, and we'll be able to find out more as soon as possible, but